to kill it. Get losing in the start to kill it. Just let me fall to my to kill it. Get losing in the start to kill it. Just let me fall to my grave.
What's up though? Yeah, roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate. Yeah, you don't want no smoke, don't be a target. Flew to Tokyo for all my garments. Yeah, look at how we shine, shit is flawless. Damn, talking big rocks, talking onyx. Yo, they told me make it hit, then what you call this? Doomsday with the fire, no department. Yeah, all about the paper, pick your pockets. Soul City to LA, get the spotlight. We don't pay attention to the comments. They hating, but I'm all up in their conscience. Born in 92 like the chronic. Body that's a mosh pit. Holes in your body like SpongeBob. You know how this shit go dumb hard. Holy water on me, yeah, that's on God. Get the spot jumping with the whole squad. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
Yeah, back in my element, walking water with elegance. Put you in a predicament if you fuck with a boy. See my word, I'm a minute, every dime, every cent of it. I don't split the percentages, they ain't give me no choice.
Specialized dope boy from the 213. Yeah, the kicks powder blue like the UNC. All I need is one time and now she won't leave. Girl, this ain't no K-pop, ain't no G-O-D. I fly to Bahamas just so I get a 10. Mark on my bag just like a letterman. Do the like, do the hoop, that's the aim one. Everybody swinging, let me know when you land one. Featherweight, now get your weight, see I don't take two, now this'll take one. They wanna run it back, I'll keep it laced up. Look, I ain't got time for your fake love. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
This bitch talks about. Damn.
vision. You make me lie to myself, feel some type of way. I've been running and running miles away. I can't believe where I'm at without you by my side. What's that? I know that you're not coming back without you by my side. What's that?
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
We started this tournament with 16 teams, and after a very eventful group stage, half of them have been eliminated from the competition, which means we're down to our top 8, and it is quite literally anyone's game. Hello everyone, and welcome to day 11 of VALORANT Champions, coming to you live from the COEX Atrium here in Seoul. I am your host, Yingsu, and on the desk today, I'm very, very excited to be with Kakuka. And Mimi, how was your break?
It was nice.
I mean, tell me about it.
Extremely hot, but very
Yes.
nice. I went to the same stream that I went to last time. Great stream.
Was it finesse? Was it finesse?
No,
But
but
it
it was
wasn't
a
that
W
wide of a stream. It wasn't
I
that
would
good.
say.
I thought that you guys were exaggerating, right? Like at the beginning of the year, we were in Madrid. You guys told me that it was very hot here. I did not expect it to be this hot, I have to say. It is very hot, but this is a beautiful city.
Honestly, it was hot, just like the draw show we saw.
Yep.
I hope you like that segue.
Segue.
Because we got a lot of inter-regional matchups once again. I feel like once a year, there's a little bit of script writing
I mean, a
going
lot.
on.
We got every possible one we could. It was
Yep.
ridiculous. Only one game is not a regional rematch.
Many times we just think about this and, you know, everything that can happen and how to make the matches exciting, what we want, what people would like to see at home as well. But getting so many regional matches only makes the match for today, the first one, the most exciting one.
Yeah, I think that the cope is that it means that regional teams aren't going to be eliminating each other, and also that we should hopefully get some really high-quality Valorant, because all these teams are so familiar with each other, and you get that kind of extra layer of having played each other so many times before.
I mean, my eyes are looking at the next round, however, because we won't have an inter-regional matchup no matter what happens unless Sen... Actually, no, even if Sen or DRX win, it doesn't matter.
it's pretty
It was
close.
guaranteed, like, outer? Intra?
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 You're asking me about
I think
it.
intra.
Are you
Intra?
sure?
Yeah. Anyway, how do you feel about that?
People are mad about this, but actually what we wanted to, we didn't want one region sending the other team home, so we're actually winning. And it doesn't matter, because if you want to win, you have to win everything, so it is what it is.
That is very true, and we have a great day coming up ahead. If we take a look even at the schedule here, Sentinels, they're going to be up first, and they are going up against DRX, and then Trace will be going up against EDG. I'm a little bit sad for Trace here, because I feel like they were my dark horse pick coming out of this. It would have been fun to see them go up against a team outside of CN.
But I think this would be the moment for them to finally beat EDG in the partnership era. They've never done it before, but they're also playing better than they ever have before. And I think EDG is definitely a doable matchup, even if the history doesn't lend itself to them.
Well, let's take a look at our watch party friends and how they did with their pick'ems powered by AWS, because my pick'ems are in the dumps. I did terribly coming into this, but shout out to Nate Shaw. Kakuka, he's on top of the board.
Jesus, 98 points. Not bad at all. I have to say, I'm in the top 5%. I don't know how many points I got, but things have been going crazy. I think that is what makes Champions so important and so impressive. Everybody has been wrong and everybody has been very little right. Things after the entire year that we've had are still very difficult to predict.
Yeah, and there was no more difficult group stage to predict than this one. I mean, Trace making it out, the amount of upsets we had was absolutely wild. So the fact that we do still have some people up in the 90s of points is quite impressive.
Yeah, and it's not too late as well if you guys at home want to get involved, even if you weren't involved at the group stage. Playoffs is here, so make sure you get your pick'ems in. But that brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll. We want to know, which matchup are you most excited for in the first round of playoffs? We've got Sen versus DRX, we've got Trace versus EDG. We mentioned those already, but we also have G2 taking on Leviathan, and of course Heretics versus Fnatic. Scan the QR code on screen. I think it's there. I'm just gonna, no, it's
Good
here.
enough for government one.
I was somewhere there. I had it right the first time. To vote, of course, and we'll have the results in just a bit. And make sure you use the hashtags VALORANT Champions and VCT so we can feature you on the broadcast as well. Just tell us how you feel, you know, anything that you want to talk about with the broadcast. We got you. Which one are you guys most excited for?
This one.
This first one.
It has to be, right? I think if we talk about form, if we talk about the rest of the year for both of the teams that we're about to see, it has to be. And the rest is just, yes, there is revenge, there's a lot of story behind it, and it's a continuation about what we've seen in each of the regions, but this one has something special to it.
The last hope of Korea versus the Sentinels on the run back after a rough year post-winning Madrid. I feel like there couldn't be better stories, and it should be a great match too.
Yeah, and while you guys are home are casting your votes, let's see what the experts had to say. Two people who have definitely never ever been wrong about anything in their lives. Here's Bren and Saisha with Bracketology.
Somehow we actually did a decent job with the group stage, thanks to Safe and you trying to put Sentinels over Gen G.
Not somehow, I just knew.
Absolutely mad.
Full belief.
So we've ended here, and we're back for another bracketology, myself and Brent. Now, I'm going to work from this end, you're going to work from that end, and we'll meet in the middle. But
okay.
We've obviously got to start with the first one.
Yeah.
This is my responsibility. I think DRX have got the better map pool, but I think Sentinels' form recently
You think you're giving Sentinels the win there?
I'm giving Sentinels the win there.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to force your hand. Give me a Sentinel sticker real quick.
What are you
because
doing
I'm
with
starting
this?
on this side, but what I want is that I'm going to go full narrative pilled. I'm full storyline pilled right now. I want a Sentinels lower bracket run, which means they have to start from here somehow, so you need to make Sentinels lose at some point.
Unbelievable. Well, I also think that EDG are actually going to be able to beat Trace, and that might seem an upset based on what's happened so far at Champs, because Trace have been better, but EDG in China just owned Trace, so I feel like they've just got the read on.
Okay. Oh, it's my go. I forgot about that. Okay. Now I also want DRX in the finals too.
Oh.
So this is what I want. This is my dream matchup for the finals. That's what I want.
This isn't even possible anymore.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll have to compromise in the middle. We'll have to
wait. Yeah. You're gonna have to.
Don't worry. We'll compromise. G2 playing against Leviathan. I'm going to go for G2 winning that one out. I think that G2 have got the advantage in that game. I don't think we've seen the best from Leviathan so far in this tournament.
Yeah.
They're going through.
Okay. I mean, give me another Sentinel sticker because I'm just going to add them like down here through the lowers, I suppose. And I do want eventually at some point, I would like, you know, like a Fnatic matchup versus Sentinels.
You're just putting random people in random places now.
I can't even grasp the Sentinel sticker. I'm going to put that there. I think this will be a banger matchup to have.
How am I going to get to that? All right. I think Team Heretics, even though Fnatic have beaten them recently 3-2 in the finals, Team Heretics overall in the course of the year have outperformed Fnatic, and they did at the event so far too, I would argue. So we've got Team Heretics going up against G2 here, and Fnatic down here with Leviathan as well.
Okay. And yeah, even the board doesn't want it.
Come on, Fnatic.
This
stick.
What? I'm just, my brain, it doesn't really know. So hold on, wait.
We can get Fnatic through here. Listen, Fnatic will win this game, apparently, according to your bracket.
Yes.
Though they don't want to stay on the board.
Yeah, they're pretty...
Don't worry, I'll deal with Fnatic.
They really want to drop out of the tournament for some reason.
So that means then that they must be playing against Sentinels or... okay, Fnatic Sen have to happen here.
It has to happen there.
That has to happen there. Sen have to drop down in order to make your bracket a reality.
We could have DRX win versus Sen here.
You'll have to negotiate better than that.
We've got 25 seconds. We don't have any time to do this anymore.
I've got G2 winning against Team Heretics.
Okay, G2 over Team Heretics, and then that means we've got Sen over... No, wait, because Sen are in the lowers, so that means EDG win versus Sen.
Okay, apparently. What's going on here?
Yeah, okay, and
EDG
then...
versus Sen. How do one of them get up there? All right, DRX is going to drop down.
But this is just now your bracket.
No, you can do what you like.
This is just... Okay, I mean, just give me more Sen stickers. I'm just going to put Sen everywhere. They win here.
Team Heretics are down here.
Just who else are we missing?
What is going on down
Who's
here?
this team?
How did
Who
Fnatic
who
win
won?
as well?
Who lost? Who's in the
Team
finals?
Heretics have got to win that one.
G2 we're in the
running out
finals?
of time.
G2 in the finals? So then who's down here? EDG? Perfect bracket. No, it's not a perfect bracket. I didn't want any part of this.
Well, Bren and Sideshow, they got all their hopes on Sen City. So let's talk about that. Will they be right about bracketology for once? Because, as you guys know, not often they are. But in terms of Sentinels, there's a reason why everybody's really hyped about them, Mimi, and it's legit.
I mean, this Gen G game was ridiculous that they not only beat the tournament favorite, but did it with not even allowing them to make it to double digits in either game. And now they've made it into playoffs and have a chance to knock the only other Korean team left in this tournament down to the lower brackets. For a team that is so loved, they have a chance to go on their absolute villain arc here against the home teams.
And think about them before they even came to the tournament. They, barely make it to playoffs. They don't win a map there. They're just waiting. Thanks to the points and the performance that they had at the beginning of the year, they managed to get here, and they're placed in that group of death. Honestly, justice for FPX. At some point, we're going to get it. But getting that first match against, yes, the team that you got the trophy off from in Madrid, it was amazing. What a beginning of the year. But for the rest of the planet, Gen G was the team to beat time and time again. And even though they didn't get the win the first time, and they looked shaky, they were throwing advantage. A lot of things were going wrong. The resurgence that they had, especially on this last map, on this Icebox that they played against Gen G, was phenomenal.
The team play was absolutely on point throughout this one. I think they fixed their spacing, their trading, a lot of the fundamental issues they were showing earlier in the tournament. And on top of that, their read on Gen G was just on point. I think all of those aforementioned pistol rounds had really strong plans, specifically against what Gen G was doing. And in the mid round, they were throwing a lot of these small fakes that were really throwing off Gen G's game plan. This was the perfect game, I think, to get fans to believe in this team again and bounce back, because they played some damn good Valorant there and are now looking like a really dangerous team here in playoffs.
This is the thing, though. Everybody expected Gen G to beat them. Is there anywhere else left in this playoffs bracket you feel like could take down Sentinels?
I think TRX could.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is one of the things that makes this matchup so interesting, because the form from both of the teams is going to be a very, very good clash, especially because we have never seen this before.
Well, let's send this down over to Golden Boy and check in with Sentinels Sassy.
Hey everyone, here with my bald brother from another mother, Sassy. You already know I had to do it to you, Poppy. First things first, man. You guys have already sent home one Pacific team, a prolific team in Gen G. Now you're in an opportunity here to maybe even send DRX to the lower bracket. How does Sentinels maintain this level of consistency? Because you guys are just frying right now.
I think, honestly, the most important win it was against FPX. It gave us pretty good confidence to come into against Gen G. And, we got a win. It's good. And we got to playoffs, but I think it's just the beginning. Yeah,
was that just pure confidence builder for you there?
Honestly, yeah, it was like a more mentality difference. Yeah, we were pretty confident against Gen G.
Makes sense. Now you're in a position here to be one of the first people to ever lift two champions trophies over your head. Does that weigh on you at all as you get ready for these matches throughout the competition?
Honestly, brother, I don't even think about it. I'm just like going with the flow, I think the results always consequence of our work, our preparation. So it's been going good so far, but who knows? We'll see today.
Okay, if there's one thing you're going to the flow has been working pretty good for you, my man. All right, back to you guys.
There is a reason why Sassy could be the one to do that twice here, but also just individually, Kakuka, he's on LAN form.
Oh yeah, completely. I was talking and mentioning that Icebox game, and one of the reasons why they managed to get that win under their belts was because of Sassy. We know that the experience is on his side, that the calls are extremely clean, but the level that he's showcasing right now here, it's probably going to take Sen very, very far into the tournament.
When he played his first game at this event and Sentinels ended up losing, I felt like his form was being wasted, because he shows up to these Champions tournaments and seems to step up. His stats significantly better when he's playing at Champions. Of course, the last time he went on a run at one of these events, lifted that trophy. Now only one of 3 players that can do that. But as you heard in that interview, it doesn't really weigh on him. I think he takes much more of a role as the veteran for this team, building up the younger players. They've had a tough year, and you need need a player like that who has that experience through the highs and lows that a team like Loud did to be able to kind of keep everyone in it and find their form again when it matters most.
How crazy the context is that we can say Sen has had a difficult year when they won Masters 1, right? But you are right, like the rest of it, there's so many things that have been going up and down that everything comes into consideration.
I mean, speaking of the year, Mimi, tell me how it started in the off-season.
Yeah, I mean, it's been since the beginning for this Sentinel squad, where they started off by being the team who is so prolific in that offseason, right? Playing more events than mostly anyone else in North America, including here in Korea, where they won the Africa TV tournament. And I think that's when people first got excited for this team. But it was a very different start for DRX. Their roster wasn't built up at this point. They still had that DRX team that people knew and loved from the past. They lost in this tournament, but then through the early stages of Pacific, they made the biggest change in really the history of this squad, picking up 3 new rookie players who were unproven at this level and pushing them to then kind of come back at the final hour and make it to champions and find a form that can compete with the Sentinels who crushed that old DRX roster.
So in the grand scheme of things, you can say Sentinels has played against DRX, but it was a very different than one. As Mimi's saying, this was the beginning of the Sentinels that we're saying, but it was the end of the previous DRX before those changes were made, and especially of how different the years have been for both of the teams.
I mean, of course, there's one guy that's always been there. It's Tens, and let's hear from him in this Omen player moment.
Sentinels. Definitely playing against Gen G again, just in the fashion that it was. It felt very nostalgic, very deja vu. Just being able to win, like kind of in the same way too on Icebox. I think it was kind of like a cherry on top of the story. And I also think that's one of the reasons why they're so good is they actually look like a group of friends, similar to how we look when we're playing our best. So I definitely think for Gen G, it's a bright future. If it wasn't for us, I mean, they probably would have won all 3 tournaments back to back. But overall, like, they're amazing teams. So I'm just really glad that we were able to show our best in order to beat their best.
Wow! With the nade out, still manages to get one. But Karen on the equalizer. Zalsis now aggressive with the Spectre upgraded in the hands of Munchkin. Can he hold the line? Finding all 3!
Strike down A.
All the Sentinels fans cheering for us in the stands. It's amazing to have you there, and we definitely appreciate the energy. If we did recently knock out one of your teams, I hope you come join us on our side, so you could say that your team lost to the tournament winners.
I love the confidence from Tens, but they would have to take down DRX today if they want to make it all the way. And let's talk about DRX, because for a moment, Kukuka, I don't think we would even be talking about DRX because they just weren't there for the first 2 tournaments.
Yeah, and it's crazy. We were talking about the changes and everything that the team has been undergoing this year, but now they have become the last hope for Pacific in this Champions. And you know what? In 2023, you might have thought, yeah, this was always the case. You know, maybe Paper-X here and there. But right now, everything, all the time, and all the strategy that they had planned for this year, everything that they had to overcome comes down to this. You already made it out of groups. You're DRX. We know you're going to make it out of groups. Now is when things start to get tense. And they made it out of groups as a first seed. I hope that this gives them the confidence to take it very deep into the tournament, because we know now with the crowd, there's a lot of pressure. We've seen it in the past. Heretics did not do well in Madrid, and so on and so on. So let's see how they perform.
And as that last hometown team, I think people were rightfully worried after seeing their first game against Crew. They came out, map 1 of that series, and they looked so shaky. The nerves were getting to the players. They talked in interviews about how some of the rookies were almost freezing up on stage, barely even realizing it. But since that map, they have won 4 straight, including an upset over Fnatic, where they played, honestly, some incredible Valorant. I think right now, they are looking like maybe the best Abyss team at this event. The multitude of looks they have, especially on their defense, to get aggressive in mid, the form that Buzz is in. This is a team who came out of nowhere and has suddenly become a real contender to win champions.
And that's the crazy thing. You do all of that to make it out of groups. You're the #1 seed, and you got to play Sentinels round 1.
I mean, there's no easy way out of this, right? And especially with the form that both of the teams are coming in, I feel like they see each other in the same way.
I mean, if this was the, I know Bren and Saisha have said it, but for me, Mimi, if this ends up being the grand finals, if we get a rematch of this matchup, it wouldn't surprise me.
It would be an excellent match to watch. I mean, this DRX team, I think, strategically as well, have a lot of similarities to Sentinels. I think one of their biggest strengths is their defensive side protocols. When they play Flood Retake, they look really good together. I think they have a variety of different looks for aggression and taking map control early. They're a team with a lot of depth, but also some incredible highlight players.
Yeah, and one of those players is standing by right now. Here's Buzz with Golden Boy.
Hey, I'm here with Buzz from DRX. How you doing, buddy? And we got a little crowd behind us, too. All right, first things first, man. You guys are coming into this as the lone Pacific team. Is there any pressure for DRX to step up today?
To be honest, there's no pressure to us. I mean, everyone say we are the only hope in the Pacific, but we really don't care about it. We lose, we win, we win. We are going to play in very comfortable but very confident. Yeah.
I expect nothing less. And last thing, what has been the biggest contributing factor to DRX's recent success? Because you guys, especially yourself, you're playing absolutely phenomenal right now.
I mean, everyone wanted to win. And that means everyone really worked hard, even coaching staff really worked hard, and that pays off.
Yeah, it definitely does, man. Hey, best of luck today, brother, all right? Back to y'all.
This is what I love about Buzz. Even after how long he's been in the scene for, seeing another Pacific team raise a trophy before he did, he's still working on himself. He's still improving, and somehow he's still one of the best.
And he says that, he doesn't care about the pressure. He doesn't care that they're the last ones. If you want to win, you will put in the work. That's what they're focusing on right now. And his individual performance has been stellar throughout the tournament. Yes, he's been set up super, super well, but to make everything work in mass, like, for example, Abyss, is still very surprising.
Yeah, his defensive opping has looked ridiculous. I've loved watching him on the Raze as well. I feel like his entry pathing is always so perfect off his team's utility. And this guy, he's been in Valorant forever, from the very beginning of DRX. He is one of those guys that has defined what Valorant in Korea, what Valorant for the Pacific region has meant for so long. And I think that's why it's so cool at this Champions in Korea. Now is that last hope to be playing this well.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We talk about how it could have been DRX or PaperX to be the first Pacific team to win a trophy. It wasn't them, but somehow I feel like if Buzz were to do Champions in Korea, it doesn't matter that he wasn't the first one.
Man, and it would be crazy. It would be such a good year for Pacific. And if this is, maybe this is exactly what they needed, to go through all the lows, to see all the teams raising a trophy before them, even though they've been grinding for so long, putting things on the table, having them not working, coming back to the drawing board and going all over again. This is a perfect chance because literally everybody in this region has their back.
There's a reason he survived the rebuild. It was controversial at the beginning of the year when DRX got rid of the core of that Vision Strikers roster that was so successful in the early days of this game. But he's one of the two players that is left, and he's ready, I think, with these new rookies around him to find a new role, a new purpose, and try and lift that trophy for his region.
Yeah, speaking of the rookies, Foxy Knight, he is very confident in DRX chances, and he explains why in this Omen Player Moment.
이제 작년에 저랑 플래시백이 이제 레드불이라는 대회에서 이제 같이 프나틱을 상대로 한번 대회를 해본 적이 있는데, 근데 이제 그때 엄청 처참하게 졌었거든요. 그랬는데 지금 다시 와서 그 처참하게 졌던 그 상대 프나틱을 상대로 이제 이렇게 이겼다는 게 이제 우리도 어느 정도 벽을 넘었구나, 벽을 깼구나 라고 저는 개인적으로 생각하고 있습니다. 이제 작년 식스맨으로만 있다가 이제 5명의 원년 멤버로 챔스에서 가장 진짜 항상 좋은 결과를 내는 걸 보고 좀 멀게 느껴졌었는데, 지금 이렇게 하고 이제 강팀들이 이기면서 좋은 성적에 달려가다 보니 이제 먼 게 아니라 할 수 있겠구나, 나도 이제 우승을 할 수 있겠구나라고 생각했고 진짜 꼭 우승을 하고 싶습니다.
They look to play together. The smoke gone away. The util drained. The head spotted. Snappy with it is Bane. Here's the footsteps to know that he's here on this spike. Swings out, and Alpha just trying desperately to stick it up the half.
저희 멤버는 이제 작년에 비해 이제 솔직히 단단함이 좀 저는 개인적으로 지금은 살짝 좀 떨어진다고 생각하는데 지금 이렇게 프나틱을 이김으로써 저희의 단단함은 점점 단단해지고 있다고 생각하고 근데 요즘 들어 제가 퍼포먼스를 대회에서는 잘 못 내고 있긴 하지만은 개인의 퍼포먼스는 저는 개인적으로 중요하다 생각하지 않고 결국엔 팀이 이기는 게 가장 중요하기 때문에 저는 개인적인 퍼포먼스보다 팀을 이기는 거에 우선시하고 플레이하고 있습니다. 저는 이제 이 멤버가 무조건 트로피를 들을 수 있는 멤버라고 생각하고 있습니다.
We talk about how this year is the year of the rookies, and a lot of them are on DRX, Kukuka, and they look great here.
Yeah, exactly. We thought that maybe it was not the year for DRX, but to see them perform like this, I want to see how they match up. Now, seeing this DRX only wants me to see them against Heretics, for example, to see how the level is actually across the regions.
Yeah,
I mean they've been absurd. I think to see the growth from the beginning of that performance in Pacific to even build to the point where they won that reverse sweep in the lower finals to make it to the grand finals of Pacific and now carry that through here in front of the home crowd. It's really I think a special year for these guys and prove to the quality of talent in this region.
Yeah, before we get into the match, of course, we had Bren and Saisho put their reputations on the line, so it's time for you two to put your reputations on the line. Yeah, big reputation. In our fantasy team draft, because I want you guys to pick your fantasy team out of all of the teams left at playoffs now, and we'll see how your teams will do at the end of the tournament. The system is going to be a snake draft. You each have to and can only pick one player per team that is left in this tournament. We need all 5 roles as well. We can't do the 5 IGL thing that we did a Game Changers, which we did win.
We would have won. Yeah.
And your teams must also include all 4 regions. Now, earlier, I believe you rock, paper, scissors on who gets to go first.
We did, and Bear crushed me.
Yes,
oh, okay.
I always win at rock, paper, scissors.
I'm
I don't know how
happy
many
to go
times
again.
I have to say this.
All right, I get to write down your team. So
I go first?
Let's start. You get the easy pick.
I need to think what she's going to go for. I'm going to go Smoggy.
Smoggy, right off the bat? You thought she was going to
I need a
nick
glow player. You don't know what I'm going to do with my team.
All right, okay.
Good choice. I'll pick Buzz.
Oh,
he's been so good. Only one Pacific team. Gotta grab him.
Okay, that means...
You know what? He was on my list for sure.
All right, DRX and EDG off the table.
Okay. I'm going to take... You know what? I'm going to take Leaf.
Ooh, okay.
Take Leaf. I'm going to be honest. That was one I wanted.
Oh, wait, hold up. No, we're doing snake draft, so you actually go next.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But I assume you're not
They're
gonna...
already trying to cheat. That's
I'm so
crazy.
sorry. Well, actually, you didn't explain what a snake draft is, and I didn't know, so
I'm going to pick Valen.
That's what I would have done too.
Valen
wasn't
he's
the
my
table.
goat.
I knew.
Valen is in Mimi's draft. All right.
Does that disqualify her from picking Leaf now?
No, she can. It's all right. We'll get you Leaf. But you get another pick because we're snaking.
Right. I am... So I get another one?
Yeah,
okay.
after Leaf.
Okay, Smoggy, Leaf. I'm going to take John QT.
John QT, okay.
What's that reasoning? Hold up. I want to hear the reasoning.
He is my goat. Valen might be your goat, but he's my goat. And he's the MEA, so we claim him.
I agree. He's my goat.
Okay. Interesting. Who am I going to go for next?
Okay, what else?
So I already have an IGL. I have a Star Duelist.
We're missing. Nobody has picked a single EMEA player.
I know exactly who I want.
There's no
and I'm
EMEA
picking
players.
10s.
Okay. All right. Make sure. Remember, you need to include all 4 regions.
Absolutely. He's just had a great year. He's looked good on the controller role. What about you, Bea? Oh, wait. Do I get 2 now?
Yeah,
you should
I
get
do
2.
get 2. And now, for my initiator, I'm picking the one and only Chronicle. Winningest player in VALORANT for a reason. This guy is fantastic. Round out the lineup with a bit of experience. So you get to close out your roster
Can I
now.
squeeze and
Who do you want?
Nico into this? No, I'm just going to keep it as Kron.
Cronny.
Yeah, set Kron. And I'm going to get...
You get the last 2 picks here, Bear. So you get your 4 and 5.
I am going to get... Oh, this is so complicated. Because I want to get Rians. I'm going to get Rians.
Okay. Anyone else? You got one more pick? Oh my god,
I want a bus, but you know what? I'm going to take Flashback.
Flashback?
Yeah, why not?
Nice, okay.
So I need a CN player now, correct?
Yep, that's your only region that's missing.
If only you didn't
So I
have a
have-
correct duelist.
If only nobody picked Kong Kong.
Oh, I just said
Kong Kong did not get
He's
chosen.
gone. Who do I want? I was gonna say Luo King, but then I'd have 3 controllers on my team, and I don't want to.
You never know what the meta holds.
I think
That's true.
It's time
The
to
future is
BNK
there.
all over them.
EDG.
Time to BNK. All right. Okay, Meme, I'm gonna have to rush you here. Give me a name.
A name. Oh God, my mind
from
is.
CN. Give me a name.
I'm gonna pick the one and only.
Yeah. Waiting. You have 9 players to pick from.
Luo King. I'm just gonna do it.
Okay.
He's
All
he's
right.
been
He's very
so
good.
good this tournament. Are my rolls a little messed up?
The fact
yes.
that Kang didn't fake it, it's so good.
Yes.
I'm gonna even put the 1 in there for Luo King, you know, just
Yeah, that's
out of
amazing.
respect. Just out of respect. All right, you guys make sure at home to keep your eyes on both of these fantasy teams, and we'll check in at the end of the tournament and see how that did. But for now, let's take a look at the MasterCard fan poll. We asked you guys which first round playoff match you're most excited for, and you guys have unanimously voted for Sen versus DRX.
And they are right, right, Mimi?
Yeah, that's the correct answer. There's always a correct answer in these fan polls. Good job, guys. You're wise.
Yeah, it is. But I'm just surprised that Fnatic Heretics are second. Like, some people voted that over.
Oh, they already know it's going to be a banger. Like,
It'll be a good game, but I think it is harder to get excited for the regional matchups compared to this first one in terms of the most exciting.
All right, and since I'm on the desk now, I can't troll my predictions. Apparently, that's the rule that I have to take it seriously. Wait, what? How am I the only person that said DRX?
That's a little worrying.
How did you what is going on?
Well,
I took it seriously.
I thought it was going to be a 50-50.
I took it super seriously this time.
And you might be the only one. Maybe you're the only one that took it seriously enough, so we don't know.
Okay, you guys, what's going on?
Okay, I mean, for Mion, do we want to talk about the second series or just the Sen one? Sentinels, Clout, they're playing great. They crushed Genji. That's an easy pred for me.
Honestly, I agree. Like, watching that Icebox, I remember it time after time. I think that last matchup was too good not to root for them.
And people are really history-pilled on that EDG game because EDG have crushed them in China, but I think Trace have just been playing too well.
They got their number. They got their
to
number.
be that team again.
No,
We will
EDG knows
see,
how to
we
do
will
it.
see, because it is time to kick off first day of playoffs. It's DRX versus Sentinels, Trace versus EDG. Day 11 of Champions Tour starts right here, right now.
The amount of upsets this Champions is insane.
现在只剩下8支队伍 VRX
여기까지 오는데 꽤 시간은 많이 걸렸겠지만 돌아가는 데는 시간이 꽤 걸리지 않을 것입니다.
Sentinels.
The harder the challenge, the higher the stakes, the harder I have to try.
T. 接下来我们会用每一场的比赛来证明我们的实力。G2.
You guys got more work to do than us.
The VR10.
We are going in with maximum confidence.
Heretics.
If we are having a good day, good luck.
Fnatic.
The road was a little bit bumpy, but we tore through it.
在最后还有我们 EDG， 总会有一个人做好准备，那一定会是我。所有队伍都会战至最后一刻，捧起最后的冠军奖杯。
我觉得 T 玩的像一个欧洲队伍，但是他们有一点中国的特色在里边。但是我们是冠军。
Walking towards the trip. I've been decent so far. Under pressure, but you wouldn't think it. The way that he's playing.
今天跟利维坦打完了之后，我就迫不及待的想跟其他队伍的决斗位碰一碰。
我觉得现在的赛事里面，没有选手的自信强过康康。来吧 ，T， 向我们展示一下你们在世界上的进步吧，看你们已经进8强了，我们来碰碰。
Lockie and Munchkin doing their best to keep this thing up, to keep it competitive. every single member crumbling. Tonight, Seoul burns red. Sentinels survive.
I love my current team, and Sentinels is also a family in itself. Being able to play with a group of people that I really enjoy playing with is just amazing to me.
Yeah. Beat Gen G, everyone has to buy the Sen bundle. Okay. We're the underdogs again.
Yeah, that's true. 4th seed.
Yeah, Champs might be another absolute cinema.
The original Kings of Korea do what Gen G could not, and they punch their ticket into the playoffs.
이제 작년 식스맨으로만 있다가 이제 5명의 원년 멤버로 챔스에서 가장 진짜 항상 좋은 결과를 내는 걸 보고 좀 멀게 느껴졌었는데 지금 이렇게 하고 좀 이제 강팀들이 이기면서 좋은 성적에 달려가다 보니 좀 이제 먼 게 아니라 할 수 있겠구나 나도 이제 우승을 할 수 있겠구나라고 생각했고 진짜 꼭 우승을 하고 싶습니다.
The last hope of Pacific, the last Korean team in this tournament heading into playoffs. It's a lot of pressure on those guys.
한국에서 이제 오직 한 팀, 젠지만 강하다고 생각하신 분들은 정말 잘못된 생각이고 저희가 모두가 컨디션이 최상이라면 이 세계에 있는 어떤 팀이 와도 절대 저희 팀을 이길 수 없습니다.
Sentinels. DRX.
The scriptwriters knew exactly what they were doing. They give us the villains versus the remaining hometown heroes on day 1 of playoffs, and no matter what happens, it's going to be a banger. But the map, although, talk me through this.
This one's pretty interesting. We're seeing Sentinels start on Sunset, a map that was so strong for them early in this year, dominant in kickoff, dominant in Madrid, but that they've mostly shelved, only showing it once in stage 2, not yet here at Champions either. So I think the big question is, will they go back to that same Breach Gecko comp to kind of set the meta, or do they have something new?
I think it's so interesting coming into playoffs. We're not going to see the Abyss. It's still that second ban, but DRX is not going to take it. They've shown what they can do in the map. They know that the preparation that they did for Gen G, they do not want to be next. So Haven's going to be the second one. I agree with you. Like, I'm very excited, and I think that most of this matchup is going to be decided on the Sunset. Is Sentinels going to repeat that situation where they win all the pistols, they convert the bonus, they start so strong, they have all the reads? It's almost impossible with how little showings we've had so late.
Sure, I do think it'll be tough to do that again. I think what they did against Gen G was a lot of specific prep, but the form they have, the confidence coming off that win, those things will definitely carry through into this matchup. And for me, I think that Haven is kind of a flip in this pool.
Yeah.
Both these teams are playing the same comp. I think they both play a really similar style. Defense, but retake heavy with some ideas for kind of early fights with that Breach Sova into lobby. A lot of really slow, good mid-rounding on their attack side. I can't pick out a clear favorite there. So I think a lot comes down to this Sunset and what Sentinels have to show on a map that they've not played in quite a while.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select, and my goodness, they've done some prep with Aaron.
Yeah, Sass is going to be moving on to the Fade, just moving away from that. Gecko second is going to be going on the Neon. I mean, I don't think that I hate it.
No, I really like this. I think the Neon looks have looked good on defense. They dominate extremity control really hard. Having that extra stun can provide a lot of value, and the fast rotates too are good. The biggest thing you're giving up is those shock darts from the Sova, so dealing with that Cypher can be a little bit harder without that agent.
Well, thank you very much, you two. It's time to toss it over to the two people, like I said, are never wrong about anything. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Yep, the famous caster pair, Omniscience. Yeah. Blessed of it. Yeah, this is a matchup here, though, Josh. Listen, DRX versus Sentinels, you think of two historical orbs, right? Yeah. I think of a VCT's history, and despite that fact, they've only played each other once. And it wasn't even in VCT, it was on an off-season tournament earlier on in 2023, towards the tail end of the year, and it's the tournament that really kick-started this year off for Sentinels. It's what really formed this consistent roster. It got them stable in terms of the players that they actually wanted to field. And coincidentally as well, it also got them on that run heading into Madrid.
And now we get to watch them clash as our opening game of playoffs. They're up here playing in the big leagues. And look at this to set up the pistol round. A 4-player defensive stack coming through to defend B main. They've read this perfectly.
The hard read by Sentinels. Holding their ground as well. It's going to be util used. Pound for pound here, bar for bar. Almost shots are fired. Aftershock for aftershock. The blind. It was good towards the back of the pillar, but it just can't quite disjoint these players still. DRX. Claim the day here. Claim the round. Opening pistol round in their hands.
And that threw a great read for Sentinels of what was going to happen. Sen won every pistol, every bonus against Gen G, and here looked like they were set up to be able to succeed. Those flashes that came through, though, from Foxy9 and Mako completely ruined what Sentinels were going for. Sen needed a bit more of a spread-out position so they didn't all get hit by every piece of utility, and yet the dump worked perfectly for the Korean team. Get off onto a much better start than Gen G did in the same spot, and we are going to be making those comparisons regularly, because how could you not? Number 1 versus number 2 Pacific team, our 2 Korean teams playing on home turf. Sen's already taken one of them down. But you might think Gen G were the harder of the two. That is extremely debatable.
It's still up for debate, right? I mean, DRX, I think, have shown a very, very deep map pool. Even in the lead up to playoffs, the player form as well individually has been looking large and in charge. And I think that this is a team now that has that responsibility of being the sole representatives of Pacific in the playoffs. Not just that, but also the sole Korean team with Gen G out. Just outcomes that I think most people were not anticipating at all heading into champs.
Ten said in an interview earlier today that he hoped a lot of the Gen G fans were going to hop on board with Sen because, you know, you want to lose to the tournament winners. You want to become our fans so that Gen G didn't just get knocked out by a bad team. I don't think there's much chance of a lot of the Pacific fans hopping on board with Sen over DRX, considering the position that they're in. Korean team, last Pacific squad. Surely they're just going to snowball and pick up fans from those other teams as it goes.
You have to imagine.
They found themselves in a really easy post plan here. Sentinels went for the gamble stack over towards A, and now just looking to do some economic damage as flashback holds.
He's going to get overwhelmed, though. Sheer amount of utility. Luckily, teammates happy to bail him out. Up and over the shoulder. They know that Zekken is tucked up deep. Yes, they do. Aftershock is committed by Celsius. Just for the kill towards the end here, but it won't be ousted. Garnered off the back of it. No real guns either. At least the Bulldog. Celsius keeping it in his hands, but he might just go down anyway. Yes, he will.
Choose to go down with the Bulldog there because you'd rather have the Vandal or the Phantom into the next. It makes a lot of sense. DRX not chaining up towards any massive ultimates to get online, but there is a possibility that they might be able to get something like the Neural Theft out for this next round. This is where the danger can certainly start to happen. It was remarkable the way that Sentinels won all of those pistols in the game against Gen G, because historically this year, that's actually been a big weakness for Sen. They've been one of the worst teams in terms of the crop we have here at Champs, of winning those pistols. So this is still familiar territory. Their job now is to make sure the DRX don't snowball.
To do just that. It's the same old game plan so far from DRX. They get easy access over towards B main.
I love that idea, though. They're hoping to see if anybody was playing aggressive in B-main and catch them with that recon dart.
Mac just holding, but he might have missed his timing as well. Peeks from the top section of mid. Meanwhile, it's going to come through. Players towards the back of the site as Kill Trip set up to try and potentially play off. This is just a bit of raw spam in play through the cage. Elsa's pressing the advantage and somehow walks away with the 3. Flashback. Sole survivor. A minute left into the round. 5 bullets. Tens is holding for the peak at just the right time, so.
Was Bane reloading? Was he blind? How on earth did Zelsis swing into a crossfire there and somehow make it out unscathed? That's kind of ridiculous. It's put him actually ahead of the breach on the other side, Foxy9. Look at this, he's in. Okay, it was a reload. Just looking at it in the replay there, Bane is stuck in the reload animation and can't punish. Just has to watch in horror as Celsius swings through the front sight. Yeah, very. I mean, that could have easily gone wrong.
Right there.
Watch these B main hits though, because last time we saw them do this same kind of idea, but it was followed up with a recon dart, this same recon that's landing on front pillar. Now there's a meta that revolves around B main where you put the trip down, someone breaks the trip, and so often there's people contesting front B main on the defense. And that play is designed to push you back as a defender, get you holding right from the start to give up B main. It is working. DRX are getting into these positions to exec real fast.
Yeah, going through the motions as well. Getting rid of most of this util. Zelsis takes a time and pass that drone as well, so he wants to cut it up close, but DRX have no intention of heading over towards B.
Both trips broken though, so that's going to keep people on the B site. A lot of pressure here on Sassy, who was phenomenal and has been so far at Champs. Yet to get on the board here, but it's early days.
Certainly so. Mako has the paranoia.
It looks like Foxy9's setting up to go for this fault line through from tiles.
Yeah, Tassy's going to get caught here. I mean, where the hell do you stand? He just evacuates immediately. Doesn't want anything to do with it. Going to be slowed down. Haunts up and over the top as well. But it's the wall's going to reveal onto Buzz, but there's no punish in sight yet as Sassy peeks round. Fallout C, second returns, at least with the kill! Going for seconds. It's cheeky, slightly greedy, yet he does get punished in the end with the trade still. He's turned it into that 3 versus 3. No theft. Given access and information towards it. Tens, though, lighting up these players. And a quick tap as well through the box. Foxy9 barely on any health at all. Fault line threw it out. Sent to supplement. Bullet spam is perfect. Flashback. He's got too much to overcome there. Just cannot do it. Not against the form that Tens is in right now. It's a 3-piece to finish off that round.
Being able to stabilize here, Sentinels. It looked dangerous. Sassy's position just holding on to A there. And yet he read the play. They didn't lead with the fault line. They led, I believe, with a recon dart. And that allowed him enough time to be able to escape, and Zekken came in. What a slide, what a punish onto Buzz.
Spike planted.
Tens continues to have big impact, as he did in the Gen G game.
Hey!
This is going to put the hurt onto DRX.
Certainly is going to be knocking our economy at least down. Sheriff's and Bucky in play here, so taking a step back. Sentinels smelling that blood in the water. You can see Zekken's just going to opt into the outlaw as well.
And Senna are about to get up to some pretty large ultimates as well. So a situation where DRX could have had an opportunity to snowball, just disappeared from them. Never quite had that moment. Here's that same stun set up for Foxy9. Tens is ready, holding paranoia. So both teams looking to just hold on to the status quo. As DRX push forward and Sen trying to block it back. Paranoia didn't get used here though.
No more dreams.
Instead, Sassy holds the line with gun in hand.
Sen have a pretty good idea of how they want to try and lock down this A-main extremity. Paranoia that's now sent flying for Tens. Few stray bullets.
There.
Bit of chip damage onto the DRX players, but they are fully cut out of the picture. Needs to be careful he doesn't go down to a few stray bullets. It could offer an in for DRX in the round, and otherwise don't really have too much of a chance of. Now, B-main control was conceded, so Bane's picked this one up. There's pings out as well, but Sen have not drifted bodies away. They still have a lot of players here to receive.
Outlaw.
Yeah, and this is where it thrives. Second shot is going to be missing, but not with the stun. And oh my god! Just putting them into the blender.
I love that selfless play as well from Zekken, because it traps the rest of DRX, even if he went down into the choke point where the rest of his team can come back through. What a time, by the way, to pull out Zekken's first game this year on Neon. Going into the playoffs, change around the comp. Everybody's looking at this game thinking, oh, okay, DRX's map pool is looking good, but maybe Sen can win on the Raze maps. We come in here, a Raze map, and Zekken swapped over to Neon.
Spike down, B.
Sliding all over them. This is a pick that we've been looking forward to all year long, but we've been denied it.
Until now.
Was this the ace up Sentinel's sleeve all along?
First match of playoffs as well. And these are both teams, you know, they're going to want to be putting their best foot forward, I think, to try and get that early lead. You can argue that they might be in, quote-unquote, the easier side of the bracket, I suppose. If you look at the opponents that they might be going up against, like Trace and EDG, the potential winners of that matchup. But again, up for debate. We've shown a lot of parity so far with VCT. Now, Zelsis, this guy here, was one of my, we were kind of discussing, I think, ahead of time of what might be sticking points for this DRX squad, because they have a lot of green players, almost green as grass. It's up to Mako and Buzz as the veterans to try and push back and get the morale backing up. And Zelsis, he knows how to push the buttons.
Oh, he certainly does. You watch Celsius in any game like this, where he's playing against people and he knows he has the experience advantage.
Yeah.
He loves to press on the wounds. Any kind of gap that opens up, he's going to try to wedge that bigger and bigger. By taking liberties, by pushing players, spraying in their faces and trying to wide swing onto them, all sorts of little tricks he'll pull out to try to win the mental game.
Yeah.
As they did when they lifted their trophy this year in Madrid by kind of booming Gen.G's mental on Icebox. This is the point where DRX need to rally, and Senna hitting them, trying to hit him with a haymaker early on.
Yeah, that's a nice little fast play into mid just in case there was one player catching the contact. They break most of the util. They don't hold on to the space. They're happy to concede it, give it up, back away for now.
Ideally, this is a round where you want to be fighting before Foxy9 can pick up an ult orb and get into position to use that Rolling Thunder too. So I think that's another reason why it's a great timing to go for an early play like that. Just didn't find anybody. So now it kind of becomes the game of, is Foxy9 allowed to get this ult orb in B main, which it looks like it's going to be uncontested, and then how does Sen play around it? You've got to make it feel like you're on site. You can't just play fully off site. Teams are too good at that kind of stuff. They're just going to walk in. So you still got to apply a little bit of pressure while not getting caught.
Shotguns are going to go flying just in case.
They're not even going for the ult orb.
Nope. High ground angle, TenZ. He's played up here before, and Buzz is all too aware. Stun. Rattles his way forward. Seconds blinded though, and he will have to give that one up. Can't offer himself up to take the fight into the 1v1. Foxy9 with a plant. No pushback from it, and now he's earned the ult into the post. It's a Nightfall going to be used to try and combine their might with a Rolling Thunder, pound for pound, to push them back once more, and a flank occurring from behind. Flashback, unaccounted for. Second though, straight back in, and the supplement utility is just perfect, just missing. Foxy9 alive for now in a 1v2. Can't isolate the fights properly. It's Sassy able to beam him down, Phantom in hand, keeping that form flowing from the prior matches that he's played so far at Champs.
So DRX's idea there was that they were going to get into sight and use the plant to get that Rolling Thunder online, not give Sen as many cues as to where they were on the map and where they were going to be hitting with it. It's even a nice opener to catch TenZ on a high ground position that he normally plays. And yet, Sen are ahead of the game when it comes to ults. As soon as that Rolling Thunder came out, there's a Nightfall, there's their own Rolling Thunder in response, and they collapse, utilizing that pace that the Neon gives you to be able to scale up onto site really quickly.
Sentinels are one of the leading teams in terms of retake success. Pretty good at that regard, and I think the Neon, like you said, I mean, just the amount of util that they've got, you can see how Celsius was helping Zeki get into the site. Playing off of all that high tempo, the fact that you can just get straight up in there. And headset off, you know what that means?
He just wanted to take a break, his ears were good. Is that what that means?
Sure.
It looks like we've got a bit of a tech pause. Presumably some kind of audio problem.
Yeah.
But all right. What on earth
What is happening here?
He's trying to polish Sassy's head. Listen, as a fellow bald guy, I know this bit.
Yeah?
I know this bit.
And Sassy's not giving him anything.
Dude, Sassy's looking like a fresh bowling ball today, though, isn't he? He's got shine out there.
He doesn't need it.
Bald recognizes bald. I've seen
Yeah, yeah. I'll be there with you soon, don't worry.
Yeah. We have an audience that a large amount of them are likely to go bald at some point in their life. You could laugh it up while you're out there.
But yeah, but it is about 10 years on from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've got a lot of time. They can't laugh.
Yeah. Enjoy your hairlines while you have them. No need to zoom in on TenZ. I mean, that guy's got a great hairline.
Yeah.
We've got a little tech pause here, though, but I think this is going to be a particularly bad time for DRX.
Yeah.
I know, obviously, this hasn't been done intentionally, but DRX are just left in this spot to stew on the fact that they have now let 4 in a row go the way of Sen. And especially when you see like the way that Foxy9 was taking that 1v2, for example, and his aim is all over the place, to be honest.
Anticipating that players would be out, like the crosshair placement's ever so slightly off.
Yeah, and just the aim itself and like the mouse control was a little wonky, to be honest.
What we were talking about, maybe the nerves playing a factor, because this is, you know, despite the fact that you've seen the name DRX at multiple events before, it's a very different roster this year that's turned up to the final international event of the year. You've got essentially the team being led by Mako, Buzz, being pushed into this position as the veterans who have to really pull up the morale when it gets knocked down, which we've seen evidence of. Their opening match for DRX, they got knocked down. That's wishful thinking.
I mean, we might see one.
We might see it.
We
That's been
absolutely
good for
could
it.
see
Listen, I didn't mean to slander it.
It's cool as well to see the interplay between the rookie players and the veterans on their own team, but also on Sentinels.
Yeah.
Foxy9 looking up to Tenz over the course of his whole career.
That's right.
Because Tenz has been in the game for such a long time, and he was an icon of early Valorant. If anything, he's probably only got more popular as time's gone on.
Right.
But he was much more popular than any other pro at the beginning of the game, and it wasn't close. And so people like Foxy9, who weren't around at the start of the game, idolize this guy for all that he's been able to achieve.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, Foxy9 looked up to him. They have a very wholesome interaction that always occurs as well if they do cross paths.
Okay, and I'm taking a look. We're back in the game here, round 7, and Sentinels are 4 stacking over towards A to start this off. You'd be forgiven for thinking that that's the team on the eco taking a gamble, but it's not at all.
It's a kill trip setup towards the back of the site, John QT.
A very passive
Very
kill trip
passive,
setup.
so he's holding for aggression. But B main control, given up, turned over towards Bane. He's going to try and hold on to that space while the rest of his team looks for picks, looks for opportunities out through mid.
If this cam gets broken, John is going to struggle massively to maintain info in this area.
The all offloaded. Buzz is going to use the overdrive to try and barrel his way in to the side again. We know.
John can't even play off these trips.
To the back now, that's a Hunter's Fury to supplement. Tripped up though, caught up. Buzz deals with it nicely, and have given up full control towards the back of the site. Sentinels. Open space here, but now they want to try and make this retake happen through the market area. This is going to put the pressure on the Mako. Paranoia and the stun. It's all perfect. Alternating the lanes up. Buzz is going to have to play up into their face with the right click. It's going to be rewarded, but not enough for the second kill. Zelsis, a stave off Foxy9 in through the back of the site, up and over as well. Too many targets to overcome, yet still Foxy9 doesn't himself another one. Against the weaponry, you got to think. Inevitability, potentially. Shots rattled by flashback. To no avail. Zeken's ace seals up. Rounder had just that slightest amount of danger.
Outrageous. A day of firsts here for Zeken. Picking up Neon for the first time in 2024, and also, weirdly enough, his first ace of 2024 as well.
Which is wild.
Absolutely bonkers. I mean, he's been a phenomenal player all season. He's only gotten better, actually, as the year's gone on. But he still hasn't had an ace this year. Pulls it out. In a round, actually, where there was some serious danger, too. Sentinel's macro setup had left B completely open. They had to get back in there, and it looked a bit tough. John doesn't have any armor.
He's forgot it.
Now, of course, John's going to buy armor. Oh, he does.
Oh, just in time.
Clutch.
Almost falling into the IGL debuff. Through a bit preempted, potentially, but it does push DRX away. They don't want anything to do with the towards the main extremity. Operator in the hands of Zeken. He's got a sight set now, and he will be feeling that pressure. Needs to be defended as well from the market crunch. DRX have full control of that area of the map. This first shot accuracy. Zeken maintains that composure, doesn't take the shot just from seeing the shoulder. Spike's still there, but doesn't expect that the player's already out. Bit of misinformation there for him. John QT Seal tucked up into the corner. Might be able to play spoiler. Already Sentinels have dropped 2 players into the mix. DRX coming out with all the answers for it. Still Sassy, he's there. Forced spray down to the operator. That was dropped down into main from prior.
Here.
The post-line positioning of DRX. We slow it down into the moment now. Just looks impeccable. Last one. Just Celsius to stand against it, and he's not even able to save that rifle and scurry away with it. So DRX back in it. Stop the bleeding.
Not just that, they've actually identified the weakness in Sentinel's defensive setup. Yeah, it's only the first rifle round they've put on the board, but they're now figuring out B main is being given to them mostly for free. Okay, this time Zeken was there with an op. But also Market has got nobody really playing inside of it heavily. They're playing very passive setups over towards the B site, and DRX have just started taking all of that space. So I agree with this decision coming from the Sentinels coaching staff. John Kaplan, that's the coach.
Yeah, could be John.
Has hit the red button.
Yeah.
I suppose, it could
be either of them.
But they've called a timeout in this position. And I think it makes sense, because at this point, DRX have figured out what's going on, and they're starting to vacuum up free space around the map. So if Sentinels have the depth for it, this would be a perfect time to start adjusting things and playing a hard anchor in market. Maybe John plays in that kind of position. Or trying to play Zelsis, Tenz, Zeken as a 3-man stack to go and take B main control at the start with that one way and the stun and that kind of thing. you know, shift things up a little bit. Change that defensive setup, throw DRX off after they've just got the read on what's happening. When you're in the lead like this, you can afford to take timeouts to try to stay in the lead. And it's going to be a challenge for DRX here to figure out what's adjusted.
See if they do alternate the setup, as you mentioned.
I mean, they did try to alternate the setup in some sense just by picking up that operator.
Right.
And giving it to Zekken.
Holding it down through B, because, I mean, DRX were doing a lot of contact plays in through B main, not using too much util.
It wasn't really contacting though. They were breach flashing, they threw a recon, like they were sometimes stunning as well.
Well, now you're seeing it. Same signs of life.
And this setup designed to try to catch John Cutie. He backs out of there early on, and Zekken's taking contact in market with his op, hoping that DRX again go for that kind of contacty play through market.
Noise bait idea from DRX, you could see it. Just from the way that Buzz was hopping around, getting the noise, been out. One-way smoke propped up here. We're using the drone.
I like this. You push Sassy off the angle, you make sure that Sentinels do not have info in this side of the map, and then you can go back and re-hit over towards B.
It's Zelsis over.
It's absolutely looked like B has been the favored site for DRX to hit, and I don't expect this round to be an exception to that.
Yeah,
Do they get
players already inserted.
Do they get a free cross on mid? Is Zelsis going to try to contest? Looks like he's not thinking about it currently, but they could walk into the off.
Smoke up, shots in the face, and well, blinded up from somewhere. That's Mako, right?
Blind.
Yeah. So Bane just couldn't see a bloody thing there, but now I know at least the operator is back online too. With 30 seconds left, they've got no pivot
30
options.
seconds left.
Gonna have to overwhelm this A setup. Assassin's got Eddie a stub. Can't quite hit that first shot. Accuracy sees as well as dodge. Duke, but trade inside, at least from tens. Now backs himself away, retreating to the safety of the site, and there's holes all over the place here. DRX attempting to make the most of it, but with only a few seconds to remain, it's all just ran out, ran dry. Have to back away, keep these guns into the next, if they even can. But they're being hunted. Zelsis punished though.
That gets Foxy one away from Rolling Thunder. At this point, DRX need big ultimates to get across the line. Sen, good tag timeout. Small adjustment, not a large one like I was suggesting, just a minor adjustment of where the operators played, but a good read that DRX were going to go for another one of those B splits. I think DRX should have adjusted that though. I think, you know, when your opponent's when you've just won a round with a B split, and then your opponent takes a tag timeout, I think you should probably be adjusting as well.
Right.
And not just going back into a very similar B split strat. Zekken looking like he wants to take the orb towards B main. It's a difficult area because that's where DRX have been putting most of their early pressure. But this time, the side split, and they force out Paranoia early on. This all a distraction for Mako to slink through, and what a timing he's found.
He slipped straight past, hasn't he? Could deliver the blade to the back. Necessary to open up this A defense, but Tenz is still holding it down himself. Out for the elbow angle, but Zekken punished. Now they know at least that they've lost control of this one. Knives are out, full running away. Mako needs to play for his life. Does he know that Sass is already up onto it, dodging the flash? The IGL doing the most. Standing up to that challenge and the pressure, and even just picking apart the players. Zelsis had no chance. Head on a swivel, had to look in either direction. Just gambled incorrectly and forcing a save out of John QT.
Beautiful set round that DRX have pulled out there. That's the kind of thing that I wish they'd done straight out of the tag timeout, when you know that Sen are making adjustments, but nevertheless, a great time to run it here in round 10 as well. All of that A pressure early on, allowing Mako to get a really deep timing, and they even had a second layer of Flashback going for the more conventional lurk timing too.
Yeah.
If Flashback had died there in mid, with that duel he'd taken, it wouldn't have mattered actually too much, because Mako could have still been that knife in the back. And DRX love doing these double lurk strategies. They run those fairly often on bind as well on their attack side, though of course we're not going to see that in the series today. But watch out, because Mako and Flashback can be a deadly 1-2 combo on the lurk.
Yeah, I'm curious if Sen are going to be adjusting their setup as well. A top mid angle has been left pretty real estate, pretty open for most of the half.
And DRX have not been really exploiting it too much, apart from the round we just watched. They've mostly been trying to hammer through B main, through A main. Haven't worked mid much. Might be part of their conditioning to focus heavily on the extremities to begin with, to try to loosen up mid, and then grab a couple rounds towards the end of the map, or the end of the half. Tenz now has the operator, and another 4 stack on A. I'm not sure about this kind of setup. It's leaving B not just weak, but passive. Even if the Sen players rotate over to help John, they're probably still going to have to give up market and B main. They're not going to win these areas back.
Seems to be at least part of the game plan whenever a bit of Rolling Thunder online or Buzz has the overdrive ready and waiting into his hands. Flashes through as well, sent flying as well, but again it's that open sight, shock darts, at least removing one portion of it. And they know where the second trip is. Buzz knows roughly where it is. He's going to leave it up though. Go for the plant anyway, now retreating into that ever-lovable B main post plant.
Would be a good time for Sentinels to go for some kind of mid push.
This is slow from Sen.
It is.
Against the Rolling Thunder, I feel like it could be some worries, but a Nightfall at least gives them peace of mind. They know that nobody's hunkering down onto the side. With that lurk spotted, flashback down and out. Norofef gives them full information. Rolling Thunder has to be used nice and early here. Paranoia alongside it, sees to the feet. Aftershock into the corner. Overdrive, let loose. Zekken trying to get explosive, trying to get electric. John QT trying to play himself in, but he's fallen asleep at the wheel, and a few straight bullets surely needs to end the line, but his DRX players are all gone in the end. But time, as I said, got a little bit too slow from Sentinels at the beginning of that.
That's a rough one from Sen. They had the right ideas, but they didn't hit the gas pedal early enough. I'm not even sure who gets the credit there for the clutch. The Red Bull clutch on DRX goes to one of the players that was left alive towards the end there. Was that Foxy9? John catches the lure. They know what's going on, but this crunch into B main, a little too slow. And also, I think Foxy9 does a great job there of picking up Sassy. I think he was right about to get half on the spike. Even then, I think they didn't even have time to get half on it towards the end there.
Ball util was just too strong. DRX been walking in to the B site for most of the time, and now, again, trying to heavy conditional, at least pull some util out through the A main fight. They've been doing this quite a bit.
Zekken takes the op back. Was on 10s for the previous round. They're putting so much emphasis early on stacking players A on the defense to get somebody posted. It is working, but DRX once more start moving their way towards B main. They're never really worried about taking this part of the map. And it allows them to run these B execs pretty simply.
Yeah. Drone's used very far back just in case there is an offer into the B main angle. That's what they're anticipating. Clears most of the space again.
10's not playing market this time. On the backside spot. It's new for him. Can he anchor?
Whoa!
Not a chance!
That's rapid from Buzz. He takes out one of the star players of Sentinels. No worries, no qualms. Up through mid. Flashback's still going to be opting in to try and play that backstab role and position. Tucks himself to the corner. There's a door in his face, and he can hear plenty of footsteps, plenty of rotations. Now he becomes that insurance policy. Buzz. Angle trained, but he's missed that timing. Still doesn't decide to hold himself up onto it once more. Overdrives here, just to try and get Buzz out of dodge. Smokes up in their faces. It's an unusual position to be playing in, but still with a Rolling Thunder aftershock. All combined through. Buzz has been unaccounted for, and he's spraying them through. Seltzer's half will not save you. That's a 4-piece and a flawless finish to the half. DRX drag it back up to 6.
What a finish for the Korean team here. 3 in a row, 4 out of the last 5. Making those adjustments and recovering beautifully. Oh, that entry is amazing from one of our best players so far at Champs.
It's been electric between both of these teams as well, and I'm sure it's just going to keep on going even into that second half.
Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Going to be looking at a more even half here, 6-6. And yeah, I mean, these teams going blow for blow as well. Lovely adjustments by DRX, I think, as well, spotting out some of the weaknesses in terms of Sentinel setups and what they were running themselves. Just enough to be able to make it that much more competitive.
The players that I'm watching heading into the next half, it's that big duelist matchup. Zekken and Buzz. We just saw in the final round, Buzz hit an unbelievable entry.
Oh, yeah.
And he's been fantastic. The last month from Buzz has been unbelievable in terms of his form. Zekken continues to be a top 5 duelist in the world, in my opinion. And we're getting to see him on Neon today. What's the value difference between these two players? DRX start out with a triple stack, looking to try to control mid. Broken by that one smoke that tends places. Looks like they're going for a re-clear.
Yeah, I think that was the goal as well from Sen. They sent out the Paranoia, but no, or at least the Prowler, I should say. Here's the second one. Mako spots it and players, so he needs to give up that space now, back away, play the rest of his team in, of which they have arrived. And so this might just be a bit of a skirmish and a scramble now, and a scrap here with the util, blinded up second, spamming away, praying with the ghost in hand, still returns with a 2, up from the side. Buzz is definitely dealing out, and dishing back that action straight at them. John Qtito shuts him down, gliding round, flashback. Didn't quite dodge the flash in time, and he has got a lot to do in this spot. 2 to overcome, and it's a little bit too much at that.
Sen respond with a pistol of their own, bringing them into the lead again in this opening map. Really nicely played one too. The pathing from Zekken, I like it. The follow-up on the Paranoia is great, and it also, in this position, he's defended from A-Link. That cover stops him from being shot while he can focus on players in backside, and John trades people out in this round very nicely. Buzz needed to hit another world-class shot in order to win that one, and just couldn't quite find it in the moment. Pistols like that could end up making all the difference. Here you see a more traditional position from Flashback. Notice at the beginning of this round, the way that he was throwing the cam into B main early on. These cams, the one that's just above Zekken's head, these have huge value. That's why he's trying to break it in this moment as well. But we didn't really see John go for that. John was sitting really passive, so he didn't get caught by early round util. Flashback's willing to take the risk. We'll have to see if Sen can punish it once rifles come online in later rounds.
DRX is going to be late to the party here, still holding for that util just in case there was a player catching that contact. Tens might be the mark that they were looking for still. He's got that rifle well trained, and the rest of his team in position, taking that space. Any aggression just punished almost immediately.
A nice idea. Buzz got caught by a flash just as he was looking to try to take the fight. And here's the final player on DRX. Caught, taken down. Clean.
Yeah.
All of these weapons carried forward. Tens is going to be able to drop that Vandal and buy another one. So they should have plenty of damage in terms of their arsenal heading into round 3. Can Sen put together another bonus round? I say another. They haven't had one in this match yet, but against Gen G, 4 out of 4 bonus rounds converted.
It's insanity. You know, even the most consistent teams in the world don't really get them with that much. I mean, not every single one available, they just grasp. Now, see if they can do it again against DRX, the lone hometown heroes.
Not trying to run an early play there to punish Flashback.
Haven't cleared the cam either. Trip was a little bit too high, but does get broken in the end by that aftershock. And again, free reign over towards the site at second. It's already making sure to lead that one for his team. Very much the spearhead. Paranoia's be used, gliding its way out to push back some of these players as well, but time has been bought. Plan only just going down. Here's a fault line. Might be that punish in sight, not quite. In through the back though, not anticipating it. Zekken! Beaming them all down. Just with that Spectre in hand still, it's evened out. 3 versus 3. Rifles in a few hands as well. Yeah. Tens, pixel angle. Full confidence in his own aim. The Paranoia just missing, sliding straight past Mako with the adjustment. Foxy9 defusing, needs to be spammed down. Few taps to the bullet shot, QT cannot find him. The 1 round just under the nose of John QT. Stays alive at least towards the end, but that's DRX essentially stealing it.
Sen got themselves into a post plant there. It was winnable, but they've also done really solid damage to DRX. DRX actually might even have to take an eco after this. Zekken got more value than you would expect, and yes, the trade-outs were good. I like the idea of throwing a trip, actually, from the retake team as well, so that the post-planners can't push that final diffuser. All right, DRX are not going to take an eco, but spoiler alert, 3 Guardians out to play. The economic damage coming out of that bonus is pretty huge.
It's very much pulling over towards the scraps. Now it's a double face over towards Buzz. He just cannot stand his ground against it. Mako willing to square up, but the aftershock out and away with a Prowler. Now the fault line. You can see the layers of the util is just a little bit too good. And the flash was dodged by Second. Not enough, though, to win that fight out. Toxi9 delivers a death blow, at least with a few stray bullets once more. And this is putting an immense amount of pressure in through the back of the site. Dart needs to try and help out these players and push them back once more. Foxy9 with the aftershock. It is good. Sees now through the back once more. Sen trying to find these marks and targets potentially there. It's a rich environment. Sassy creeping, hopping over. It's watched by Bane. Can't win it. Damage done. Pre-fire onto the corner. Immaculate. And in the motion, 2v2. Bullets still remaining. Sassy can make a play with it, but opting to back away and go for the reload.
Tens has Spike.
Find you.
Now they're going for the refight. Tens does have the Spike. The Haunt maybe went a little bit deeper. I think they would have gone for this one, but they got to watch every angle just in case. Flashback's lurking. In through behind. Tens now planting in for that backside control. Real uncomfortable post plant for Sentinels. It all comes down to these first shots that they hit and bullets exchange through the walls. No kills yet, but spraying them down. Skewered in place. That's Sassy. Blessed in the moment.
I don't think he even realized that second player was there. You saw him flick his crosshair away and then double take. Like, wait, did I just win the round?
Yeah.
All of that prior damage done. The Guardians were actually still hitting though for DRX. 3 kills, all coming from the Guardians in that round. Nice reposition towards the end from Tens. You saw that?
Yeah, he did. Definitely looked away. I mean, listen, better lucky than good.
Guys, we need to dumb this down.
Okay, we're not going to hear the exact strat, but prep for something dumb coming up. Now, I think what he means by that is keep it simple, right? Not necessarily stupid, but just go for the execs. They're not able to hold on, fall back into some classic B post plants as long as they don't have, you know, massive ults to be able to work with. And that's what Sentinels have gone for. They've already done massive eco damage across their bonus, and now following up in round 16.
Making sure that they can use some of that util. Here's an overdrive offloaded again, but a rolling thunder used in kind. There was no tap there onto the Spike to force it out early. Sen just opted to use that one themselves. Just hearing these. Oh! What is that? Shock darts rebounding. Foxy9 now defusing, sticking. Needs to be defended, but the bullet spam again. Right in through the smoke, just finding all sorts of targets, but just Bane left alive despite the heroics. And not enough to do it. Be able to get some damage, and it is nice with a 4-piece to finish. But still another round accrued, added to the tally for Sen.
I could not tell you how Bane's managed to get a 4K in that round. Where did the shock dart come from?
I have no idea.
How was there so much follow-up? A double kill from that. All right, but as you say, fairly irrelevant when all things are down. Take a look here in the replay and see what happens. 1 HP they're brought down to. So just a huge amount of damage from Buzz's ult. Followed up with a shock dart. Okay, but as I say, somewhat irrelevant at the end of the day because Sentinel's economy is flourishing, and now we get the rifle round. Sen, ooh, that's missed.
Yeah, that's supposed to land onto the wire.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. Again, wasn't clearing out any positions that Haunt didn't.
Sen still with full control over towards mid. DRX looking to at least contain it. Got a crossfire setup, at least they did. It's now just down to Buzz. He's the one who's got to hold this one down. I might be calling for some backup here. Second squares up, faces the challenge. Buzz is dropped in that head-to-head.
What an electric entry.
Give me a corpse.
Page up top. Smoke in the face. John QT is desperately hunting for an ult. That is precarious, but barely escapes of his life. 3 stray bullets, not enough. Not a nightfall. Up and around Bane. Taking the peek, swinging wide, does win it now against Sassy, flashes again. Overwhelming out through the back, this is Bane still helping him out. Dart up and over, it's gonna be broken in the end. Spraying him down, Second! He's a menace right now, he's an absolute menace. But Foxy9 just cannot bring it over the line.
These rounds are coming down to the wire. Sentinels trying to control the chaos. You heard it from Zelsis earlier on. Trying to keep things simple, and yet there's multi-kills going all over the place. Bane followed up from his success on the eco by being able to get a couple there that were massive, and Foxy9 almost managed to accomplish the impossible. But it's Zelsis who stands strong, and Zekken delivering far more than should be asked of him so many times.
We did it, baby!
You can feel that, man, the vibes. Flourishing for Sen.
And another eco for DRX. Their economy's been a massive problem for them on the defense side.
In shambles.
Ever since kind of snowballing off that bonus, which DRX did manage to actually prevent Sen from winning that round, but at what cost? They've just never been able to get their eco online since.
Taking too much of a knock.
Gotta go.
That pressure out over towards A as well, DRX. As we've been saying, the economy's not good for them right now into this round. They want to shore up the A site with bodies. Praying it might be enough for them, but okay, and it actually is still. Shots rattled from the Sheriff, unable to claim that kill. TenZ is out in the open, there's no way he's still alive. But backs himself away, they want nothing to do with it now. Too many signs of life from the DRX players, and they've realized it entirely. Flashback, desperately trying to retreat and try and shore up the defense over towards B, but JohnQT's already snuck his way in there.
They already know where all 4 players are. They know that there's nobody on the B site, and John, he has to not over-push this. If he gives it away, it's disastrous for Sen.
Doesn't want to give away the gun here. Still in through. It's going to be ults committed. DRX, a Hail Mary is called and asked for. Answered by Buzz and Bane. Dynamic as a duo. And a clearer path to success instantaneously.
TenZ.
An all here for TenZ.
He can pick the spike up.
They're trying to stack it. 3 bodies. Is it going to be
denial.
enough? Beautiful by DRX.
What a sick play. God, we've been waiting for one of those for so long. 3 bodies surrounding the spike. TenZ can do naught but watch this round tick away.
Oh my God.
Great awareness of what was going on in that moment from DRX. That's sick.
These 2 teams are pushing each other to the brink, it feels like, in terms of the decision making.
And it's all very rapid, right? The tempo of this game has gone up dramatically. If Zelsis wanted to try to simplify things a little, it might be beneficial to run some slower rounds. But with the Neon in the mix and the way that Zekken is trying to entry by just knocking his head through brick walls, it feels like Sen always playing a high tempo, and then DRX are matching them.
As we saw, that risk does pay off for DRX, but now Sen, they go full throttle and already catching kills. Reveal up through the back, Foxy9, potentially no long for this world, and yes, ran down with a follow-up damage as Sassy. Running gun, here but Bane does return the fire, turns the kill for the trade, buzzes straight back and through, TenZ up and over, drop in, and now it is getting messy. Dark has to be dealt with. It's just in time, they'll reveal onto these players, but still anchoring strong. Bane needs to lock and hold it down. 3-piece. TenZ in that 1v2, he knows the drone is coming forward. 2-piece forward, flashback, has his teammates back.
We are fully in the mud already today. These rounds are absolutely bonkers. A timeout call for Sentinels, and I think it's the right decision to go for.
It's got to be a slap on the wrist, I think.
Honestly, the fast play, it worked. It's a cool strat. The Haunt got big value. Zekken's entry was marvelous too. Buzz overheated there. It all just came down to these 2 frags from Bane. Being able to stop JohnQT and Zelsis trading that out over towards A-Link defines the round, but even though the high-tempo scrappiness is not necessarily causing the problem, or is the problem for Sentinels, I think just slowing the pace down a little here would be beneficial, honestly, for both teams to try to grasp some sense out of this match again.
Yeah, I was all too ready to praise, I think, both of these teams for being quite smart in their play. It's high tempo, but they were taking pauses at the right time and making sure it was all synced up whenever they did make an aggressive play. That last round threw it out the window a little bit. That tells me that as it gets closer and closer to that finish line, that 13th round for either of these squads, it's getting a bit more frantic, which is probably why we are seeing this Sen timeout here. You are right, slowing it down, Josh, might be the right call to be made. If you want to keep it simple, you can definitely do that with a nice slow default off the rip if you are Sentinels.
Zekken might be feeling like he's got a hot hand here and trying to increase the pace just for himself. 22 kills across 20 rounds right now. Clearly the top fragger in the map.
Set the stage nicely for Sentinels to get a lot of these rounds here. Still holding on to the lead of 2. their own map pick.
Buzz looking to try to contest over towards B. Spots out Zekken, decides not to. Trip broken. We'll see a lot of these Sovas have great lineups like that. It only matters really though if you're going to go for that mid-round mid-push. Or late-round mid-push.
All grouped up through B main by Sen, but second-guessing themselves.
They haven't gone for the ult orb onto Zelsis. Perhaps hoping that they can get that post-plant ult orb up. Just by Zelsis driving the spike into the ground. It's slow from Sen. I mean, I think this is absolutely what Kaplan's told them to do, is slow the pace down. But at this point, they're not really accomplishing too much because they haven't taken any elbow control or pushed Mako off his line. They do have B main and mid, so it's not completely passive from Sentinels yet, but hard to see where they're looking to end unless this is a B split.
It's pings for a smoke out through market, so I think it will be that B split that you were talking about.
But now Sassy...
The trouble is, it's too little util. It just feels like a fake, and I think that DRX know this one. They're still going to be holding it down. 3 players now anchoring over towards the B side. The camera catching that contact, so they know the players taking up residence out through market and now in through the site. It's all about how they deal with this one. Beautiful stun, that's Buzz trying to make the most of it, up and through, not expecting the flashback was there, and holding all the angles, smokes, spam through, 1 out. That's 5 alive, a flawless finish, and it brings DRX up to 10, now 1 step away from equalizing.
Sick awareness from Bane as well, knowing that they wouldn't use the recon dart, wouldn't need it, threw it into Narnia, send it over to Bind there. DRX crossfires though, clearly enough to be able to deal with this, and I think you're dead right, Brent. I don't think that Sen had put enough pressure over towards A to drag the rotates and make that winnable for them. And while we were talking about the DRX economy being a problem, the whole third quarter, now Sentinels are finding themselves in this loop of rifle round, eco round, rifle round, eco round. They need a big play here, either an individual or a strat to pull out that can right the ship, because DRX are making a very strong comeback on defense.
It's our first game of playoffs, of course, but that's what everybody's set their sights on to. Early days still so far. Essentially that midway point of the tournament. Mako is going to be challenged here. A lot to be asked of him, but I think with the fault line connecting, he's just going to be using the CPs to get the hell out of there. Yep. Damage done, spraying away. It's barely just cutting him up. Enough for him to stay alive here. Rolling Thunder, though, it is committed, and this is an abundance of util. Going to be used out here. Very much all in by Sentinels, and they need to come up with the damage and the goods, but already that counter util comes out swinging. DRX with the stun to supplement the defense. These players have not been dealt with. Tens does cut itself up, just cannot land it as well, even when he was trying to control his aim down. With the smokes dissipating, open angles, and the spike in the middle of nowhere. With no weaponry really to speak of here for Sen.
Last player standing.
The round's chalked. DRX have maintained control. And the 4 players that stay alive have got to credit this round win to the one who died. That shot from Mako was outrageous. He got hit by the breach ultimate. And you might think that's a huge investment for Sentinels. Clearly a mistake based on them losing the round. But they had an opportunity here to clean up Mako, clean up Foxy9 until that happened. Shot in the back of the head, putting down Zekken. How has he done that? I mean, he's stunned up. I guess it's just a cosmetic stun. That's got to be a tilter. Because Sen invested a big ult into that. They'd like it back at 11-11.
This round is so damn important now. The money stretched thin, really, for Sen. At this point, as we've already said, it's 11-11. DRX found that footing and more. Money flourishing. They don't have to worry about it for any point now of the regulation of this map. Stuns ricocheting through.
He's under the trip.
Even. Yeah, he's just got straight past that one, but it does just chew up and tag up onto John QT. He's going to go down to the kill trip as well. It's revealed all of them. Down, up and over. Buzz will fall and drop in the end, but Bane is right back at him. Able to help him out with the trade. It's all just gone to pot right now for Sen. Tagged up Tens. Doesn't stand a chance there. TPs to try and at least obfuscate where he might be going, but it's tag still in his face. Dodging the flash, but not enough. Crossfires. Set up all about. DRX now just need to take that one more step.
DRX's defense on B is so much more effective than what we saw from Sentinels when the sides were swapped. The cages, the trips, all finding value, allowing them to play for backside control, and the flood that comes in from the rest of DRX to support onto Flashback is fantastic. Sen can't really get through. They're trying to break the trips, but they still get caught by both of them, and they're never taking backside. Can Sen pull out something to get us into OT here?
Stray bullets going to be exchanged. No kills. Adjustment by Buzz with the shot.
Good info, but Buzz picks up a rifle now.
That's the benefit of being rich.
There are many benefits to being rich.
Oh, of course. We won't get into it. Smoked up though, through the face. Buzz is still going to try and be rooted to that spot here, mid-exploration. Needs to be value from this from Sentinels as well. To Crossfighters being held from either side. If Foxy overextends a little bit, no, just looks away. There are gaps to be found, but Sentinels have to be brave enough to just step over it. Instead, it's Foxy9 tearing them to pieces. Drops his idol. Zekken was up next, on through the chopping block, and he might have just done enough. 3 left to stand for Sentinels to pull it back from the brink. There's 40 seconds left in the round, which is some time to work with, but again, they don't have the players and not even really the weaponry at it. Walking their way through its contact plays to see if they can get themselves in for the front of the site. Celsius sticking, sees denied, John Tito domes him, and Bane's also dropped in the process. Flashback, no long for this world. They're doing it and pulling it back.
DRX cannot afford to lose this situation. This was a 5v3, it's crumbled away from them. Foxy9, the player who managed to get those 2 openers, is now asked alongside Mako the veteran to do the most. How do you crack into this B main post?
Aftershock still for Celsius too. Time pressure is mounting. You can already hear it. The spike is ticking. Foxy9, straight flash, but he needs to get half, and he needs it now.
The stick.
That's the only wink on Foxy9. He's got it at least, but tagged up, stuck up. Mako, spam and sprayed. He will not survive. Overtime. It's almost preordained, man.
Switching sides.
That is the miracle that Sentinels were looking for. 5 rounds lost in a row. A 3v5, losing your 2 hottest fraggers.
30 seconds left.
And John has recovered it off the back of Sassy's support. A kill, a nightfall, John pushing into backside. And they've somehow pushed things to overtime.
Insanity.
Sen now get a chance on their defense. The sides will flip. Sen were playing super passively over towards B. They stacked 4 players A in a lot of the rounds. They're not changing things too heavily up here. Still 3 players defending over towards the A side. John set up slightly further forwards. And 10's anchoring.
Just towards the tail end, I think, of the attack side rounds of DRX, but they spotted that mid was the weakness in the setups for Sentinels.
They also thought, though, that market was the weakness.
Go, go, go.
Shot that through. Wall up and over. That's a paranoia to help Buzz out as well. He's going to be trying to make this play happen. Stuns, ricocheting. John QT can still hold his ground, but he's being swarmed. Not expecting that position. Flashback, rapid onto it, but Buzz has been cleaned up through the back of the site. 10's is no more.
4v3 for DRX. Don't know where Buzz was going, but his team's still at a player advantage. If they get this, Foxy's 1 away from his Rolling Thunder. It's a hard enough retake to pull off anyway, even without the breach ult.
DRX are fully aware. Just have to play their live. The util is avoided. The TP by Mako is cheeky if he opts in. Fakes it. Tap from Zekken. No full committal. They're scared of the mid flank. Fault9's there. Snap back. An adjustment from Bane with the rifle in hand. Dropping Celsius. Sass is going to do so much more now, but already that time, and now the mid lurk. It's what they were anticipating, expecting. They know that nobody's on it. DRX should have done this. Into that 1v1. Circle shrinking. Sassy forced to stick. And Flashback handed that absolute slam dunk finish.
DRX have another map point. They found that hole again. Up through mid. The way that John is playing around mid and market, he's not aware of these timings. He either needs more support or a little more awareness of how DRX are going to be putting pressure towards market and mid at the same time.
Yeah.
And a beautiful identification of the holes once more in Sentinel's defensive setup. DRX have found the answer, at least to get things to have an opportunity to win the map. As yet to close out.
That point.
But it took a miracle from Sentinels to put one on the board on their attack side.
Flash out. Flash clearing. Celsius going to be vacuuming up the orb. Slow and steady though. Might be leaving a player in B main inserted, or might just opt in to go for over towards the A site. Sassy was tagged up in the midst of all of that. I believe by the drone down through mid, wanted to break it as well to threaten like his team was taking mid control.
Definitely feels like they're getting set up for a B split here from DRX's point of view. Of course, the intention.
Go, go, go.
Sound made. Mako. Hearing most of this one, even sent the stun flying, a little bit of a precaution there from Foxy9. The trouble with the A side is as well, you have to kind of take it into these two waves. DRX, they have the defenders. Final bastion of players as well. They're going to cement themselves to the spot as well, but it's fakes on fakes because guess what, TenZ, he didn't give up B main control this entire time.
DRX have heard them leaving, but Buzz, I don't think fully confirmed that.
Point over. Bit of peace of mind here for Sen. They're going to be trying to make their moves now out through market again. It's just fakes on fakes, but I think this is just indecision, hesitancy.
20
rearing his head for Sentinels. You have to make a play in. I mean, DRX are still in position. They're going to be able to point you down, follow through with the rifles in hands as well. It has to be mechanical ability. You're down to 12 seconds. There's still these players holding tight, close up, cutting them up, trading on sight. Foxy9, spamming, spraying, praying away. Time has to be stuck in TenZ. He holds it down. Foxy9 barely alive. In the double digits, but no more, no long. That's 13-13. And talk about cutting it close for Sen, man. That is absurd.
Sen look completely scrambled. These attack rounds that they've put together in round 24 and 26 are nothing short of miraculous. They shouldn't be getting them across the line. When you're running in with only 15 seconds left into a stacked A site, DRX should be able to come out on top of that, and yet the Sen, I don't know, the Sen rifling mostly, being able to come out on top. The trading was decent, but I don't think they're going to be able to put together rounds like that too often. It feels absurd that they've managed to do.
Yeah, it's just not consistent. Change up from Sentinels though. Opted into that B main control, at least early on. Trying to use the smokes as well to hold and lock this one down out through market. Here's a battle, and here's a skirmish. Celsius postured and pushed back, at least traded into play. Second straight damage and bullet, at least through Foxy9. He might have done enough to play TenZ. Back in, barrel, betrayed by it. Buzz didn't stand a chance. Gives TenZ that perfect time with the reposition out wide. Foxy9 cannot adjust it in time.
Down B.
Down to that 1v2. Heads appearing. Flashback has chances and opportunities, but the C's, no connection. Just out of range, doubled up. Sen, the rifling surely does it, winning it. ADS Sassy! Barely there in time.
A big one for Sassy to win.
Switching sides. Match point.
What a time. He's been struggling towards the bottom of the scoreboard this map after an amazing Champions. He's managed to put his team up to their first map point. DRX are going to take a tag timeout. That was a very different defense setup. I've been talking about the fact that Sen need to change up their defensive positioning.
Let's go!
This time, they put Zekken and Celsius hard anchoring inside market. They haven't done that basically the whole map. And then TenZ is also in B main, swap the Cypher onto the other side. A massive difference in the defensive setup that caught DRX completely off guard.
DRX forced to call a timeout at this point though, when it comes to OT as well, all that prior conditioning. I mean, you can tell DRX are working off the prior information during the regular time. The fact that market area, there was a hole for the Sentinels defense, but they shored it up. And at this point, playbooks start to go out the window, conditioning starts to go out the window. Sometimes it just comes down to who can grasp it here and now.
And I'll tell you,
presents itself.
In these big rounds late on, it's been Sentinels who have been grasping those opportunities. I've been talking about the rounds as miracles, but they're also scrappy, chaotic moments where the players with more experience are coming out on top. And if you want to frame it that way, you're absolutely welcome to, because I think Sen have been able to drag close situations across the line from round 24 onwards. There's a will to win here for Sen that I'm not seeing just yet for DRX.
Time to work.
DRX are going to have to just win this round just to get another round, another go of OT. I believe for the first time in this map, Sen have now claimed the driving seat.
And also claimed an empty site.
Yeah, spam though, sprayed. That's Mako. Back for the short angle. Pure instinct on display there with that kill. Stray bullets and spam only just connecting now to Sassy, spotting them out. Trips are going to be broken, but planned at least down. And now might be that second wave of things. It's a Prowler stun into the corner. Looking to lay claim to the life of one of these DRX players. But now here comes the util. Flowing through. C is going to be used in kind as well. Pushing them back still. Player disadvantage here for Sen. A lot's going to be asked of them. One way into their face. Sassy stands his ground. Stored defender. Rips them apart now, out through, and Mako just cannot withstand this. Flashback, and Bane drop down low to Cade into the single digits, and Bane will be no more. It's a 15-13 finish to the opening map of this series, and that experience shining through.
What performance, what tenacity from Sen. Winning the majority of those really close, scrappy rounds towards the end. Bodes well for them in the rest of this match.
It does, certainly does as well, but it just about take away their map pick. Up next, Haven. Don't go anywhere, you know, you don't want to miss it.
Hey guys, GB down here with Coach Kaplan. Coach, congratulations on a hard-fought victory. Question on everyone's mind is, because I remember asking Zekin at the beginning of Americas, will we see you play Neon? He gave me a little coy answer, and he finally did today. Was this a pocket strategy you guys have held on throughout the season, or was this something you're like, screw it, let's just bust it out now?
It's definitely something we worked on. I mean, we bounce around with different things, and we have a few options, and we're feeling pretty comfortable this tournament, just surprising people and jumping for it, and he was confident whipping out the Neon. So, yeah, he did a really good job with it.
Yeah, no, it definitely paid off. How's your blood pressure right now after that OT?
Really high, but I try not to show the players because I need them to stay calm.
I respect that, brother. I respect that. Back to y'all.
Fantastic insight there from Coach Kaplan. And let's take a look at how Zekin dominated on that map, on that Neon in the Verizon high-speed moment. He talked about how they're prepared to surprise people. Was it a good surprise?
I think it was. I mean, we saw Zekin play earlier in his career some of this agent, but this is the first time this year he's committed to playing on the Neon. And I think, well, there were some moments that got sloppy. Overall, Sentinels had a lot of good ideas cooked up around this Neon. They had a lot of specific ideas on the attacking side for these really fast-paced site executes built around what he can do. And I think he looked really comfortable on the agent individually.
I think that sometimes there were some mistakes in positioning, maybe going too aggressive, but I think that it is justified because of the ecosystem and everything that was around it. I think that the plan was also very, very different, but we can see it in the stats right now. Zekin had a very, very good map. Even though the score is like this, Buzz did diff Zekin. They ended up 8-3, so we're going to give him that. He did deal with him.
Absolutely. And on the defensive side, I think you saw a lot of the value, too, from this Neon for Sentinels. Those really fast rotations meant that Zekin was almost always in the right place at the right time, which I think was especially important because Sen was playing a lot of these rounds where they had one really heavy strong side and had like a solo anchor having to do a lot on the other.
Yeah, let's talk about that attack side as well, because as soon as the side switched, the fact that Sentinels were able to build up such a great lead right off the bat gave them a great shot of winning this map.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that also DRX woke up a lot in the second half. We saw a Buzz that was a lot more in the game, and especially going into the next one, that is something that we need to happen from the beginning. It got to an overtime, but the plan at the end, and how calm were Sentinels in this kind of situations where things are not going the way, the round is not looking like yours, and then you win a 3v5.
When this team lifted the trophy in Madrid, I think the biggest talking point was about how good the team play was and how quickly they reacted to what their opponent was doing. I think that dropped off at times, not finding the right rotations, the right call in the mid-round when they were struggling in Stage 1 and to an extent in Stage 2 of Americas as well. But now here I think we see them back in form, calling the right pauses in the mid-round to group up and go for this fight, constantly having the right reactions to what DRX was doing and keeping their composure in a game that was really close, where DRX was really pushing them, which is so huge for the Sentinel squad to be back in form.
Honestly, I would take it one step further than just pushing them. If I were DRX, I would be distraught to throw away that 5v3 lead, Kakuka, when they could have just ended that map and gone 1-0 up into Haven.
I think that anybody that watches back that round, and we were commenting it on the green room, it really looked like they thought it was done. It's a 3v5, it's a 5v3, we have this is over, we can go into the next one. We managed to bring it back. And it's actually that resilience and actually Sentinels always thinking about the answer to that specific situation that took him that far. We knew that this was going to be a very close encounter, so I'm happy that we got the OT.
Yeah, and let's take it back and send it to Golden Boy once again and see what Coach Termi had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey everyone, here with Coach Termi as well as Jen for translations. Coach, hard-fought game there in map 1. What are you telling the boys and how confident are you going in to map 2? But what are you telling the players to help them with their confidence going into that map?
센티넬과 접전을 펼쳤던 1세트였는데요. 분명히 DRX도 강점을 많이 보여준 것 같고 좋은 경기력을 보여준 것 같습니다. 일단 선수들이 헤이븐을 앞두고 자신감은 어느 정도인지도 궁금하고 그리고 좀 감독님께서는 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해주셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 선셋 같은 경우는 저희가 경기를 치르면서 조금 더 침착했더라면 이길 수 있는 경기였다고 생각을 하고 당연히 첫 세트가 끝나고 나서는 선수들에게 조금 더 침착하자는 얘기를 했었고요. 헤이븐은 저희가 준비하는 과정에서 충분히 자신 있을 정도로 올려놨기 때문에 무조건 이길 수 있다고 보고 있습니다.
Well, in terms of Sunset, I feel like it could have gone our way if we stayed calm. So I told the players to stay more calm and collected, relax a little bit, take it slow. And when it comes to Haven, it's a map that we've heavily prepped, and we're really, really confident in how strong it is. So it's going to be a good map for us, for sure.
All right, well, we're looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Coach. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, GB and Coach Termi. This is the thing, they have to be confident going to the next one because this is their map pick.
They do, and what he said in that interview, I think, is worrying to an extent about some of that confidence being a bit of a struggle on map 1, because the last time we saw DRX play Haven was their debut map versus Crew, where this team look out of sorts.
Just say bad.
Yeah, bad. They were great in Pacific here, and they got crushed by Crew. And I think it was all about the mental and the rookie players showing up on this stage and not having it on that map 1. They did bounce back, but now they only have one map to stay alive there.
Yeah, and this is their map pick. It's not that it has crushed their confidence. Definitely, you have not exposed anything that you had ready on that map because it was a 13-2. You wanted to surprise. We were thinking, why is the Abyss not the pick here? Is it because of the read that Sentinels might have onto you? Because you're going completely blind into what they can do. Now you can only focus on this Haven, and Zekin is doubling down on the Neon.
Double Neon. I like this, but this is still a risky pick, right? DRX, they even banned it the last time against Fnatic.
I love these Neon looks, though. We've seen other teams in Americas playing it, so I'm sure Sentinels has faced this comp in scrims. On the attack side, you can beat the pace of a lot of these lobby control ideas that DRX loves to show. Zekin is fantastic individually on this agent, and this is also likely going to throw off some of the prep for this Korean squad.
Yeah, there's going to be, of course, a lot of action on A. I think that this holds a lot of resemblance with the Crew match, because one of the pivotal points for them not being able to do almost anything in the map was Kesnid playing on that Neon. If they are able to replicate that, this could be a 2-0 for Sentinel.
Sen crushed Gen G to even make it to the playoffs, and now throwing a spanner in the works in map 2 against DRX here. They could take down both Korean squads and move on.
All right, over to you, Brian and Sideshow. Have fun.
Definitely looks like it's going to be a series that I think delivers on multiple levels here, because as well, I mean, all this talk about the map pool as well, it's weird that we've landed at Haven as a map, considering both of these teams haven't been confident in the past, but in DRX's case, they did get run over, as Adesk was mentioning, by Kesnit on the Neon. They just absolutely steamrolled them.
Yeah, I'm thinking to Termi's interview that he just gave there with Golden Boy and Jen, and he was gassing up the fact that they're super confident on Haven. They banned it recently. They got destroyed by Crew. Abyss was the obvious pick here, but it looks like they were scared that Sen had it as a trap. Sen have never shown it. So now we get this clash. And DRX will be hoping that that Neon pick for Zekin doesn't end up doing the same stuff that Kesnit did.
It's a counter with the fault line as well. Attempted to punish that one with the cam being broken. That is the goal, just to try and push back that impact that Zekin might have. Stuns, ricocheting, rebounding. The smoke's already propped up into the faces, but the blinds are still good for it. They're going to try and dominate these smokes, getting into the angle. Shockdowns to clear all these possibilities. But it comes down to just Mako, 1v2. Difficult scenario. Jumping, spotting. Zelsis is hunting for the information to try and set up tens. Round, hopping, skipping, looking for the easiest. Fights here, isolated Mako. He's still alive. And Zelsis,
he's gone.
Scurries away. Doesn't want any part of that fight there, not when it just goes all topsy-turvy.
Mako is going on the long flank around as well. This could actually come down to who just gets the jump on the other. A pure timings game, a read of where somebody might end up being. But this pathing is so unusual. It's going to be weird for both players in this spot.
Zelsis is going to be feeling uncertainty, I think.
Where is he off to?
Yeah, Mako. He's going around the world, around the map at this point, trying to play into the unexpected nature. Zelsis will go down to a couple of stray shots here, and it's all about if he just sets his side onto it, but he reveals his hand early. Smoke, it's dropped down, 21 health. Again, straight bullets could just cause it. To feed in the moment for the pistol, Mako would have to be that 3-piece, and it is! To the pure elation of the crowd, it's a pistol round here for DRX.
Less than 2 seconds available. And Mako takes it across the line. I've got to think that Zelsis didn't understand how weak Mako was in that spot. Didn't see exactly who'd done damage to Mako over the course of the round. But if Zelsis had landed a couple bullets himself, he wouldn't have that info relayed to him by the rest of the team. I guess with these kind of jump shots, he just isn't confident to know that only 21 health remains on the IGL for DRX. Because at that point, a stun, a right click, and Mako's done so. Red Bull clutch pulled away.
We knew it was going to be a big ask. Some of the vets on DRX. Mako and Buzz to step up. To take it straight to them. I mean, Buzz right there, that is so precarious.
The short-range headshot with the Outlaw.
There's a lot that could go wrong.
Zekken did manage to get the better end of Buzz on Sunset. I mean, just outperforming, outvaluing. But Buzz has been outrageously good so far. The last month, it's been bonkers from him.
Yeah, top-notch form. I mean, looking like one of the best players in the world heading into the event.
Yeah. I mean, 1 KPR versus Fnatic on map 1, 1.2 KPR on map 2. He wiped them away. Yeah. If you allow Buzz to get rolling, and if you put an operator into his hands, on this defense side, he's going to get tough for Sen. Very tough.
He's already building up to it with that Outlaw. Definitely feel it, but
also quite a lot of respect given too, right? DRX not having anybody that just keeps the pistol into this round. So these are going to be the weapons they keep to the bonus.
Yeah, with that investment. Let's see if he's up over the top here. Tens has potentially found himself a slight gap, but no, players are just weaving in and out and around him. Will he be able to get away with a gun? Not quite, so Foxy9 puts him in his place.
Sassy going around the world as well.
Uh-oh.
Team Ace.
Good cleanup. Only one player is going to be ecoing in this round for DRX. Otherwise, a bonus that's got some bite.
They
It's
needed
tough.
this beginning, I think.
Yeah. I was about to say, it's tough to know who should be expected to be a favorite in this map.
Right.
DRX have been better if you look at what they've done on Haven all year. But recently, that game against Crew just sticks in your mind.
Yeah.
If they can shrug that off and get back to their normal performance, it should be a really good map for them, like Termin was talking about.
Bane's got to be careful here because already A short control, relatively lost. He's got to hear this drone now and should be calling some form of backup. Very deep committed smoke as well. Drone only just being broken. DRX happy to give this one up actually for the retake. So it's pulled a lot of util out of Sen, anticipating that they could be anchoring.
I like that clear as well. Great stun that Zekken throws out. Tens teleports up to punish anybody that might be tucked short. They've clearly put some thought into these Neon execs, same as Sunset.
Celsius just sidestepping most of this util, not a paranoia up and over. That's a dash! Committed, a bit confident and overconfident by Buzz himself, still locking down the angles. Zekken have a hard task, at least with these players, dodging and weaving up and around here, and it does set him up. At least flashback for that kill. Zelsis trying to avoid this one up and around the cage. Just follows the trail loosely. Damaged under these Sen players, definitely a little bit messy.
Damaged under the economy, absolutely true. 2 rifles were all that Sentinels managed to escape with there. But only 1 Bulldog needs to be bought, and Zelsis is getting pretty close to his Rolling Thunder. So I don't think this is as bad as it might first appear for Sen. Zelsis, speaking of him, that aftershock that he used in post-plan basically won them the round. The whole point for DRX there is that they're supposed to explode in off the retake, follow up on the Buzz. And they couldn't manage it. Zelsis there reaching for the trophy in real life as well.
Aggression by DRX though, that's a stun. And a dash from Buzz to try and play off of it! Ludicrous!
You can't be hitting those!
Getting away with a spray transfer while fully stunned.
Onto 2!
Yeah, it's definitely a day of first, mate. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. And Sassy with a re-exploration, he's seeking to offset that disadvantage, but DRX, they come right back at them with that firepower.
And a great set play to crunch onto A lobby as well. Buzz wasn't shooting against people that were shooting back in that spot. He was shooting against people that were blinded up, stuffed into a corner, and yet it's still so impressive, the mechanics on display there. Here's that paranoia thrown out from Mako, but the follow-up from Buzz, genuinely unbelievable. The spray control, even just onto Tens is amazing, but then to catch Zekken?
That's ridiculous. I do love a good delayed A-lobby fight.
If you let this guy get rolling, he could walk all over Sen. Zekken's got to be able to match him pound for pound. And with the hero rifle in his hands, Sen putting their trust in the young superstar.
Seeing if he can get that ball rolling, but wasn't offered a Any players, Mako? Got a feeling that that's leaning over towards B as well. Bullets landing, not dropping him though. Dodging around. It's the drone is going to be used up and over. Dart through the back as well. Big reveal. The posturing sent away. Now looking to lean there. He's taken to the C side. Flashback is there, ready. He does have the rifle towards the back, but is it going to be trained well enough? Expecting tens, just in time, but is traded. And seconds here. Rifle play. He did a reign supreme.
John's picked it up.
So a bit of recycling occurring here with a roll in front. Again, these DRX players. Bane could not escape. He's not the ire of that one. Buzz is right back into it, trying to take that fight. Plenty of players that are weak, but Maka now is forced to concede up that space and concede the round.
What a thrifty for Sen to be able to pull out. They only had one Vandal to work with, and Zekken made use out of it. Cool macro idea as well, called by John. That fake into B. John had already taken the space in Garage and was ready to break the trip, give that away as late as possible. But they did DRX dirty there, just taking them out one by one, slicing off a single player at a time, and then gathering up the guns as they went to pull off the MasterCard Thrifty.
It's a dangerous element, I think, of Sen's overall game plan. Not just game plan, I suppose. This was not really planned, but it's their ability to just jump on opportunities when they're presented them.
Absolutely. And that's what Buzz is trying to do at the end there as well, right? He's trying to find that timing back right before the neural theft comes through. Buzz, Blade Storm in hand. Going to be popping that one and trying to get value out of it in this round. And then maybe working his way up to an operator.
Oh, revealed up. I don't know where Buzz is, at least with the Blade Storm as well. Sen quick scurry away into an opposite direction.
No trip over towards Garage here, completely clear. Double kill trip on site.
Just trying to play these players in as well, out through the back of the side as well. Stun, again, ricocheting cages. These are trying to help out the anchoring players. The Splashback is going to try and get them south, tucked into the corner. Once more gliding. Second. There's no more, despite the paranoia was quite good. Aftershock now will clear out this player. Flashback. It's a miracle that he even gets the one, but Mako is trying to break their ankles. The unexpected angle. Buzz is right there. Blade Storm, he's slicing and dicing. No kills there, but the damage done surely. Enough tens. Quick evacuation with the TP barely out of dodge.
They had 10 HP between them there, the final two players on Sentinels. Tens with the majority of that, still only on 8.
A massive advantage still here for DRX, like you said. It's on 8 HP. Drone, saved for a rainy day, will clear through most of this one, so Tens could not play the off angle like he was hoping. Now just holding it. Shallow into the play. It's going to have to be pure, perfect, precision, whatever you want to call it! Buzz is there, instantaneous with the trades.
For a moment, looked like Tens was posted on the right line, but Buzz is good for it. Takes that kill, takes the defuse. I don't think he's going to have enough money to be able to go for the operator, though. It looks like he might need to help out his mates. Tens was great trading out kills all throughout the site here. It was all that DRX could do to hold on. Did manage to push things across the line.
Did well, at least, to give him an opportunity and a chance in that spot.
And actually, they've gone with a judge onto Flashback so that Buzz can have enough money to go for the operator himself.
Interesting.
So here comes the op.
Might not be expecting it.
They've smoked off their own op here to disguise the fact that Buzz is going to be playing in this direction. Normally, a smoke in this position means the op is not really going to be playing there. Why would the defending team want to smoke off their own operator? Just to disguise it and hope that Sen fall into the trap. They're not at all.
Trips, chewing up Zekken. Luckily, nobody onto the side to play against it, but the spam of the bullets, yep. Raining them down onto the players. It's a narrow choke point that makes it very easy and orchestrated. John QT through the gut of mid, drops down the cage as well because he knows he's getting cleared by that drone. Had to evacuate.
He was in a nice spot to try to listen for any defensive rotates.
Right back to Buzz.
They don't have drone.
That gets info. Now smoked off. Buzz's life made that much more difficult. Contact plays by Sen going to be called on the back of it.
Meanwhile, John might try to make a play garage.
TP for the info. And John did try and make a play, punished. The judge in the hands of Flashback does work out, but Buzz is getting squeezed. But he's isolated one of the fight still, right from behind. Zekken tracking immaculate. He's been putting in the hours. It definitely shows. Zelsis with a plan, nothing to push it back. So it's a 2v3 to get themselves back into this still. Disadvantage for Sentinels. Need picks. You can need them now. Open angles.
No
smokes
spot.
Fade.
I don't think they saw Foxy9 in heaven.
Holding for the flank. So Paranoia from DRX sweeping its way through, dropping down, clearing most of the way. This is methodical by DRX. But again, it comes down to these opening kills. Util into their hands. There was a chance and opportunity here in the TP. Mako is covering this angle. Foxy9 diffusing, sticking. It's already half. Has to lay claim to the kill, and he does just that. Beamed all the way through. Has to shock into the corner. Is it enough? Second, he survives the tap. Again, and needs to land it. The shot from Foxy9 and time. Just running away from him.
Seconds just clutched that one up with 2 HP to his name.
I'm out of here.
What is that?
Insanity that Zekken survives.
Multiple opportunities for Foxy to try to tag him with just a single bullet. The whistle of a bullet going past him would have dropped him at 2 HP. Foxy couldn't quite find the moment for it. Zekken played around that perfectly, drawing him off the defuse. Zelsis also put the fear into him with that fault line. And Sen clutch 2v3. DRX, they've looked like a great team out today, but in the clutch moments, in the chaotic, scrappy spots, the Sen player quality is coming out to shine.
That resilience as well that definitely shone through in a Madrid run. Veteran quality that they have ready. Buzz is just caught with his trousers down by the ankles there. He was way out into the open.
And that's the hero rifle finding no value. Smoked off though and recovered. Flashback picks it up, looking to do better. And DRX, they went for the flood defend in that previous round instead of trying to have Bane throw out his Hunter's Fury. It is still available, but he's posted up deep. They're constantly trying to get info on Sen early towards the A site.
They're not going to be able to hold on to this though. Bane's already stunned up. Darts and flashes. What a shot. Just holding down the line still. Rifles will make short work of these players. Off onto the flank.
And the hero rifle was flanking the whole time.
Bad trip. Oh, no.
Well, they're giving away at least one of them is back here. He's trying to sound bait to make them forget about Mako. No, don't worry, guys. Really, it was only me, the Cypher. And he can also save this weapon, hoping that someone falls into the lap of Mako. But this is Sen tying things up 4-4. DRX have got no chances left in this round.
Might be a good thing for DRX that they just walked into the trip too. Sen might not fix it.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a couple of different trips that you want to go for. That trip is actually still really good for defaulting over towards C and Garage at the start of the rounds, because it still does block. Like Buzz, if he wants to push up deep onto an angle in A lobby, it'll stop you, you know, getting pressured from behind.
Yeah.
But then when you go into A, you really want to be picking that trip back up and replacing it near the mid window, because that stops that flank as you commit to the A side coming from behind. But to be honest, little details like that will very easily get lost in the middle of rounds, where stuff like timing is much more important.
Yeah.
You don't want to be sitting around messing with the utility if you have a split second you need to commit. DRX are going to take a tag time now here.
Yeah, pushed into the point where they do need some corrections. Part of it is that, you know, even when they've just given everything to get Buzz, this operator, into his hands, he hasn't been able to get value with it.
Yeah, and part of that was because they posted him over towards A short, and Zekken ended up jumping across the sight line. They smoked him off. They actually got that information he was playing A short when he could have had the value. He wasn't given a shot, though. No. There was no shot that was possible for him to take. You're never hitting a neon jump running across your screen on a tiny angle like that. So don't blame Buzz, but you're right in the sense that he does need to be getting value in order for this DRX defense to start running away. That's what Green Squad is banking on here, is Buzz having one of these blinding games. So where do you put him? Where will find the most value?
Especially if he's being mitigated. He's going to have to switch it up. They've tried to hide their intent, I think, by, you know, like we said, they put the smoke towards the back of A lobby, they put a dart in, it makes it feel like it's an A lobby fight. As you already mentioned, why would you smoke off your own upper? Hoping that somebody will walk into it,
but nobody did, and then they cleared him really effectively in the late round, even though they'd used drones. So, you know, if Sen are going to be really good at dealing with him on A, maybe you should be not putting him to fight short again, but that's what they're going for.
Yeah.
Same play.
He's got Foxy9 to at least break the dart. Cammed up, though. Hunter's Fury. Here's a play to be made. Rolling Thunder! Shooting ducks! To target practice now for second. He's got plenty more players here just trying to make the work happen. Paranoia to play off for DRX. Foxy9 is inserted. Tucked up close into the corner position again, and a stray bullet spam back and away to rifle aim here, but beamed down by Sassy in the end. Wrapped it all away. Sassy! A monstrous finish. And listen, could have gone either way with the way that DRX was shooting in those final moments. But he just about puts the bow on it.
I like the way that Sen took control of the smoke. And you're right, DRX started shooting back, but Sassy stepped up. He's had a great tournament so far. He had a very, very slow start to Sunset. And I was worried that today we might not see Champions winning level Sassy.
Lift this if we try harder. Hard enough. With the power of friendship.
Maybe that's how Sassy's getting resolved.
Oh my. And again, the economy takes a fall here for DRX. They're going to go for that delayed A lobby fight, but Sen not falling prey to it. Not again. Instead, working their way over towards B now, knowing that all that util was used. Mako to be the potential of that timing. Stray shots rattled. Rolling Vonda committed. This is DRX using ults. Even their weaker bar. Yeah, they're all the way through. Mako though will deliver at least the one and the second. He's made it potentially winnable. Ults being used potentially not in vain. Flash is good. Buzz trying to land his shots and potentially stay safe in through the back of the cyber bodies, just poking out, opening up, gliding through, spraying them all down. Sentinels now. It's full momentum on their side.
It is. They've got a great read on what the defense is doing. Even the magic from Mako couldn't stop that round. Sen go in, they fake the plant over towards B, bait out the Rolling Thunder on an eco round from DRX. And does it catch a single player? I don't think so. They were out of there so fast. Sassy picks up a beautiful lurk kill, and then straight through to C. They know it's open doors. Their attack calling at the moment is remarkably good. And this is looking like a map where DRX, I guess, have been banning it for good reason, at least in the game against Fnatic, because out here today, the scoreline makes it closer than it has been.
Buzz has got to get aggressive. Camp to take it, spots a few players, but surely not long for this world. The dash is there, stuns up. It'll have to be a no-scope to survive! Oh my! Buzz does not quite get out of there, but the damage is done. Painful strike back here to the Sentinel side. They thought that they had all the answers and options for it. Operator retrieve, flashback. Make short work of John QT. Tens is still here, but not for long. Drop down to 30 HP, jump in with the classic. Drops him back to that spectator seat. So, DRX, maybe that's the key to victory.
Buzz will give you those, I guess. You called it out. He needed a no-scope to be able to survive that situation, and hits it. He was stunned up. He couldn't scope in. What is this round? This is the value that they've been looking to try to get from the guy, but I didn't think it was going to come this kind of way. All of the ideas there are still good from Sen. They just get outplayed. So this is now making it possible for an even half. And I think that would obfuscate a little bit of how much Sen have been in control, but if DRX can get round 12, that's an amazing starting point.
Oh my god, that strain. Mako is going to get punished. The util in his hands was just too late. Overdrive, it's earned, and his tempo increased. DRX have been struggling to hold a candle to any of it. Buzz has got to drop players and will do so at that. Chops off their heads, and they know where the final few are. Inevitability now rearing through. That is decisive by DRX.
2 slam dunk rounds to end the half. Completely upturn your expectations of what was going to go on. 4 in a row, dominant attacking from Sen, cut short at the end. And it's 6-6. Absolutely anyone's game. And those final 2 rounds from Buzz are remarkable. He's also just destroyed Tens there.
Yeah. Placed all in hand, man. He's made short work of it, enough to make it even. Still anyone's game. An explosive series that we are being treated to.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Take a step closer. I rest my case. 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay. 어느새 내가 여기까지 왔어 정말 I'm okay. 같이 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance. Take a step closer. I rest my case. 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay.
Here on Haven, man, I mean, it's familiar scenes, honestly, to the beginning of Sunset, where we started out with DRX winning that pistol round, dragging it over the line, making it nice and even at 6-6 with a few gun rounds towards the end. Very familiar indeed, and the question is, will it kind of repeat the script, I think, as well, because we were singing the praises of Sentinels for these pistol rounds and converting it. They've only showcased that at least once so far.
If they manage to win here, it would be dead even between them. But of course, this is an opportunity for DRX to subvert that. Start off on a good footing themselves. I've loved watching the clash between the value that Buzz and Zekken have been able to grab today.
Yeah.
They've given us some electric rounds.
World-class plays occurring. This is Sen on their defense now.
Looking mostly set up to try to stop some kind of B pistol round from DRX. DRX, at least at the beginning, are going over and taking some long. This is what they were doing against Gen G in Pacific. Very regularly, they take this control and then reset, and sometimes go into the exec. This time looks like they're going to commit, which would be a lot of pressure on Sassy.
Yeah, and he's way out into the open right now. There's really no signs of it. He's going to have to play off to the side. No timing to be taken, so...
40 seconds now until the next recon, though, and that's a big tool to not have for the retake.
Sassy holding on to the drone, though, waiting for that one. Zelsis, aftershock, down and out, in through the corner. Drone does connect, and tag onto him. It's DRX, Buzz, he tried to play inside, and in front of most of his util, Sen are overwhelming! And that is an onslaught to curve before our eyes, and Mako left to pick up these pieces and do what he can. Stray bullets, damage done. Movement, hopping around. There's no easy target at all offered. And now it's inevitable. At that, a pistol round here for Sentinels and a three-piece of 10s to close that.
Even without the recon online, finding value with drone and then just barreling in together. It's a great pistol that Sen have put together, but also it's making me think about future retake scenarios. Beginning of this year, and Madrid in particular, Sen were the retake team. We haven't seen that level of perfect success yet from them. I mean, they have had some phenomenal retakes when they played.
Tyson, we got this pistol. Tyson.
When they played Icebox against Gen G, it was looking very clean. But yeah, dead even on pistols now, both of these two teams. Buzz is going to try to put a spanner in the works, picking up the Outlaw full armor. He's got 4 potential snacks.
So risky, though. He does have plenty of targets, but if it goes wrong, economy tumbles for one player still. That's a 140. On either side here, but it was TenZ who's the one who does fall.
No charges
Onto
left.
the wayside now, on an open C side. Not the DRX are aware of it. They've slowed it to a crawl. Very cautious. They just spotted a body there. Zelsis has been seen, but can't quite stop the gun into his hands and pulling himself in. Alongside John QT. Make the retreat for now. DRX is still not really forcing the issue. Buzz is going to try and lock that down. Zekken, one to the dome.
One enemy remaining.
All danger just evaporates at that. Zekken can stick this one with full peace of mind.
What a shot from Zekken. 10 HP on Buzz, but if he hits that one shot, it's just basically a fight. Whoever hits the shot is going to win the duel. And Zekken just adds a headshot in there just for style points, I guess. I like the idea from Buzz. Somebody's going to have to pay the piper, though. It looks like it's going to be Mako who takes the hit economically. So your IGL, former star player of DRX. He ends up being the player that takes the knock.
Right there.
Guardian no armor for Mako.
Yeah, I guess.
That's gross.
It is. It's nothing to work with, really. Aggression by Sen.
Countered quickly, and that tells you that the stack was over towards C, right? The defaulting players are on the C side if the fault line's going to come out that quickly from the attackers. These players on A could be taking more space right now. I think Sen have missed a little bit of a trick there.
I think the goal was to call us a pivot, though, over towards A.
But as soon as the fault line comes out as a reaction, you know that they're not quickly running A.
Right.
Same time, Sen not willing to take the risk. Mako's taking nice space.
Yeah, has announced himself ever so slightly here. Through Garage, no trip to meet them. Bullets raining down, lead on either side. They're going to push back these players as well. If nobody's watching into the smoke, Zelsis might make you punish. Still. Yeah, watching it. Flash to play him in. Good adjustment. Reactions by Bane. Just flicks and adjusts in time. Zekin playing himself in. Starts to worry a little bit about the flank timing here, but I think he's heard the footsteps just scurrying away from Flashback. Still a hard retake, nevertheless. 2 Outlaws and a Guardian in the hands of these Sen players. And the post plan from DRX does look good. It's just a smoke to cut up the sight line. Mako makes it that much more difficult to partition here for Sen. He knows the angles, knows the timings, gliding into his face. They do at least do the damage in that regard. Still, it's all being played off site. They know they're off of it. The spike is ticking. 10 sticking. It's a few. I mean, okay, yeah. Just praying that he can maybe get away with that one.
Rifles? That's expensive. Error there from Flashback, but he wanted to make sure that there was no chance of a ninja fuse in that situation.
My thanks. Oh, this is a nice spot.
It's not going to be too bad. DRX's economy still looking all right here. And now we get into rifle territory. Sen lead by only 1. It's a tentative advantage that they hold. Teams middle way away from those big ults that we'd be paying attention to. Where did the RX start their default?
That's full on. So not hiding anything about that. That's a lobby take. All that space that's given up here, DRX, they have a couple of options, but they instead just choose to send it straight over towards B. As an aftershock will have to be respected. TP from Mako. Around the world we go. As a kill trip in the face, walking up behind it. Spam and spray it down. John QT could get punished. Tries to play on the stun and well lined up for him. The unexpected play, sometimes the better one. Plus and Foxy9 dropped out of the picture. It comes down to contact plays. For DRX, it's the only thing that can bail them out of this.
Shadows traveling.
Look at the passive positions that Sen are holding. Just making sure that DRX don't push even deeper than the sight that they're giving them. Happy to play a retake 5v3. They just don't want to get caught by a lurk.
Ultimate is ready.
And Bane is lurking. It's Ten's job to watch for this.
Trying to play the backstab, flashback.
Cage triggered.
Goes for an attempt of it. Tens, though, catches onto Bane. And the options are limited. They know that Flashback was posturing himself onto the angle as well. A flash to play Zekin in, cleaning up these players. Nicely done by Sen.
And a big blow landed early for Sen on the defense side. DRX's economy is going to be hurting after that one. And the DRX idea there, they realize that there's a huge A lobby fight going on. And so they immediately call the pivot in to try to get a serious exec on B. And Celsius blocks it with just one aftershock. And I got to think, do DRX expect the breach to be playing in short? Do they think he's not going to be in position there?
But you ran back. I was stunned. I was like, I'll come in there.
They're talking there about that committing to the retake, I believe. But DRX are going to take a tag timeout. I didn't like the macro pathing, is basically how I want to sum up this statement, though. Because for DRX to think that they could get that plant down on B, they would have to assume that Zelsis was part of the big A lobby crunch, or in some way was not connected with them over towards the B link. And I don't think there's enough layers there. If DRX want to add another layer to that, then, you know, save your flash and dash to tap the plant and then flash and dash into the B connector, the A-B link. That's going to catch Zelsis a lot of the time, and it's a really standard place for the breach to be holding. But they ended up trying to get a fast play into B, got caught by the trip over towards C, and it was a little fortunate, I suppose, that Buzz and Foxy9 lined up, but if Buzz isn't going to get those entries, then DRX can't be relying on it. They got to find the advantages in the strats.
The tactics, that macro play as well, but it's a difficult task, right? Mako is leading. He's in a new role himself. I mean, I think we forget that, despite the fact that he is a veteran.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Picking up the mantle of IGLing, it's a real hard just task ahead of him, I think, to go up against a player like John QT when John QT is calling really well thought out structured plays.
It's interesting because John is new to the tier 1 level, right? At least in partnerships.
Yeah.
And Mako isn't at all, but John's just been IGLing for so much longer. We're back in though.
Yeah, a fight to be taken outside of lobby. I'm sure we'll get game sound soon enough. Buzz just hopping away here. He's the one with the hero rifle. He's got to do the most in this spot. Senna hard committing into that A lobby control, using the drone to add the next element to it. They can pave the way here. Now, oh, that's a hard commit. Oh, 180 snapped to the side here. This could be overzealous in nature from Sentinels, but they maintain their composure, now backing away.
I'm not sure they realized that DRX were on an eco round here. There was a possibility that DRX could have forced. That's a risky play to go for when you're on an anti-eco. They've left the C site open. There's still Cypher utility in that spot. See how far back John Cutie's fallen, just to make sure he's holding onto space securely.
Flashback still with this rifle as well. He's inserted himself in through the backside of
This is actually going to be really tough to get back into.
Gotta clear up these players.
No one going through the B side. Everyone trying to go through this one way.
With how disjointed it is, with a one-way fails, Mako stunned off the line. Use pound for pound though, it's slowing these players down. The rifle needs to get value seconds. He just beams him down. Mako, Sheriff, wrong target, but he does retreat, at least with the upgrade. Now he's going to try and play himself into this 1v3. Off onto the corner. Rifle spam, not enough. Sentinels now up to 10. The risky play at the beginning of this round as well. No punish in sight for it, despite the fact that it could have been that potential.
And Mako is going to be kicking himself. He almost got robbed in that spot. He 140'd Zelsis, sorry. There was only one player with full health. That was Zelsis. He 140'd him, killed John Cutie. One more bullet in that spot, and that's a winnable 1v3 for Mako. There were some serious risks being taken there for Sentinels.
Brutal.
But risks or no, they get it done. And now a 3-round lead. It is very similar, Brent, to Sunset. An even half that Sentinel starts running away with. Can DRX find the comeback, as they did in map 1?
The form that Zekin's in, leading with 20 kills here. Again, not obfuscating the intent to try and fight this one tooth and nail. Deep smoke, locked up in. Seeing if there's a player caught into the corner here. DRX is still looking like they're eager to try and refight this one. The paranoia, but do they expect this one? They don't. Zekin, he cuts it up. He's already got the Hunter's Fury. Supplements well. Foxy9 still maintains his composure. And the rifle aim at least intact to bring down Zekin.
It's good damage, but they have left B open. Flashback, taking this timing, finding his way through. Does anyone think?
Footsteps, knives out. Kills need to be claimed. Hopping over. Sassy gives him that easy sideline. Zelsis tied to the corner again. He will evade most of this, and it is sloppy by DRX. Despite all the aggression that was being made and played, Zelsis. 3K to finish it. Up to 11 now for Sen, and at this point, it really does feel like full momentum on display.
That's such a misread from DRX in that spot. When Flashback gets in position to get the kill onto Sassy, they just commit to the hit on A, as if everybody's now gone. I think they've just lost track there of their visual map of where the players are.
There's no more really buffer room here that's been built up by DRX to find a path back in.
Zelsis has earned his ult. Breach ults on both sides. Sen backing up, expecting that this one would be used over towards A. Trying to posture, make it feel like there's still people there. Seeing if they can draw it out from Foxy9. But this is an eco round.
Right there.
If you're going to use your ults here, could you not have tried to force a little more and stop Sen from getting to 12?
Right there.
Again, it all just lands on the shoulders of Buzz. He's the one with the rifle, jiggling, cutting noise, up, down to that minute mark. Sen content to give up most of this space here. There's a smoke into the face of Sassy. He's going to spray them down! The Odin play.
chopping them up to pieces. Drone off and around, rebound with a shock dart. It's all collected kills potentially there. And a rifle aim, immaculate by Zekin, the sidearm. To put that cherry on top, flawless. 12th round now for Sen. And this is the series here, laid in wait.
They're so far ahead of these rounds. DRX are taking a little bit of A-long control, hoping that Sen are going to re-clear into them. Sen are already thinking 3 steps ahead. They're thinking, we want to be way off site here in case this breach ult is coming through. Just in terms of anticipating what their opponents are up to, Sen have been very strong today.
All smiles.
The atmosphere's remained light, even when we were in overtime on Sunset. But now they've got 5 chances to close out and start moving on to face a Chinese opponent.
DRX with essentially one last buy potentially here. A lot of ults built up. Could make good usage of it to at least turn this round in their favor. Round 20 will have to be the case, but Sen setups look incredibly well drilled. Willing to let Sassy hold and lock this down with the Odin in play. Very predictable in terms of the sight lines. Does have to be a little bit worried, but Sen are going to be trying to play himself back in. Util in his hands. That's a timing that's caught. Buzz, quick to capitalize. Updraft. SUPERNOVA now with the dash. And Lat Util, it is perfection. Still the return of the fire. Here from Celsius, still looking at speed at Thorn in their size. Flash through and out. It's good for it, but he can't adjust in time for Mako. Wrapping it around now with 30 seconds remaining. DRX to do get themselves now onto the site, into this plant. Tens. Shoulder peeking. Wins a fight onto Flashback.
Bad fight to go for there.
A little bit more winnable now for Tens himself. He's going to try and put that nail in the coffin. Ballsy play. Skips the clearance most of the side as well. He's looking to contact most of the way up through and around, but a knife out. Knife out, back turn, Bane! Strikes him down.
And so Sentinel's first opportunity to be able to close out DRX slips away from it. DRX kept it simple, kept it honest. A delayed A exec. It worked out. Buzz is going to need plenty more rounds like this. And the timing, unfortunate for Sassy to get caught in that spot. Exactly the entry that Buzz was looking for. Celsius has picked up an Odin. He's going to be spamming down short at the start of this round. Everyone on DRX is there.
I think that might be Sassy potentially there, but he sends the dart flying back and over. They are getting chewed up entirely here.
Hail of lead might be enough. Hunter's Fury seeking to offset this as well. No real connection. The delayed dart up and over the top. Ults are expended. Second though has not been pulled out of this spot. Stuns. They're good for it. And here's the flood defense. Sassy not removed. Unrooted. What? Players in front of him. Mako is barely alive. But this is it for Sen. Close down the curtain on that one. They are the career killers at this point. Knocking DRX down to the lowest of our playoffs.
A team that can often feel like the protagonists of Valorant's done a heel turn here in Seoul. They really are the villains for this crowd. DRX pushed them on Sunset, on Sentinels map pick, but it's another loss on Haven. Another loss to an America's team on this map. And Sen glide through off the back of some phenomenal individual talent. And our first time watching Zekin play on the Neon, he absolutely crushed it.
27 kills to finish this map. He was frying, but it was all the pieces, honestly, of the puzzle just being met. In kind of team were backing him up with the util. And listen, sportsmanship on display onto the stage itself as well. Hugs are going to be exchanged, of course. That's the benefit of the playoffs as well. You have that lifeline. DRX can fight back, they can battle back, but they took a hard knock down to the floor with that.
They certainly did. And I had a big question for Sen today. Are you still going to be able to play as well as you did during that Gen G game? And I think in terms of individual stuff, I was impressed today. Were they a little sloppier? Yeah. But I think their tenacity on Sunset and their clean second half on Haven should still be giving people a lot of reasons to look towards this team as a dangerous squad in our playoffs.
No longer that underdog 4th seed potential coming out from Americas. At this point, they are gearing up. They're evolving over the course of this entire tournament, and they've burned themselves even more time to do just that.
Yeah. The prep is strong for this team. The more time they have to think about their next opponent, the better they'll look. And you're talking about them being the 4th seed. They're the only 4th seed to even win a match here at Champs. And they're in the playoffs, winning their first round of playoffs. They're one of only 3 orgs ever to make Champs playoffs as the 4th seed. That's how unexpected this late season turnaround is.
Yeah.
Usually, if you're in a bit of a slump heading into Champs, you're done. Not Sentinels.
Well, let's send it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Hello, everyone, and here I am with Sentinels Zekken. Now, everybody, give it up for Zekken! 센티널의 제켄 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 퍼시픽 1, 2시드 팀을 연속으로 모두 잡아냈습니다. 첫 번째 경기 이후에 어떻게 이렇게 폼을 되찾을 수 있었는지, 어떤 부분에서 좀 보완을 했는지도 먼저 물어보고 싶은데요. Congratulations, Zekken. You took down number 1 and number 2 Pacific teams in a row. Now, how were you guys able to bounce back so quickly after the first match here in Seoul to make sure that you guys are in a full championship form?
I think we just have a lot of resilience. We knew the first match that wasn't the best version of ourselves, and we knew we could be way better. So the next week we practiced a lot and kept playing, and I just think we're in good form right now.
너무나도 이 회복 탄력성이 좋은 센티널이기 때문에 끈기를 가지고 첫 번째 매치 이후에 우리는 이거보다 더 잘할 수 있다라는 확신이 있었기 때문에 너무 열심히 연습을 했고, 그리고 너무 열심히 노력을 한 결과 계속해서 이렇게 좋은 폼을 되찾을 수 있었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 오늘 두 번째 맵이었던 헤이븐에서 DRX의 공략법은 좀 어땠는지도 살짝 물어보고 싶습니다. 워낙 DRX가 설치를 한 이후에 자리 잡는 시간을 주지 않는 팀인데 이 부분을 잘 카운터 친 것 같거든요. 좀 어떤 계획이 있었는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So I want to ask you about the game plan against DRX on Haven, especially because DRX, they're known for not letting you have that time to reposition after you have the plant down. So what specifically did you see in their playstyle or in their strats that you could exploit today?
I mean, they moved around a lot, so we tried to do like little fakes, little things to get them to rotate. They like to fast flood a lot, so we just did our best to get in good positions as fast as possible before they were ready for it, and it just kind of worked out.
워낙에 DRX가 많이 움직이는 걸 알고 있었기 때문에 센티넬 쪽에서도 좀 DRX를 바쁘게 로테이션을 만들기 위해서 좀 작은 그런 움직임들을 많이 줬고요. 그렇기 때문에 DRX가 조금 더 헷갈릴 수 있도록 자리 잡는 데 시간이 오래 걸릴 수 있도록 유도를 했었었고, 그리고 DRX 같은 경우에도 공격 때 설치를 한 이후에 자리 잡는 걸 굉장히 잘하기 때문에 그런 부분을 못하도록 한 번 더 역습을 치르는 그런 경기를 펼쳤다고 얘기를 합니다. 오늘 그리고 제켄 선수 두 맵 모두 2연 네온으로 폭발적인 모습을 보여줬는데 약간 뻔하지만 물어보고 싶은 질문을 물어보도록 할게요. 지금 세계 최고의 타격대는 누구일까요? So now we saw you being explosive on 2 maps in a row on that neon, right? I'm gonna ask you a rhetorical question now. You probably can guess what it is. Who's the best duelist in the world right now? Is it you? Is it you?
Probably Aspas.
아마 아스파스가 아니지 않을까라고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 이렇게 해서 센티널에 대한 기대와 희망이 점점 높아지고 있는데, 이 센티널의 여정에 있어서 좀 경계되는 팀이 있는지 마지막으로 물어보도록 할게요. Sensity, hyped up, hopes are high. Do you feel like there's any team that can challenge you on your journey to host the trophy?
I mean, I think all of the teams left can challenge us. Every team left in this playoff bracket is incredibly strong, so we have to be on our A game all the time. I think, anyone can, really.
아무나 다 워낙 이제 남은 팀들이 쟁쟁하기 때문에 긴장을 풀지 않고 열심히 해야 될 것 같고, 아무나 센티널을 꺾을 수 있을 가능성이 있기 때문에 항상 우리가 할 수 있는 최고의 경기를 펼쳐야 될 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 제켄 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Zekken.
Thank you.
GG.
Sentinels, they are through to the next round, but it's time to see how the second game of the day is going to go. Welcome back, everybody, to day 11 of Champions Seoul. And it's time, of course, for Trace versus EDG. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm here once again with Kakuka and Mimi. It's time to get into those inter-regional matchups.
Finally, right? We had such an incredible Sentinels versus DRX, and it doesn't matter what happens now. I want to see how the rest of the players pan out, because it is a different feel than from groups.
And this is an exciting one, because Trace has never beaten EDG at home, but they've looked so much better here than they did look back in China. So I'm hoping this will be a lot closer than it was back regionally.
Yeah, let's talk about their results back in China, because they have played against each other quite a few times. We do have data, Mimi, on this matchup, but as you said, EDG has always had their number.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Trace, when you watch them play at home, you saw the ideas that they show here, right? Trying to play the really structured, slower style comparatively to the rest of their region, but it always felt like there was this block when they played against EDG. The EDG individuals would just take control, the chaos would get injected into the game, and they would crush them pretty much every single time these teams played.
Yeah, and we know that in the region, and we're seeing here the results is not looking the best, because this year, even though they faced against each other a bunch of time, Trace hasn't even been able to get a map off of EDG. And do not get me wrong, Trace did make it flawlessly out of their group. They did drop a couple of maps, but still, the form that they're showing here internationally, how they're stepping up, and more importantly, how they're facing against the other regions and their style, how they're studying, has been surprising. Still, it's EDG. Sometimes it's just gonna happen.
For sure. And the question for this match is Trace the team who lost in China and got crushed every time and were perpetually a third, fourth seed there? Or is this the Trace that showed up and upset teams like Vitality and Leviathan?
This is the thing, though. At what point do we stop using that word upset? Because, I mean, throughout BNK's entire career, I feel like every single game that he's won is being considered on the global stage as a big upset. But looking over at EDG here, they didn't lose to PACIFIC. They made it out, Kakuka, by eliminating an old foe.
It is crazy to see like EDG performing like this. As you're saying, taking down PACIFIC, how in history like the pressure has been able to get the best out of them in some situations. And this one, especially when it went to the third map, you could feel this is either going to be a stomp or like there is no good way to get out of this matchup. The form that they're showing, I don't know if it's top EDG. What I do know is that even internationally, they've only faced against Chinese teams once. They won. It was a year ago. And I feel like in their region, they know exactly what to do. This shouldn't feel for them like they're international.
Yeah, EDG has won every trophy that we've had in the partnership era in VCTC, and they're dominant there. And honestly, the latter part of that series was dominant against PACIFIC too. It looked a lot like some of those China games where the game got a little bit chaotic, it got messy, it got muddy, but they held strong. They still had great individual moments and honestly solid trading, all things considered, to close out in those chaotic situations. That's where EDG thrives.
Yeah, and this is the thing though, at this point, making out of groups is just not enough for EDG anymore. They have so much pressure from the fans back at home, especially after what happened in Shanghai, that they want to push it further. And Mimi, is this a realistic goal for them this time around?
I think it's tough to say. In group stage, we saw some good form, some great moments from EDG. Those early games, they honestly looked really well put together. The PACIFIC game was chaotic, but good. But there always is this final hurdle, right? And I think it would mean even more for this team to make it top 4 this Champions because of what you're mentioning in Shanghai. You go and you play a Masters in front of your home crowd and you lose 2 games and you're gone. That's heartbreaking for the team that has been the face of the region for so long.
Yeah, and look at the other side. We're talking about Trace making it first seed out of their group. This can go 2 ways. Either it gives you the confidence to feel, yo, this is my tournament. The things that we were not able to achieve before, we're gonna do now. First, making it out of groups, making it out of groups. Now we're gonna take down EDG. But on the other side, we're talking about an EDG that keeps getting the experience. That sometimes when we see the situations, when it looks like they're going to win, and they get that third map against PACIFIC, and they revitalize, you say, maybe this is the tournament. Maybe this is the chance.
I mean, this is the other thing with EDG. But first, let's check in with Smoggy, who's standing by with Golden Boy ahead of today's match.
Hey everybody, GB here now with Smoggy. We got Luna for the translations yet again. EDG, and you specifically, Smoggy, have been playing awesome throughout this competition. How excited are you for EDG, but also for the Chinese region as a whole? Because you guys have 2 teams in playoffs.
那其实，在之前的比赛里面，不光是你个人 EDG 整体的发挥都非常的棒，那就你个人而言也好，也是为了我们CN赛区也好，你觉得满意目前我们在冠军赛的一个表现，以及你觉得现在这个表现你们开心吗？
我觉得我还是很开心的。然后我觉得CN赛区来到冠军赛的每一个队伍都打得很好，然后大家都很尽力，就是不后悔就好了。
I think I'm satisfied with the result right now. Every team from CN League have tried their best, and they are super great teams, and we'll try our best.
Yeah, well, we've loved every minute watching China absolutely light up the stage. Thank you so much, Smoggy, for your time. Back to you guys.
This is the thing about Smoggy as well. He's saying how he's very happy about the results. He doesn't look that happy, but he's ice cold. And some of the ice coldness, Mimi, has given EDG a chance to look great.
It certainly has. Smoggy on this controller role has been lights out thus far this tournament. We've seen him play other roles throughout his history on this team. Early on, a duelist player for the roster. But now I think he's really found himself. He's found his form. And he's such a critical piece of what brings this team success. It's not just about Kung being a star duelist anymore for them to win.
You know it, Mimi, when we were discussing and talking about our rosters, if we had to pick one player from every region, for me it would be Smoggy, because I feel him, and I feel like, especially in the future, he's going to become so flexible. He has every single spirit that he needs in it. When he needs to be more on the controller side, when he needs to be more patient, he's that kind of guy. But I feel like could play in any of the positions and will make the roster work time and time again. Plus 21 against COEX. Probably one of the reasons, or one of the major reasons, why they even made it out of groups.
I do wonder if he's going to put in that performance today, because looking at the other side of this, Kakuka, it's Trace, #1 seed. Perhaps even the #1 team for China at this point, given their performance in the group stage.
I love it, because pick'ems have been such a big thing this year, like having in the launcher and everything inside of the game. And I feel like Trace destroyed some of the dreams for so many people, but for them, having another team on the top 8 from this region, from China, it was about them time, and the fashion in which they did is, yes, there's been some sloppy rounds, but all the clutches going in their way, keeping their calm time and time again, Mimi.
When we've seen other teams besides EDG come out of China and impress, it's been so often about the individuals, the unique play style. That was the case with Billy and their big upset. That was the case with FPX coming out with being such a unique
Justice
team.
for FPX.
Absolutely. But Trace is a team who plays a lot like the Western teams. They play very slow, standard Valorant. They focus a lot on their mid-rounding, their deadlock in particular when they're playing binds. They look like the best team implementing that agent right now. Playing only one initiator, but using that deadlock as an initiator, finding so much value from the net, having such clean post plans. It's all about the fundamentals for this team. They've looked so clean, and they're besting some of the best teams in the world, like Leviathan, to pull it off. It's unbelievable.
And we know that the first match was close. We expect this one to be close. I wonder, like, what image do people have in their heads? Is Trace really going to have a Cinderella run? Or do we expect that at some point they're going to go down and we're going to forget that this even happened, you know? But we have had so many surprises that now, and after what we've seen the past couple of weeks, we cannot count them out.
I'm down for the miracle run. It's champions we're talking about. We got to be down for that. But for now, let's check in with Golden Boy once again, who's with Law King from Trace.
Hey everybody, GB here with Lo King and Luna for the translations. EDG and Trace have played against each other so many times in the past. What can Western fans expect between both teams today as you guys take the stage?
那其实 EDG 和 T 已经交手过非常非常多次了。那你觉得今天外赛区的观众们可以期待你们怎样的一个表现呢？
我是觉得可能就是，这一次就是可能说是快乐游戏吧，然后。希望能让外赛区的观众看到我们在过去用过的一些地图上使用一些全新的东西吧。
I think we're just gonna enjoy the stage, happy game, and maybe audience from other region can expect that we can use some different things, but still the same map.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I got Trace winning today, so best of luck, buddy. Back to you guys.
I love the vibes. I love the like. I just want to make everyone happy about the way we play. But also, I think it's really interesting the way he says, you know, we're going to show you some maps we already shown, but with new things. And we love new things.
Yeah, we've been talking.
Coming from the team that plays Deadlock, I'm loving it.
Absolutely. And they weren't playing Deadlock regionally. That was something that was new for this team coming into Champions. That was one of their worst maps back home. So I'm all here for it. I love this team's innovation thus far, and I love what we're seeing from the guy in that interview. Lao King has come to this international event, and he has kept up every piece of form that he had back home. The amount of multi-kill clutch rounds that this guy wins for his team is out of this world. They don't have like a star duelist in the way they do with Kung Kung. Obviously, Kai and Feng Feng are both great. They have consistency, and that's what he brings.
But still, like, especially focusing on him, I think that when I've seen him play against EDG, I've seen him struggle. When we talk about EDG and the confidence that they feel against Trace Esports, I feel like they might have his number, but the form that we're seeing here, again, the confidence that it's given for them, that they bring in, implementing new things on the biggest stage in the planet, in the moment that it matters the most, and it's working. It gives you the kind of confidence that nothing else gives.
And you gotta give it to them as well. They've been fearless against Vitality, fearless against Leviathan, and the way that Hebe was like, yeah, that's my idol, Aspas, that's my go. And he still managed to go out there and put out that kind of performance. At this point, Mimi, even though their track record don't look great against EDG, I don't think they're gonna play with any fear on that stage.
I don't think so. And I think if they win today, it really would be an end of an era. China has always been a region that is dominated by EDG. They've been to so many international events. They've made it so close to that top 4 mark and haven't made it before. But we've never had that second team who can make it into playoffs and make deep runs. And I have no doubt if Trace beats EDG today, this is their time to take over in that regard and be that #1 for CN.
I feel like I want to double or nothing that. I think that no matter who wins today, I have the feeling that the next one, they won't go out of the tournament instantly. Because, of course, if they lose today, they still have the lower bracket. What I want is for them to make it into that top 4. And nothing, that would be definitely a new era of Valorant, where 2 of the teams in the top 4 are from China.
As long as they don't have to knock each other out, I feel like that will be the saddest thing.
Well, they won't now.
Yeah, they won't now, but later on in the lower bracket maybe. But do you anticipate a lower bracket run, even if somebody gets knocked down?
Yeah, I would like that. I would like that to be the change of era. The change as in, we don't take it, oh, it's just CN, you know, the easy matchups. No, every single time that they come into this international stage, they give the best of them.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see it. And this is it, you guys. We had an exciting first game already, and it's time for another exciting game. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out our teams for this one. It's Trace Esports and Edward Gaming.
Trace Esports. Edward Gaming.
We have seen this regional matchup many times this year, but let me remind you, the team standing on this stage now, coming in as seed 1 from their group, is not EDG. It is Trace Esports. And looking at this map pool, do you guys feel like they could have any kind of advantage going into this?
Well, they have their map. Their bind has looked excellent thus far, playing it in both series, winning it both times. That deadlock comp has looked just excellent for Trace. So I couldn't think of a better place for them to start.
Maybe they don't play it. Maybe they got
that
something
would be
else.
Crazy.
It doesn't matter how many teams EDG has gotten the win over them this year. It doesn't matter. It all comes down to this. This is the most important out of all of them. It is this best of 3. So it was bind second one. Remind me again. I was too excited about it.
Sunset coming up.
Yeah, and for me, if I were Trace Esports, I want to close this out 2-0. I do not want to go to Lotus against EDG. When things get a bit weirder, when it gets a bit later, EDG are the ones that have way more experience in those situations.
Not against Smoggy.
Yeah, that double smokes comp, I mean, they cooked PACIFIC in the chaos with that one. I think they could drag anyone into the mud, no matter the team there. Sunset is a big question, though, because I think that's been a good map for EDG. We saw them beat PACIFIC. That's PACIFIC's best map in that last series, and have always been solid there.
But starting on bind, okay, the deadlock is going to be staying in. Okay, so a little bit of history, you know, besides the deadlock that, of course, we're going to be looking into. At the beginning of the tournament, this was a 3rd map for Trace, but it went so freaking well, they decided to pick it for the next one. What they thought was something that they prepared just in case, and that might work, ended up being something they feel very comfortable in.
They absolutely do. On this defensive side, and in the second half as well. Watch how they're using this grab net. It's like a second initiator, the amount of value Trace is getting.
I can't wait to see it. Let's send it over to your casters. Show some love. It's Pansy and Steel.
Thank you so much. The analyst desk kind of teeing this one up regionally, this matchup. Yes, EDG have got that title head-to-head on them. What is it? 5-1 record so far. 13 maps played against each other, and only 2 times has Trace managed to best EDG. However, it takes one day, one moment for it to go right, and Trace have looked outrageously good so far. But Josh, where's the difference going to be made here?
Trace is definitely looking to break the streak here, but I'm looking to EDG to set the tone. They're more well-rounded, but we've seen their highs and lows. And Trace, it's all on their game plans that they bring out in those first 30 seconds that really let us know, are they going to have a chance or not? And into the round, we got EDG.
Blinded.
Gonna get spotted at long B there, but doing a slow contact into this B area.
With EDG on the attacking side, let's see how they handle Hebei, especially playing that deadlock, looking wonderful in their previous series, especially against the likes of Lev. Very strong, very hard to handle. They know what's happening here. Yankee has to respect this and fall away to safety, but they look to take space elsewhere, and they've done just that. But can they close down? They can't! Waiting on the other side, EDG so aware of what was coming their way, and they just wipe house. It's just down to 1. In a 1v4, what are you meant to do here?
My ultimate isn't ready.
Can't use the hat. EDG. The firing squad.
Clean. I love that as well. So diligent in approaching. It shows a level of respect. EDG are taking no prisoners and not taking it lightly. Even in a 1v4, they're sat there facing CT together. I want to see what this looks like now with Trace being pressured by someone that knows them this well.
And knows them very well as well. We've seen Trace here at this event before. We've seen them play their bind, and they rely heavily on their defense side. They've got the double Sentinels, so they rely on those setups that they run. But if you don't run into the traps, then they don't really know what to do and how to rebound after that. And EDG just taking all that space, knowing exactly where Trace was going to play from, and abused it, really. Slow opening, grabbing that orb, and EDG just taking their time, letting the round just develop, let it simmer a little bit.
And you're right, somewhat of a default if you're looking across this. Yeah, a little bit more intention potentially there towards clearing Shower, but they're not in any real hurry. The furthest commitment of utility coming from Simon there, clearing out towards Hookah, but that's it.
It's going to be important for EDG to be able to convert these rounds very cleanly. We saw in the last series they played against PRX, things got very messy, very sloppy.
Here comes the burst. Clear, so far. Beautiful EDG crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Smoggy catching Kai as well. Perfectly aware of what's happening. They have a vice-like grip on this game so far. There's no slipping through the cracks. And for Trace, you're looking to see if they can maybe achieve some damage. You've got what? I mean, really, they could afford to only really lose Simon if you're EDG. Otherwise, you don't want to be dropping the Phantom potentially or the Bulldogs coming out to play. But look at the progress as well towards Nobody. That ult is very nearby. That's on the horizon, potentially even in the next round it could be. So as it stands, Trace gonna have to sit this one out, maybe try and give it up to the Spike if they can, or face the music and try and feed in. But they're gonna try and play Nobody forward, switching out. So he's got the Ghost here, see if he can get that ult going. If he falls, it's fine. Another step towards the ult. If he gets the kill, even better. Beautiful. Oh, they are on it today. That's clean stuff. That's the ult ready to go.
I want to see Trace do something a little bit different than what they typically do. So normally in a lot of their gun rounds, they'll set up with 2 towards B. Usually they're inside of Hookah and 3 towards A. But if they do the same thing in EDG, they've probably prepared for this match. They know exactly what's going on. If they're able to get up long B for free and crunch that Hookah area with that Thrash, that's going to be very dangerous for Trace. It's going to be very explosive. It's going to be very fast-paced. It's their bonus round, so using that Thrash is going to be huge.
And I like this adjustment, though, kind of putting the Deadlock utility in complement towards A with the deeper Cypher setup as well. So that's going to be in practice, but again, it does eliminate some of the stopping power on B, but they've got the bodies here.
A change-up as well. The defense is towards long B.
Oh, what an opener, though. Perfect work. The double stack on long still holds some value. You're going to have that ult going through. You can hear it going off. It's going to check towards long. They now know at least 1, potentially 2, and they can only keep them so safe. Bianca, though, great shots. 2 back-to-back. But sadly for Hebei, he couldn't get his hands out of that in time. So a 3v2 here. And this was the bonus. Yes, well invested around. There's plenty of Bulldogs. They've still got this Vandal here. An upgrade for Nobody, if I'm not mistaken. well, it's a long road back in here. These post plants are very difficult, and they've got stall. They've got Mosh still. They've got the Viper utility. EDG have so many options to buy precious time. Kai would love a kill here. Not going to get it. Smoggy. I mean, he's just been outstanding throughout their series. I have to take a moment to give credit to him. Again, a lot of us, if you are newer to watching EDG in the last couple of international debuts, eyes went towards Kangkang, and that's fair enough. I think he became such a highlight, you know what I mean? The beast from the east. Fair play. But in this tournament especially, Smoggy, I mean, he's like the debt collector out here. There's no getting past him. He'll get his man. He'll close you out rounds. He's been on the money. First big pickup there from EDG, especially converting that bonus.
And a little bit of a different plan from Trace. I was highlighting how they like to play in hookah a lot, but this time they chose to play 3B. They played to stop that long B from EDG, but EDG basically went 4 players up through hookah there and found that gap. So it's a lot of mind games coming into play here about how are you going to adjust based on how we normally play. We've seen each other twice this year, 6 times over the last couple of years. And again, Trace opening up with 4 players towards B, trying to just change things up ever so slightly, collect this orb for free. And EDG, again, setting the tone, setting the tempo. Not trying to walk into any traps here.
Again, it's such a mental barrier to get past too, especially for your Trace after the amount of history between each other.
You see that smoke on that TP? They were expecting some sort of trap play to come out from this eco round, utilizing that teleporter, but the Brim smoke just preemptively placed as they took Shower's control.
It's lovely to witness. Now leaning back in towards A short. There is still the setup here.
A lot of trips.
Yeah, could be rewarded on this. You're looking at maybe, I don't know, maybe one of the players be able to swing. There's not really many people in the positions, and they've already navigated past. Kangkang's not falling for this. He already knows what's up. There's the impact, though. Kai does get rewarded for that little bit of a setup. There are still 3 players here. The Danger Man, Kangkang on the other side. He has got that Vandal. A tap on the spike, but no commitment this time. Second time of asking. Should be going down. I don't think there's a denial. There's not. Time is on EDG's side. That's lovely. Good information on Smoggy. As said, the debt collector himself, the closer of a lot of these rounds, but Kangkang the one to lean forward, takes the space away. Kai removing nobody, but there's still numbers, and I told you about Smoggy! You can't forget about this guy. Try to take a fair fight, you got it. But the molly goes down and denies the way back towards that spike. Flash goes in, they're trying to bring this back with stingers. So difficult to gap close, and Kangkang's having none of it. Another found, beautifully navigated, so aware.
And as we go into the second gun round, we already see the showstopper on the side of the attackers here. So definitely we're going to see something being changed up. Trace instantly calling a timeout here because, hey, nothing's been going our way. They've been reading us perfectly like a book. And almost walking into that trap there for our EDG, getting caught by that tripwire. And we're going to see these double trips on the Cypher. We're going to see the deadlock setups as well coming into play. And even moving into the attack side, they have these cool map control things with the deadlocks. Net, but Kangkang, he's got this showstopper. So I'm gonna expect to see him using this to get into the faces of Trace. But again, what's the tempo gonna be like?
That's the question. How do they want to implement it? They've got options now. Timeout for Trace, as you said. Things aren't going right. Almost feels clairvoyant in approach, right? EDG so equipped with what Trace are bringing, so the perfect time to pump the brakes, try and come up with a solution. But adding insult to injury to an extent, the economy is looking very good for EDG as well. Starting to really build some funds behind these purchases. You've got, I mean, orbital strikes not a million miles away, so they've got a couple of key ults coming on, but similar scenes for Trace. They do have the Seekers one-off, a couple away from Haybays. I mean, there are options, but it's not really just down to the ults here. It's been the overall ethos, that approach to this. I want to see a change up from Trace here. I want to see them try and get back some control.
When I look at Trace as a team, they look like they're a team that has these really good plans, but once you kind of jab them in the mouth, they don't know how to handle the situation from there. Their mechanics individually are really good, but it comes down to their fundamentals and their decision-making on an individual level, and EDG edges them out in those types of situations. Right here, kind of like pistol round opening, 3 towards long B, looking to close the gap there, but they do have the showstopper. I'll highlight one more time here.
And that puts Haybay in a real predicament. Yet to get started in this 0-4. Could do with this. This would be a big confidence boost. And it's gone. A trade, yes, That is the showstopper removed, but they have a 2-for-1 trade, and they have a good step towards this B site. This goes on, BNK. Oh, there's no escaping. You gotta face the music. Face your fate, and EDG. Again, so much discipline and approach, constantly with the right idea. And Kai, I mean, it's a formality here. It's a 1v4, very difficult. Good step on the first. 3 more, though. A lot to ask. Already being checked on by Choo here. Just around the corner, clean. Again, Josh, I'm not seeing ways in here for Trace. They are getting held at the door.
At some point, Trace is going to have to drop their game plan and get sloppy, get down dirty in the mud with EDG and roll with the punches. Because if you look at how EDG is approaching this game right now, they know, okay, I'm against double Sentinel. We got a Cypher and we've got a Deadlock. If we go fast, we run into the traps. So we're going to go slow. We're going to contact our way up and move ever so slightly, not to kind of run into those traps and engage those. And then they're catching them. They're winning those duels as well. Trace could easily set up more different traps, but that's not part of their game plan. So they're going to have to make these adjustments on the fly, and another eco here with a 4-man B start. They're putting a lot of pressure on this B defense as well.
And the mental fortitude to constantly have to pick yourself back up after these harrowing rounds, really. Trace are going to be feeling the pinch here after what has been a brilliant international look at them. Struggling against the #1 of their region for a very good reason. Smoggy just catching Kai. And that's a plant. That's already
close to Thrash again, too.
Yeah, they've got a lot of ults building back through. And nobody, as you said, that feels like it was only a round ago. But Chichu's the one to be shouldering the deepest angle so far. Mosh going to go in. Buys a little bit of time. Counters any utility. They want to try and maybe close down towards elbow on. Turn on the flash and they run on in. Light work for nobody, making it look too easy up against the pistols, the light buy. And they look unfazed by this. There is a reason EDG were the team to break through from China, the ones that terrified so many of the Western teams. And you're seeing it clear as day here, Josh.
It appears as though EDG are doing this whole thing where it's you're on Eco, we go A, you're on Gun Round, we go B. But I'm waiting for that switch up to come. We're now 6 rounds in, going into round 7 of this half, and EDG's been perfect on all of these plays and all of these reads on their attack side here. So when is Trace going to start trying to get ahead of what EDG's doing? And when's EDG actually going to switch it up and say, actually, we're not going to do this again? Because right now, full control. And that was what I was looking for. What is the tempo going to be? Is it going to be the sloppiness that we saw against PRX, or is it going to be how they were able to just fully dissect the map in their previous matches?
Trace have so many ults to play with, so many. And it's only 1 away as well for the Brim. Look, he can get that this round if he has the chance to. So again, this could be a huge...
That op-up as well on defense, waiting for that contact up long B. But the Thrash might take it out or spot it early on.
I like the double stack Tortuga. Eventually they might have to fall back. They're trying to stand their ground. Feng Feng a little bit more time towards Long. How long does he wait here? There's the smokes. Counter 3, pull the trigger, hope for the best, but already you're seeing the fish ult come through, the Seekers going in. It's just mayhem on the site, but somehow everyone stands until then. Hebe finally tilts the scales, but it goes back instantly. Bianca still trying to hold towards Hookah. And just one by one they face, and one by one they fall. Chichu, so sharp. And still, even in all of that pandemonium, there's 4 alive. They've got a plant. Even in all that chaos, the composure is just so good from EDG.
If this would be your first time to watch Trace, you would be thinking, how did they make it to this part? But they actually have really good ideas with their setups.
Yes.
EDG just knows them way too well right now and is finding all the perfect gaps and making them sweat, making them abandon what they have, what's strong, and then it just denies them. The walk up there, normally we've seen EDG walked all the way into B, take those fights into long B, but here they drop the smokes and deny that op. The first time we're seeing an op, you know, I'm thinking they're like, oh, that's a perfect adjustment.
Yep.
Like, you're gonna catch them off guard. This is your first round on the board.
Great, yeah. Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Man, it's again though, this is where I have to give credit to EDG. There's only so many ways I can keep, you know, saying how well they're playing, but it's 7-0. And again, they are so heads up. They are reading the economy well, they're reading Trace well, and it's a double timeout in 1 half. They are feeling the pressure here. And I think this does play a little bit towards potentially the teams like, who was it, Vitality and Lev just not really taking Trace as seriously as they should have done. I mean, it was a wake-up call midway through those series going, wait, these guys can hit back. Now, EDG have never been surprised by that. They've faced them numerous times, but it's the read and how intricate they are reading this game is such a big difference maker.
Burning the second timeout in the first half. You're down 7-0. This is your map pick. And you're probably thinking to yourself as well, if you don't get bind, how are you going to make it all the way to that third map? This could be a quick 2-0 for EDG if they don't change something up right here, right now. They don't have the best ultimates to work with. They do have Orbital Strike on that defense, so maybe helping them with a retake. But right now, the issue isn't about how they're retaking. Right now, they can't even hold the site.
And I think there is, when we talk about the mental game as well, you're facing a favored team that you've struggled with regionally. You're coming here to the international stage. You've done really well. I mean, Trace were the Pick'em's destroyers, absolutely.
Yes.
They surprised so many, I love to see it. But is that mental effect here, trying to face a team that you know has bested you in the past? They're not favoring themselves in the fights. They're not taking this like they were against, you're looking at against the likes of what, Lev and Vitality. You've some of the big heavy hitters in those rosters. Safe, Aspas, you've got some nuts players, and they were absolutely doing them in. Now, barely off the starting blocks, excuse me. This is a worrying time in this buy. I mean, it's going to be missing parts.
Wait, does that perfectly spread and take out the trips? It takes out one of them. It doesn't get the second one, but I respect the idea, the concept behind that paint shells. And here comes the contact up. Yeah, here comes the contact up short as well.
I want to see if there's going to be a Prowler maybe towards
wait a moment.
Hookah. There is. Just to keep that extra body towards that B site, and now they're going to start leaning forward. That's the contact made on one. Quite about the others yet. Re-smoke over towards A. They're still above a minute, so they can test the waters here. Maybe feel out for if there's a stack or if anything's going on.
This is going to be very dangerous for EDG. If they actually go and commit to B here, there's two deadlock traps happening right now. One for the Hookah jump out and one for long B by that teleport. If EDG spots someone and speeds up, they'll get caught in that trap. Sky Flash to follow as well.
Here comes the burst though. Kunghung leading the charge. Two players flashed up, stunned up, forced away. The trap was working until then. Nobody still laying down the pressure. Good pickup. A nice trade. Finally getting a little bit scrappy here. Doing some damage back in. But look at the space towards Shower as well. Don't forget about Chichu. But the timing here, they've kind of exchanged this. Kai now going to tuck into the corner. Wait for them both to pass. Oh, they gave it a look. Simon glanced that way for a second. And with 14 seconds, they've got to make a play here. Smoggy's got to lean through this. 10, he's running low on the time. He's trying to wait for Chichu to help out. And now the red carpet is rolled out. They can get the plant down. I mean, wait.
No time.
No, they can't. They can't get the plant down. Just a little too late. And the clock will be their biggest enemy this round. Wait. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That took some time. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure.
I love it, though. EDG kind of walked themselves into that trap, though. They had that space towards A. They used the paint shells and the Dizzy to kind of figure out what the situation was. But I love how Kai maneuvered his way up short there. And this is something that we should also pay attention to. When we flip sides and he goes on to attack, he's going to be the one that, if his teammates are going into B, he's trying to find that opening at A and call that audible. And vice versa. If he's going towards B, his teammates are going towards A, he's calling them back.
Aggression? Oh.
But this
I like the attempt.
Trace needs to do this. They need to throw a wrench in the plan of EDG. If EDG can walk all the way up and get those contact duels, that's when they do their best. Stop them.
But it's a lean towards the other side of the map here. Bianchi trying to get more information. Gonna know nobody, but and then the Prowler on top. So they're gonna have a good idea that something is coming this way. There's a couple more bodies behind this. Nobody still with a fair fight, but it's a beautiful pickup for Trace. Maybe this is the time it turns. Maybe one round is all they needed, and Heibei gonna make sure of that. This could be a big follow-up here as well. Wants to swing it, he's got him caught. Trying to play patient, and there's the delivery. Heibei beautifully done, gonna keep him trapped in this. Send him away. The spike is in hand of Smoggy, and once again, Chichu has taken space. But look at Kai's positioning. He can cut off the rotation. And has Smoggy learned his lesson from before? He will now. Kai, beautifully done. This is different. They found a solution.
Very different. I worry that it's too little too late. yes, they pick up a second round. There's a few rounds left of this half, so there's a way to make this a 5-7 half. And, you know, if EDG calls a timeout here, tries to make this like, hey, if they're reading us right now, we got to switch it up. We need to change the game plan, and we do have different elements of our game plan. We've seen it in different matches from EDG, how they can change the tempo, go fast, go slow, get sloppy, and do all these individual fights. But right now, it would be really just not a fun sight to see them start to crumble and let Trace just come back round by round, because they had such a strong start to this game.
But I quite like the fact that EDG have called a timeout going into the 10th round when Trace have only picked up 2 rounds. This is, it feels like a show of force, almost a show of dominance here. They don't even drop this much, and you're right, it is because Trace have adjusted well. They've come back in with a couple of switch-ups, a couple of new additions, again being able to slip a couple players through. Those aggressive starts have been paying off. What is the clear answer to this if you're in EDG's shoes? They've got still a great amount of money to buy with. I think they're maxed out on cash and some of the players, so they're fine in that regard. So what do you do if you're in this position?
If I'm EDG, I look to start using A more, and I look to start using potentially showers. I know that AWP is up, so I need to figure out a plan to deal with that, get into the site without dying to it. I have to deal with those trips that are always placed at short A. It's like 100% of the time, but I'm also really close to multiple ults. We can get Viper's Pit off of a plant, Nightfall off of a Showers Orb, Orbital Strike, all these really good ultimates. But right now, all these deadlock traps are towards B, and it looks like EDG actually wants to go towards A here. Trace may be reading this really well, starting to play their third-person B, but they give a deadlock trap over to A here to assist.
And I love that we have the operator here. There it is.
That's
noted.
info as well.
That's 1 minute 30. They've noted where the operator is. Do they carry on? Do they respect it enough? Do they feel like they've got the angles to play with? They've committed the smokes. You got to feel they're going off this one. And thus far, they've got what they needed. Good info. Yes, they now know one's cracked up towards Lamps.
You have to be careful of Lamps because the Orbital Strike on the defense side for the retake.
Actually pausing to use it. Second time of asking on the plant here. There it is. Smoke's going to fade. They still have Showers control. Maybe a late presence from Smoggy, potentially. And that's going to be Kangkang dead. There's no way out. Beautiful combo work. We saw it with the C's earlier on. Nice bit of vengeance served at the right time. Nobody does well for the defuse. They're sticking the defuse. Finally pulled off it. The Dizzy was outrageous. It found all 3, but still this is getting chaotic. Smoggy finally leads forward. He's their insurance policy. It never goes far away if he's still alive. 8 rounds now for EDG, tilting the scales back into their favor.
This is how well these teams know each other. Good reactions from both teams there. Adding that deadlock trap to that A defense here, getting on top of the truck with that operator, but that Dizzy, getting that flash off, forcing that off shot out, knowing exactly what the setup was. EDG is able to play this round perfectly. The fights, the team fights together. We're missing that teamwork from EDG on previous games where everything got really into these sloppy situations. Even when they're in the same spot, they weren't fighting together. But here, looking like they are on point, they're communicating really well.
I got you.
Thrash is available.
Yeah. And it's being used straight away, so they've got to evacuate a little bit of this. How far do they commit? Nobody's sending it the whole way. He's got 3! And look who's coming! Kangkang the Collector is in the building! Oh, that's just heartbreak for Trace. Maybe feeling they were just going to clear close sight, maybe clear through Lamps, but no, all the way to CT. Found 3 of them and giving them a 2-man advantage already. Nobody looking to secure the round. Kangkang still wanting more.
And a flawless round.
My ult's ready. Last round before the
3 ultimates on the board for the attackers here. Showstopper with a Nightfall, really good, aggressive combo ultimates. The one thing that they have to consider still, though, is that Trace's traps are really good to stop the really pacey attacks here. Here it works. They use the Thrash to get in the faces, Orbital Strike to zone out the back of the site here. Can they do it again on this type of round? I'm not sure. They'll probably revert to that slower pace, but here, just going in the faces, collecting a 4K and making it flawless.
It's night and day, though, isn't it, really? You're looking at EDG, strength upon strength. Trace starting to feel the pressure of what it's like to face EDG in these events. Even stronger, even harder to handle. Kangkang just clearing the space up towards Octagon. Hebe wanted to fight back for it, though. Big info off the reveal there. Hebe may be dead, and so's his support. Bianche's gone down. Nobody desperate for that kill.
What
and Hebe, how are you alive? He's still thriving in the corner. I do not know how. He carved a little bit of safety. And he does get revealed by this, but still, he's still here. And it's somehow, he's still holding this together. They've got to clear him eventually. Kai is on the way, but it feels like it's going to take a lifetime, and they've TP'd.
Kai could get a really good timing flank on Showers here. He's worried that someone's gone to short A from Showers after the teleport. But the hat for Kai, if he gets one, he can find them all. It's on this first duel at Showers here on Smoggy.
Kai, get your gun out. Please get your gun out, Kai. Oh, and a moment away from the spotlight. Smoggy actually doesn't deliver. It's Kung Kung now alive in a 1v1, and Heibe, somehow, the boy who survived on 1 HP! He had a chance! It was slim, and then none. And my God, we get a real series here. EDG showing off, showing us exactly why they are #1 from this region, looking strong as a collective. Game plan in place, individuals firing on all cylinders. You don't want to miss the end to this map. Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Two rounds. I'm going to be honest, Josh, it's got me worried. Trace have looked fantastic to this point. They've been a team to watch, an underdog. It would be a fairy tale to go further, but they've met pretty much their maker, EDG, making a name for the region, and now showing why with 10 rounds in the first half.
Not all fairy tales have that happy ending, though, and we're seeing that right here. Yes, there's another map. Yes, there's a second half. But right now, Trace, they need to almost look flawless going into the second half here. Starting with that pistol round, they do have these really good combos, but all their effort's going to be towards that long B, using that deadlock net to take that control with 3 players, and then from there, just be able to execute their plans. Kai, backup option, lurking around the map towards A, and that's going to be what we're looking for basically the first 6 rounds here from Trace. Is EDG going to let that happen, though, or are they going to get ahead of it?
Similar start near on, 3 towards B long, and a high-low setup waiting on the site, and already an early lean coming over from nobody. Spotting a pixel, the flash good enough to force them away.
That spike position makes me question where the end goal is here for Trace.
But it's not particularly humbled EDG. They're still looking like they want to take space back. You got to make them respect you. At this point, Chichu won't. He's going to hold that space and try and get a follow-up shot. He's in trouble here. Doesn't get bailed out by the Dizzy, so nobody now on an island. Isolated, looking for a fight, and he finds one. Goes down, and now the site is under Trace control.
Spike planted.
2 versus 4 edge. EDG is trying to edge their way through, but not going to find an opening here. It's going to be very difficult with the crossfire on the back of the site here from Trace.
Kung can get their attention and maybe hope that there's a gap for Smoggy to work through. Wait, he's just diving in! A wild attempt, but it wasn't going to land. It's good for Trace, though. This gives them a stepping stone forward.
A stepping stone. It's the first of many tall tasks right now. They've got a very, I mean, this is going to be a hard uphill battle the entire way through. If they want to be able to get back into this game, they need to take it round by round. They got to let EDG make these mistakes as well. But we're going to keep seeing the same opening from Trace because it's tried and tested. It's what works for them. Taking that long B space, going into hookah afterwards, it is just very strong. When you have this composition, you have to play into the plans that you've created.
Oh, the firing squad handled in the blink of an eye. Trace put down Simon, Nobody, and Chichu, and then just going to run it up long. Got everything they needed. Going to clear through, still with the dog. Going to be diligent in case it's a stack. You never know. Kind of makes you think it might be if they've gone so almost over-aggressive. But so far, smooth sailing. Site's theirs. Plant next. No problems. Maybe some problems.
Spike planted.
Smoke and spawn. Going to make this difficult. 2-1-5. Trying to make this not be a flawless round. That's basically the goal here.
And this is where you're seeing the oppressive nature of that deadlock coming in as well. Elbows off the cards. They can't lean that way. They're kind of just stuck here till the end of the round, which, as it stands, they're probably fine to beat. I'd rather give it up to the Spike. Smoggy. Just trying to toy with them. And not going to fall for it. Already, this is good. 5 standing. These are critical key ways forward for Trace. This is a real chance. This is a real chance for them. I'm scared, though, coming into this first big buy round, though, because I feel like they have to be at least competitive in this bonus.
Bonus round for Trace. EDG, yeah, they need to be a little bit competitive here because 10-4, that lead is kind of dwindling away right now. But Trace might change things up for EDG. They haven't tested this A site. They haven't seen the defense. They have no idea what's going on. They're going in almost blind here. And EDG could have the perfect defense waiting for them. Dog up short. Here comes the net.
And they're going confident. Fun going to be leading the way, but his Kankan can already find Hebei. They're not going to stop. They're going to see a barrel. They know that Smoggy is here, and the pre-fire is perfect. Trace going to be taking this by force. The Spike's still recovered. There's still a chance here, but Nobody doesn't want that. He doesn't want to give him a chance in hell. 2 bodies dropped, maybe a third. No. Kai stands his ground, and we're in a 2v2. There's a minute still here. This is still early in the round. If you're Trace, you can pause. You can back away. You can calm the tempo down. Try and make EDG question where they're heading.
This is where I worry about Trace. They're not really in these situations all that much. They don't have the most well understood concepts when it comes to these mid rounds, these clutch situations, not as well as EDG, not as well as other teams in the tournament right now. So as this round develops, Trace waiting for any re-aggression from EDG. And remember, this was a 3 versus 2 for EDG, pressing the issue a little bit too much. Nobody gave it up.
30
Put into a 2 versus 2 here. Playing for sound, that's what EDG is doing, waiting for Trace to get into the site, get that spike planted, show their hand, and then group up and go together in that 2 versus 2. Chichu hoping to find someone as they're leaving the site after they planted.
Okay. Oh,
that's the opening.
Yes, there's the freebie. Does he show discipline? He does. He's not going to overextend here, just watching so you can see them walk. Dips down towards the site itself and needs to wait for Simon to come over, who still has utility, still has the C's and the Haunt there.
Those are footsteps. Fang Fang knows exactly where both these players are now. It's on him to isolate the fights, though.
Can he do it? Simon getting closer.
1 off paint shells.
This is huge. C's goes in. Might need to play forward. Chichu doesn't play those games. And EDG get past the bonus round up against them. 2 still standing. EDG will be happy enough. Again, they've got 11 rounds, Josh. They can get closer in these. They don't have the pressure on them right now.
They're really happy about that opening as well. On top of those triple boxes, finding that first pickoff, EDG, it's on Trace to be able to play a perfect game at the moment. Right now, going and doing a fast play towards A, that's very far away from the game plan that we've seen against Lev, against other teams as well, where they are able to just control that long B area early. Even if they wanted to start with a little bit of a fake prod towards B, then come back to A, that works better. But EDG picking up that first kill before Trace got anything going.
I guess the silver lining is it was a costly gun round. So they are going to be suffering money-wise, right? We're going to see a judge come out, 2 sheriffs. It's just that you have 11 rounds. That's where the scary thing is. And as you highlighted, Trace still a little less experienced than EDG in these pressure games. I'll step closer for Hebei. They back away here, so early look towards A, but no commitment.
And this Prowler on the defense sees nothing down long B. So this timing is going to be very big. If the contact comes up, Fangfang popping that boombot's going to give away the information. A flash to follow from Sky. It's 2 towards B now.
But I'm worried with Kangkang here. I don't know why, but this guy just scares the life out of me sometimes. So dangerous, even with just that Sheriff. Getting proactive could kind of
catch
be
outside
what, yeah,
showers.
okay, this is all starting to crumble a little bit here. Do they expect a double stack? They absolutely don't, and that's why I'm scared of this man. Heibei gonna suffer for it. Quick paint shot, but already Fangfang trying to take the space back, and he's got him. But they know that one's missing. Kangkang was here. They saw him in the kill feed. They know he's still around. Haunted by him. The judge still be ratting off shells, trying to find something. Kangkang waiting for a pixel. Smoked off for now. And a bit of an exchange of space, trying to clear through towards CT. They've done it. Smoggy's fallen. This is where it gets difficult. It's a 2v3. Looking for a pixel, looking for a player.
Orbital strike, primed and ready.
First player spotted, time to move forward. Not gonna happen. Very well done by Trace in the end, keeping composure in that very volatile moment at the end then, but keeping that cool. Worked out for them, and they got themselves another step here.
That round could have easily gone out of their control, losing those first 2 players. This push here through the Viper wall, and then the second follow-up, EDG, having that 5-on-3, but the quick equalization, Showstopper invested, and I mean, realistically though, that was a full gun round from the side of Trace, whereas EDG, they lightly invested. They have some Sheriffs in those rounds, and it looks like their economy's still not really in shape, but they have that round lead, so they're gonna play that. They're gonna make sure that their buy is as good as anything, and just try to close out slowly those last 2 rounds that they need.
And these are confidence builders, though, for Trace. These are the rounds that you want to get clean enough. Keep them going. Feel out the game, warm into the game. I mean, half of the players were barely above 4 or 5 kills after that first half. It was a real grueling affair. So if they can just start feeling out the game, and this setup's lovely. This could really catch Simon here. See if they go for it.
The EDG players want to use the teleporter on this round, though, and get that fast flank.
Nah, this is comfortable for now, isn't it? Getting what they need. Forcing Simon to respect this. They now know his new position. He's fallen away. There's the TP. Kai ready and waiting. Nobody gone. Smoggy spotted. And the long creeping death on the way. Didn't need it. Kai warming up now. Starting to look deadly. Simon again still being kept in check. Kangkang kept behind the cage. And there's no escaping. 5 stand. Confidence builders right here, right now.
This is going to be a very important round coming up. This is so important for Trace to continue their streak right now. They're playing pretty good. Not exactly perfect, but close enough right now to be able to crawl back round by round. It's on EDG to kind of switch something up here. Yeah, they gave up a couple of rounds where they had basically a low buy, low investment, but still, the only round that they picked up this half so far was that 2 versus 2 in the retake situation, which came down to 2 versus 1. Now though, Ops out, Thrash available for the defense. And how is Trace going to get around that? Switching it up, not starting towards B this time, starting towards A, taking that showers control first.
This is quick, this is early. They've met nobody thus far. And he's already slipped deeper towards site, kind of playing back by Tribox, leaving that line for Kangkang over towards short.
Now the way that they're spread apart here makes me think that it's going to be back to B for Trace. Get that orb if it is still by long B right now. Controlling that space is Fangfang. The orb is still in play. That annihilation could come out and be a game changer for Trace getting into this round here.
I'm looking to see if EDG are re-clearing short, though. I'm looking at them kind of stacking up a little bit here, getting quite close. I don't think they are. Okay, backing away.
They have that pivot. They have that op up. They're looking down the sight line here, and Trace trying to do a little bit of a fake jab towards B, but the real commit is going to be towards A, right into the sight of the op here.
Still looking at nobody being this close by, and you're right, Kangkang on top as well. They're not falling for it. EDG are really sticking to their guns on this. Already sending Wingman in towards showers. This is what it comes down to, is does it land? And this man doesn't often miss, but this time he does. A new lease at life. But Trace, for the second time of asking! And the wall is just in effect, EDG! There's no access to this site. Kai has no opportunities either. No one's playing towards him, just constantly smoked off. Smoggy holding the line. Looking, just trying to backpedal away. They've got 10 seconds. Try and keep those weapons because you're not getting the round.
The clock ticks out, times out Trace here. 12 rounds is going to be picked up for EDG, and right now, did you see how they didn't even budge that round? They didn't move. They lost Shower's control, but full control over Long B. That's Simon holding it, spotting Hookah as well. They knew that right now, this is all fake pressure. Hold their setup, it's a ruse. We're going to be able to just connect this and be fine. This pick-off out of the sky. Pops that showstopper right after as well if more players got by, but nobody's shutting down that second and third player as well. EDG on the cusp of closing out this first map, and this is Trace's map pick. They have no more timeouts. They burned both in that first half before round 10, I believe.
Yeah, nobody's got the fish out. We've got 2 away from the orbital strike, 1 off from the Viper's pit. On the other side, a couple of ults very nearby. You're going to have, I mean, Seekers for BNK. Heibei's got his, but we asked for a flawless game. It's a tall task. It's a lot to ask for, but it's pacey. Oh, and Smoggy just denying off the rip. Simon's been caught, though. Pulled on over. Does he get saved in time? I don't think so. He's dead to right. Molly to deny the plant and keep control here. Heibei's got his man. That's Simon gone. But there's not much security here for Trace. They are surrounded on basically all fronts. How are they going to get a plant from this?
The op's still up. Smoke's about to dissipate as well. And the refresh. But they're out of the smokes on the attack side. Both sides basically out of smokes, just down to the Viper wall.
And it looks like Login trying to find them some options elsewhere, but...
Just a soft reset, yeah.
Yeah, but he might meet his maker on the other side in the form of Chichu. I don't know what you're meant to do here. Chichu's position is just, he's just a safety net. He is their backup plan in case it goes wrong. And now hearing the TP, he might be in the right place at the right time, but outdone. And now suddenly there's a new chance, a new lease at life. Kai can activate the lurk here as well. He's going to hear the steps. This is perfect. They just got to stick the landing. Go!
No way!
Nobody! Against the odds in that fight,
He's got
shouldn't have
flash
won
on
it.
that retake too.
Oh, spot on. Seekers can come down. Notes at least 2 towards CT. They now know it's hard to break back in. If you think how suffocating, how oppressive that deadlock can be, a triple swing, and they're fighting this out, but they can fall away. Oh,
wait,
was it down to a 1v1? What just
He's
happened?
got wingman for the defuse as well.
Oh my god, it's down
Dizzy
to the
for
wire.
info?
BNK, does he get spotted? No, it's perfect positioning! BNK keeping hope alive! God, that was dangerous though.
As soon as that fight happened at Long B, Chichu going down, you would think Trace closing this one out, easy peasy, no problem at all. Kai not getting the jump on the player at short A. Well, he got the jump, he missed the shot, he missed the opportunity there, and then coming down to 3 versus 3, this was so close. And Trace, if they want to be able to come all the way back, get it all the way into overtime here, they need to be a little bit tighter than this. They can't let these rounds get this close.
God, if that Dizzy had caught,
Right?
that could have been, I mean, so many small factors, but we're back in the game already. This is a pacey one too. Don't want to miss this for a second. Trying to find Chichu, but Chichu's got help. He's got friends here. You don't get a 1v1 against him. You got Kang now leaning forward, wants to be the aggressor, and he meets BNK.
no.
The judge though, the jury waiting, and Smoggy becoming the executioner to what could have been the turnaround for Trace here. BNK saved him before, but I don't think he can save him again. 6 bullets and a dream, and the dream just died. 13-7, EDG fully in control in this map.
That's a scary prospect going into Sunset. That was Trace's map pick right there. EDG has looked so good on Sunset, so it's going to be very important for Trace to be able to play way better than they did here. And EDG off to a great start.
You're the only thing that really makes me want to live. There are times when I feel like I have no will to fight. You always come and chase away the demons from my mind. You're beautiful inside and out. And I wish to thank you. For you're the one who made me want to stay.
Hey guys, here with Coach Muggle as well as Luna for the translations here. You know, you saw Trace Esports perform very well in groups. Was there a concern about Trace maybe reaching a new level, or is this going about as what EDG would have expected?
那其实，在小组赛的时候就可以看到 TE 他们的发挥其实是非常棒的。那在今天的比赛之前，会不会担心说他们的实力和之前相比更上一层楼了，会给你们一些出乎意料的表现？
我其实挺害怕他们选那种没有露过的地图的，但是他们还是选了他们一直在练习的地图。这张图他们很强，但是他们的范本很多，让我们很好针对。所以今天图池是这种图池的话，我感觉就还好。
I think I was really scared they will choose some maps we didn't expect they will choose, but still the old maps.
Yeah.
So we have lots of POAs to see. We have lots of examples for us. So maybe it's if the map pool is that, we don't consider that much.
Got it. Well, hey, look, EDG looked fantastic. Congratulations on the win. Back to you guys.
The fact that he said that he was a little bit scared, there was one little bit of scariness even that he could have felt, but this is the thing that they didn't show it at all on the server.
I think you have to be seeing their recent form and how good Trace have looked thus far. But this looked just like those regional matches. It went back to EDG's team fighting, dominating throughout, knowing the ins and outs of these setups that Trace brought.
Yeah, and speaking of that, it's time for the HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to Chichu on the side of EDG. And what a start to this map, Kakuka.
I think it's so important to understand that when you're playing against Trace Esports, especially here on Bind, you have to understand what their composition is lacking. You can take advantage of this timing, because since they do not have the Viper, if you put pressure over through long, this kind of picks become possible. And also the fact that the spacing is so bad in this situation. The trading comes in so late. Even with Chicho having this performance, we see Trace using those 2 timeouts at the in that first half. They're trying to find a stop to this. They go more aggressive, and EDG has the response to that. They say, okay, you want to go fast? You want to break our timings? You want to go for the duels? We will go there.
Trace's strongest suit is when they're getting to play their set stuff, when they get to play the set retakes, go for these plays they have cooked up around the deadlock. Where they really struggle is when things get a little bit sloppier, when they're playing in the mid-round and have to rely a lot more on the individuals than on the team fighting. And that's exactly what EDG exploited in this game. Playing these really slow rounds, figuring out exactly where that gap is, and then just blowing the round open and beating them with better individuals and better synergy between the team.
Yeah, and this is where things are going to get scary on the side of Trace, because after Bind, if we take a look at the next 2 maps, if they want to do this, they got to beat EDG not just on Sunset, Kakuka, but Lotus as well.
Yeah, but you need to take things one step at a time, right? You need to delete what happened on that first half. Yes, there was some adaptation, but you were struggling a lot. Now you need to focus on that Sunset. And to me, one of the pivotal changes is EDG bringing in that Neon. I think that it was a great showing that we had during the first match. The impact that an agent like Neon can have, and how versatile you can turn it to be, even when you think it's reached its cap, you can always take it further. And I feel that it suits EDG so well. Like they've grown very confident when they're using it.
And you can see the record here. Trace is yet to beat EDG on this map thus far. They've played it in so many of those BO3s.
Every single one of those BO3s.
Yeah, and they've beaten them every single time. This is the comfortable territory for EDG. And we started the day talking about the possibility of a change-up in the Dynasty, in the CN region, EDG falling off. No, they are in control. This looks just like it did back at home, and there's no indication it'll be different.
Today?
I did.
Okay. You know what I think is is even crazier is that in those 3 times where EDG and Trace went up against each other on Sunset, it was Trace that picked Sunset every single time, and they never learned their lesson.
But there is a reason to that. If you look at the times that they've played against each other in that map, the first 2 are extremely close. We're talking about overtime. We're talking about taking it to the limit. Anybody could have won that. But the last one, with that Neon, that was a different business.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Coach Destroyer on the side of Trace Esports has to say. He's standing by with Golden Boy ahead of map 2.
Hey everyone, GB here once again. We got Coach Destroyer alongside with Luna for the translations here. You have played Sunset against EDG quite a bit. Are we going to see anything different this time around? Because I know in those other times it's been a losing effort. So is there going to be anything new from Trace to get them into map 3?
我们都知道，在日落之城这张图上，其实和 EDG 交手过非常多次了嘛。但是可能之前就是并不是一个好的结果。那今天能不能看到一些新的东西、不一样的东西，能够帮助你们拿下这些图，并且进入到图3的呢？
我们肯定是准备了新的东西的，因为这图在这个赛场上面也输了2次，然后大家就等着看吧。
Of course, we've got preparation. Yes, we lost 2 times, but just wait and see what we got.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing it. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Back to you guys.
I mean, this is the thing. He not just spoke about what happened against EDG, but the fact that they play Sunset already here as well. And he was saying that they have to change things. They have to bring new things. And I agree with him. I think if they don't, this is looking like a 2-0 EDG.
But the question is, what are they going to change? What can you prepare in this short amount of time?
Maybe changing the duelist. I think that especially with the examples that you've had here, you can take those small pieces that will maybe give you some leverage.
And the issue is that EDG looks really well drilled on this map. They've been playing this Neon comp that you were mentioning earlier that they brought out at home and have shown here. Their last game against COEX looked lights out on this map. Kong looks super comfortable on the Neon. They're really good at picking up the pace and finding these early timings for openers, and then super well set up, especially in the post spawns in the late round. And we got a little spoiler there. It looks like maybe switching over to that Sova, over to that Raze, but is that enough to stay in this series?
Yeah, I mean, maybe the new stuff comes on the server.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that the surprise has to come obviously from the side of Trace Esports. I think that they need to pick up what they were doing on the bite, trying to pace things up. I think that with their composition, they have to be very explosive, but Simon had a very first map. Kankan is feeling unreal. Even with the operator missing some of the shots, I feel like the freedom that he feels, how well supported he is by every single one of their players, even when he's playing the Neon. I mean, it's a perfect combo for EDG.
If someone was to be a hero, I think it would be Feng on this attacking side.
Sorry. First day, maybe. First day.
That's a terrible pun. Let's just start the game.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I had a great setup as well, talking about narratives and all that jazz, but Pansy and Steel, let's just start the game.
I'll do my best. I'll press the button. We should be going in like 5, 4, 3, 2... Yeah, nailed it. Look at that. Look
nice.
At that. I'm on it. Thanks,
transition.
Nice one, production.
Transition.
I'm with you there. But let's kind of bring this back into focus. Sunset is a stronghold for EDG. This is a good map for them. They've looked fantastic. Kong looks great on the Neon. It's all looked wonderful. And we started the day and this game, and I guess map 1, by discussing those win cons for Trace. What do they need? And sadly, after map 1, I'm worried for them now, because that's got to be a blow to the confidence. That's got to bring them back down to earth, going, well, we had a great start here in Internationals, but maybe we've just met our maker.
Fang going into B, actually catching the timing almost. Chichu putting him down, though. Was trying to, see what was going to happen there at the start of the round. As I was about to say, Trace need to hit back hard. They need to, what does that mean? Mechanically, they are not hitting the shots. They're not getting the trades that they need to get, and already not off to a good start right now. They have those set game pieces, and they're not getting any space with it at all. So they're going to have to start rolling in the dirt a little bit more, trying to get into these mid-round situations where they don't really excel, but catching teams off guard. They caught Lev off guard the same way. So if they can make that happen against EDG as well, force these mistakes, an ill-timed push perhaps.
The paranoia. Do they overextend for this? Oh, the stun's good though. The stun. Oh!
Mistakes?
Cosmetic, I mean, question mark. But still, there's confidence with EDG. They're still going to take a body with him. Simon going to be noted on the site. Paranoia in towards him, trying to maybe slow that down with a flash. Kai's going to take him away. That's the site. I want to say secured. Until then, Nobody building back in through from elbow.
30 seconds left.
A little bit of a standoff here. Great shot from Nobody. No respect given. And now a 1v2, and there's a firing squad waiting. He's like, well, I didn't get the spike, and now I've got a frenzy. Probably not what I fancied. Right.
Can line them up, though.
There we go. That one's better. We'll give this a go.
10 seconds left.
But Chichu and Nobody, they ain't moving, and they're not giving an inch. Smoke finally back on, but time is gone.
No confidence there. He had more than 15 seconds. Doesn't want to swing with the frenzy. Gets the ghost. Doesn't even want to commit to a fight there. Trying to get that pre-fire, hoping to hit a headshot there. But you need to have way more confidence going into this game. If you want to be able to have a chance here, you can't be trying to kind of like, I'm going to take this peek.
And I like what we were seeing at the start.
The start was great.
Punished.
The start was great, okay? You get punished, unlucky, but you have that killer
left.
instinct, you're taking that timing, you're going for it. If you're able to do that and also convert the kills, you have a chance into the game. But if you do what we saw at the end there, you don't. Also, if EDG tries to press the issue like that again, try to overextend a little bit, that is the mistake that, you know, if they continue to do that, Trace has a chance.
But I feel like EDG are just kind of making it hurt a bit more, trying to be almost overconfident, take some of these fights. Big info found there. Nobody's in danger. He's going to be shut down on. How is he still alive? Kangkang's still going to bail out at least a little of this. Nobody does fall, but EDG still with favorable numbers after what felt like actually a big opportunity. Chichu just taking a fight on CT. It's scrappy. This is messy Valorant we're seeing. But
shaken right now.
I really want to see them kind of overcome the fear of facing EDG. It feels like a different team. You look at Trace before against arguably incredibly strong opponents. Again, I don't think anyone's going to discredit Vitality or Lev for the danger they pose. Individually, pound for pound, they're a scary side. But Trace look just totally different here. I want to see them build up that confidence, back themselves in these fights, lose that fear of a name, and start getting some confidence beside them. This isn't a bad round, bear in mind. If they get one more, this could be really good for them.
Even damaging the shields would be a little bit of a win.
That'd be lovely. We take
30
those.
seconds left.
Couple of smokes to play with.
But going too
Already
slow, yeah, I mean,
position here. He's sat so deep. He's not letting that classic really have much of an opportunity.
Cover going out.
15 seconds. Right, 3 survive.
if I'm Trace, if I can somehow get telepathically connected to them.
Okay.
This is what
Josh
you do.
the coach,
if
he's
you're,
coming in.
If you're ever against a team and whatever your game plan is doesn't work, if you know what their game plan is, take a page out of their book, use it against them. So EDG on their attack side would probably wait a little bit, try to see what's going on at A by doing a little bit of pressure. If they get the kill, they take A. If they don't, they convert back in through middle and try to end with a market split. If Trey starts to do these B splits through market, if A's not looking like it's viable, that might be their opening here. But starting up, breach done ready in case there's any sort of aggression. It's a bonus round for EDG. They're already a map up. Defense on their side choice, on their map choice.
Here comes the aggression. Kung Kung, oh! Sent back this time. Big first pick there.
Cosmetic stun. Second time sliding at the enemy and getting taken out by stunned individuals.
But I like that though. If Trace can keep that up, deal with this aggression, quell it, put it back in line, then they can play a more standardized game. Until that point, they're not going to be allowed that freedom. But already, nobody's filling that space. He only has the go, so why not? Take a risk and take all of this. It frees up Simon for, you know, getting real, I guess, stuck in towards A. You can see the rotation from Smoggy. One way's back up. This gets very difficult. They've got a good read here.
The stun can't come up any sooner right now. Hebe, he just got it off. Cooldown. It needs to be perfect. They need to get everything off properly because the stack's already in. The flank is right here behind the trip. Is the communication going to be perfect?
3-2 split and away we go. Bianca going to be the first man forward. Chichu says goodbye and Kai turns around. He notes there's pressure. He notes something went wrong. He reads it well. Smoggy though can only do so much and they survive. They get past the first hurdle, they get around on the board, but it was a bonus.
The problem with Ace Sight on defense is even if you have the perfect read, you're closing the gap from the behind, it doesn't matter because there's nowhere you can really play or hide from those breach util stuns, the aftershock, the smokes are going up on spawn, on the main, on the link as well. So yeah, you can stack it, but really, is it gonna do anything for you? Not here, not now. Trace looking to pick up a second round going into this first gun round of the game. Starting on this attack side, EDG feeling really confident going into this game. We've seen it, Hong Kong going aggressive. But here, just a normal default opening, both teams trying to kind of gauge the temperature of the room, see what's going on. A little bit of fake pressure from EDG, securing that A space. Smoggy with the one-ways is gonna keep the space by himself. Trap slowly getting dealt with by Trace, getting into position where they can explode if they want to, but also controlling this middle. Market door was closed. Looks like a 5-man group at this point.
Chichu can reinvest that as well, though. Took it back in time. Information exchange. It's starting to build towards the B site. Everything going in. Kangkang already going to find one. There's the reinvestment of it. Going to force them to put bodies on the line to clear their way in.
No more shocks to deal with this trip as well. He's going to commit his body, but he finds Chichu.
That could be the goer.
That could be the big opening. 2 walking out middle right now.
But if this man is here, if Kangkang is still here, there's still space to be had. But I like this lean towards top middle. It brings into question Simon as well. He's going to have to keep track of that potentially, but it is an opening. It's an opportunity. And Trace going to take it with both hands here. They've got the timing right, and nobody's starting to question it. Starting to think about it, but he didn't think it'd be that close. But Kangkang can divide, and Conker looking for a follow-up. He's got it!
That's it?
That's the spike down! 15 seconds! He just needs to live. Can he be the one to secure this? I think he can. 3 in the round, he wants a bit more. He gets every single one of them!
And don't come back. Go, go, go.
Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Kangkang understands, understands the situation. He's getting flanked from the back lines, finds 2 in front of him. That's the spike. Clears in, pushes into the main, takes it down, because you don't want to get split on from 2 different directions. You got to get in their faces and just alleviate that pressure. He takes them out from the front, turns around and deals with the flank. And that's going to be really just hard for Trace to be able to swallow that situation. They actually didn't have a bad plan there.
No, it seemed good. It seemed good, but there is one man that you don't want to face in those, and it's him. Massive amounts of info of that too. These sheriffs, these stingers. Pray and they work out, but everybody's here. EDG bringing all the players over. Flash and a push potentially. The spam's enough. Simon takes away BNK. Plant is in though, so Trace at least going to get some comfort, but I say that because it's going to be taken away in a second. The paranoia goes in, and Kangkang flashed up. That's huge. Maybe a chance. Kai's still alive. Kangkang's still alive. Ah, maybe I spoke too soon. As Kai now needs to pull off a miracle. A 1v3 here. Position, timing. It's so good! Just not good enough.
He was body shotable as well from the Sheriff. That could have been a huge play, a good swing for Trace to be able to get back in mentally with their confidence as well.
Oh, that could have been everything.
So close, but close isn't good enough. They need to be able to be shooting back, all of them, on an individual level. Right now, it's not everybody that's posting up the numbers. Right now, EDG is feeling so confident. They're getting these spam kills through the smokes. They're knowing exactly where they need to position themselves for what's happening from Trace.
Stack there.
Yeah.
Before they even fully hit. As I said, it feels like Trace have left their book just open on the table, but that was so close for Kai. And that's got to be a real gut punch in the end.
Revealing area.
4-1 though. This buy means everything.
Rolling Thunder available. The darts going in early, the shocks going in early. This is pressure that we haven't really seen. Try to disarm some of the things, but it's not good enough. EDG, they still have the camera in B main. They're early drone re-clearing through middle. They spot someone. Maybe at the bottom of mid. Drone goes down though. That's good information for EDG though. Holding the setup. Trace still have that Rolling Thunder. They need to invest it perfectly into this round. Even split, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from EDG off the back of that drone, off the back of this quiet, just lull in the round at B main. And here they go, deciding that it's going to be actually back towards B with this mid insert. They have that teleport from the Omen to get info if they need it. Confirm some info. That camera. Gonna catch some info. So the speed up comes from the attackers.
And again, you can slip back towards CT. You're going to have to give up the site. That's not a surprise. Kai has to go big here. First step taken, and it's good. Smoggy going down is important. Kang, quick to it, though. Takes away the mid-pressure. Lets the rest of the team now build back in. He's focused towards B main. 2 potential victims. He can't find either. Hebe holds the line, and they can focus back towards CT. EDG this time being held at the gate. That's much better from Trace. This is what we were asking for. Pressuring through middle. Utilizing those ults well, and they could do with a clean round. Let's see if they can keep as many players up as possible. They can. 4 still standing. This is what the doctor ordered.
This is a side of Trace we haven't been seeing either. On their bind, they did it one round that was sort of like this, where they try to do a little bit of this fake pressure towards one site and then go back, let the round simmer a little bit, and then do something else. We don't see that really boiled into their plans at all, where they have these misdirection openings, try to disarm traps, try to insert a player, and then end with their game plan. Everything so far has been just straight up 5-man this, 5-man that, maybe 4-man this, 4-man that with Kai on alert, but now he's inserted before anything else happens and disrupts that middle, that retake through middle.
It's going to humble the economy of EDG. Sheriff's Ghosts, and a classic for Simon.
Here.
So we're trying to see a massive opportunity to get some consecutive rounds. So once again, the B side looking like the focus, at least to begin with. Be careful though. The Sheriffs can do damage.
The defenders, Hunter's Fury is available as well. Perfect time dart could change the tides a little bit here. The attackers taking their time, not trying to run into any traps, and the firing squad out middle as well, waiting for that rotation to come in. Market door still closed. So Trace calls the audible, understands what's happening. Sova's been spotted, Cypher's been spotted.
Oh, but the reclear, really well timed. Again, EDG good at this. And they can take more risks.
Yep.
But still, taking the long rotation around, kind of implying they're aware the top mid could have a player inserted. So Kang will get to the A site at the right time.
Nobody uses his Hunter's Fury in the back line if he thinks he could get a collapse, but he might actually find one here. Doesn't know about the second one. Could get caught easily, make it a 4-on-4.
Surely you play forward into this, you do. Nobody goes down, but they know what's going on here. BNK trying to find his man too, doesn't get it. Chichu on the punish, time running low, and they look to pivot. Do they run back? Heibe's got to make his mind up here.
Loking can run to B and then ultimate and collect the spike from his teammate if he drops it. If he needs to do that, there he goes.
There it is. Gotta go now, 10 seconds. This is still so close. Spike collected. And there's the support. Hebe gonna catch one on the way through. Deny Simon. Now down to a 1v2, but it's Smoggy and Chichu alive. Plants in, he knows he's not B main. Oh, this is really difficult with the ult. Everything on top of this one. He's got a fair fight on Chichu, but look who's behind him.
Stick it, maybe?
I mean, he could. Smoggy definitely could.
What?
Oh, no!
All that.
To end like that.
Thrifty.
No more.
That is just, there needs to be a timeout off the back of this, because that is so depressing. They did so many things, they're right.
So many things right.
Once they realized, I mean, it could have been tightened up with the timing of everything, getting back to A after doing all that space, all that pressure towards B main. They had middle for a really long time, but once they saw, hey, this is a stack, 20 seconds left in the round, switching out that spike to get collected by the Omen and that 2 versus 3, really well played. But coming down to these rounds, you can tell that he is just feeling under the pressure at the moment. We saw it on pistol round as well, just so scared to take these fights and commit to the duels, and he's not hitting his shots as well. So a valiant effort, and we're seeing something a little bit different, but we're not seeing anything different enough from Trace at the moment. EDG is still in control.
Yeah, very much so, and that was a Moscow Thrifty too. That's a scary fact. Even though it was that close and it, super exciting, big opportunity for Trace, they were up against Sheriffs and Ghosts and some fortuitous timing, some well-made timing by EDG. Again, I've got to give credit for EDG for kind of clearing out space and taking it so well and kind of understanding the ebb and flow of the game. Just kind of, retaking over towards that B main space or kind of hitting that flank perfectly timed in towards middle. Yeah, probably didn't expect the additional Omen to be sat there in tiles, fair enough. But still, the way they play is very, very, very heads up, well-timed. For Trace, you were right about the timeout, and I think we saw why. I think it's get everyone on the same page, kind of reset the mental a little bit there, because that 1v2 was very winnable.
It was a 2v3 before that situation, but Hebe unable to convert his kills or over at middle. And the off up for Kong Kong.
Insult to injury, salt in the wound potentially. A million different ways to put it, but they get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. And a faster pace look towards pressuring top middle, but it will be noted.
Drone reclear, spots just the one. Could maybe assume two though. The convergence though, at middle, Kong Kong there with the off.
This is pretty pressure though. Chichu gonna spot a barrel and takes away Kai. They're gonna know about the additional player, but Kong Kong is still holding control here. King has a lot of work to do. 4 more players and he's surrounded. Not gonna happen. I'm worried they're capitulating here, Josh. I'm worried they're running out of steam.
A few rounds ago, I was pointing out how you just take a page out of the opponent's book, try to do these market splits, but right now, it's just so disjointed. You lose that first player to that operator out at B main. You're stealing mid back from them, which is good. But again, once this market hit comes, look at the spacing here. Look how everyone is one by one, going through a one-way cage. No trades in play. It is just not tight enough from Trace. The ideas might be there, but the execution is far from being even remotely acceptable.
It feels like you can't escape Kong Kong now. Again, right place with that operator here.
And even if he's not, he can sprint to the right place before you can go and do whatever.
Yeah, so a heavy hit to this round, at least for Trace, would be Heibei. Hero rifle. Everyone else on the Sheriffs.
It's going to be Showstopper next round as well.
Oh. Maybe that could help, but clutching at straws, it feels like. Kai. It looks like death awaits around that corner, so maybe desist.
Holding for the regress. Ultimate orb still towards B. Fung can get it. Get a Showstopper on this round if they feel like it's necessary to invest it. Try to get this round going. But he's positioned outside A right now, so kind of getting this split pressure at the moment. Kai revealed off that knife. And because it's just the lurker, it's just the Cypher there, we're seeing that rotation. Kong Kong with the op all the way back towards B. That drone going out B main is going to make them think even more that it's going to be a B hit. But Trace actually taking back to A. We haven't seen this side of Trace yet.
They'll double fake here, double pump back towards A. But there is a closing window of chance.
They got it, yeah.
They've got to kind of make a go of this now. The knife's almost back up in 5 seconds.
That's
and
an opening.
Kai's taken down Simon. They should go off this one. They've got the info off the back of the hat as well. They know what's there. The site is available, 13 seconds. Careful though, that plant could have been precarious, but it should be secure. Heibei, you're gonna get the job done. 5v4. And Kang. Oh, they just crossed back through to it. That felt a little bit blasé. You can't be taking those sort of crosses here. Once that smoke dissipates, it's game back on, but Heibei, told you he was the hero with the rifle, but Kang is just clearing everyone. 3 in the round. And just 1 remains. The beast from the east strikes again. You can't get past him.
Trace finding just the smallest of margins to be able to get into the round. And right when they think that they're about to convert it, Kong Kong is here to remind them of reality. But these fights could be so much better for Trace. Again, it's not about the ideas right now in some of these rounds, it's the execution.
Yeah.
Had they all peeked together off the back of the stuns and the flashes from the breach, they moved together, fine. But right now, everything's 1 by 1, and that's the perfect opportunity for Kong Kong to be able to capitalize with his operator. Get one, get that next round in the chamber. Continuously take them out, and 7-2 is the lead for EDG. Fung with that Showstopper. We've been talking about it. Heibei went off of his Rolling Thunder as well. But again, EDG not feeling the pressure. Camera still up in B main. Nobody not fearing anything. He's re-clearing B main. Op posted up on A as well. And the walk right back into it.
How'd you clear this angle? You got to put util to it, or you're going to probably put your life on it. That's how you opt to go for it. Just the owl drone. He's not really falling that far. And knowing him, he'll probably walk back if he fancies it.
They're also worried about Simon's ultimate as well to cancel out that Showstopper.
Look at this, they've got space on both sides here. Nobody's got to be careful. Could get closed down on. And it's Kang to fall, so do they turn around? No, they're going to carry on in this direction. 3 players on this side of the map, though. Nobody could have been caught in no man's land, but no, the one-way goes up for Chichu. Denies the springboard forward, going to get the info off the hat. And BNK better be on red alert. Nobody's feeling hungry for this.
Oh, the timing!
Oh, and he's ready to
Wait, no shot.
He's got everything he wants. It was on a platter, it felt like. And they're just so confident, Josh. They keep going for this. Oh, they're in trouble. They're getting held at the door. 20 seconds now. They're faltering. They're falling. And Simon waiting for more.
No.
It's Chichu. EDG running through Trace like it's nothing.
We might be seeing that second timeout being burned in the first half again. Yes. Trace, they need something going. Right now they have some ultimates, but again, it's these mid-round situations. You have Kang from the front lines getting in the faces, and nobody just slipping in the back, understanding, hearing all the rotations and understanding how the rotation is going to go. Trace not doing a good enough job of taking space, leaving players to punish their re-aggression, and then actually going somewhere else. They've tried it before, but they've tried it at the opposite site that they need to do it in.
No timeout used here, so back in with the Stingers. They've got the Rolling Thunder with Heibei.
You got the Cypher trips over on A, and you've got all of B main on the side of the defense, and Kang's already setting up the 4th player with that operator all the way towards A.
They're in the right place. They're at the right time. And Trace, I mean, this isn't good enough yet. Heibei yet will catch Chichu, but it feels just like a consolation kill. Kang is here. Nobody had controlled the entirety of the rest of the map. Yeah, he's taken damage, but he held that B site just fine. Kai would have to go nuclear to give him a 3rd now.
I don't even know if he's going to be a stick of like dynamite, let alone nuclear at the moment.
I mean, what are you meant to do at these points? They're struggling. Nice towards nobody. It's not really a safe weapon to pick up though, and again, keep in mind where the spike is, right? So you've got 38 seconds to get all the way over. Got to get past Kang with the operator.
Twirling this really nicely though.
And that's the main thing, right?
That is
30 seconds left.
Absolutely. He might catch this timing. If these guys aren't aware of this, this is a pretty quick movement around. He's got time to actually let this round develop as well.
I mean, how much time does he have though? Looking where the spike is and then having to get all 3. Hello. Oh, does catch Kang. And now we're getting into a more interesting part of the round, but 8 seconds now. It felt like it was just going to end this well. Fated almost to close down, held on to.
Last round in
They're just not getting what they need here. There's only so many ways we can put it. The map control has been firmly with EDG. They've been pushing nobody in towards B main early, keeping control. They've had a full read.
I hate sounding like a broken record, but again, it's the same formula, it's the same recipe in this round. We see Fang going out. He still has his teammates that has certain abilities, Rolling Thunder, Paranoia. He goes out alone, he gets put down, no one else to trade him. We're seeing Kang going aggressive right after he gets that opening kill, picking up a couple more kills. It's like every round is the same thing. And stealing B main with the op this time.
A little adjustment, but same level of threat. Aldrone pretty good for this, but does he get to evade it? I think he does. Careless. And that's what it costs you. BNK going to be going down. Fang going to try and pick up the pace through market, maybe a chance, but no, nobody's got their back. Everything's in place. EDG, large and in charge. There is no breaking this team. And for Trace, they are just outmatched here. There's only so ways we can say it.
Can't break the team, they can barely break a trip.
Yeah. A valiant attempt, but Kai now, it's done. EDG, so in control. As I said, this is, if anything, a demonstration of why they are #1 in the region. You thought map 1 might have been a one-off. It certainly is not. Full control, full power, the prowess out of control.
Red Bull gives you wings.
But we're not on camera. Well,
10-2. It's been a masterclass from EDG, showing how to play as the favorite, to win your game, win your map, show your dominance. And my God, have they. Only 2 rounds claimed for Trace.
doing it in style as well. We haven't seen this sort of, I mean, we've seen this sort of aggression. It hasn't been working all the time for EDG. It's been forcing them to play a different play style in the previous matches to get to this point here. But coming in with that 2nd seed, going against Trace, who had that #1 seed coming into the playoffs here, this is looking like it's flipped on its head. Trace.
What do you do? What do you do?
Start with the pistol. The same scoreline from the last map of Fine. Start with that pistol. Start building that lead. But you have to play perfect. Not near perfect. Perfect. Otherwise, EDG, they've been looking so strong, so aggressive, and right now, probably so explosive.
Looks like it's made by design. We go back in. Strong look here in the first half of the 2nd map. 10 rounds, double digits right off the rip. We get to witness the approach. Clear-cut look towards the B site here. And they get the access they want. It's mostly a hold towards market. So a little bit of a contest on the cross, but not too much. They should be able to get a plant here, but see if there's maybe a pre-take.
The Lurk Smoke is definitely going to give them the space to do it.
Yeah, Bianke, he's out. And Kungung's fallen. This is good. This is actually a little bit of a tester here. Maybe a taste of things to come. But there's maybe where it stops. EDG digging in their heels. But Simon's down low, 4 HP. And he's got 3 players. Not going to happen. They are off to the start they need. They get the first in the 2nd half.
And Trace picking up that pistol. We talked about that. How it's a must-do. Not to get nitpicky, but they're playing the retake from market. What is the purpose of sending that Sova dart in that early before they can capitalize on it? That was gone 10 seconds before his teammates were able to get there. Had they waited, they had that Lurk Smoke from the Omen to get out market. The rest of the team is going to be coming through this spawn choke point after that attacker smoke dissipates. That would be the perfect timing for that dart to come in so that they can start making their way into the site. But being used that early, not being able to find any opportunities to get a kill off of it, this could be the not perfectness that they need to be able to do. I'm just making up words at the moment.
Not perfectness.
Not perfectness.
Wordsmiths, we are.
You know, every word is made up technically.
Wow, so deep. This round, though, we're going to have classics and a ghost. So for EDG, you're looking at any danger to be achieved or any damage, but hey, babe. Damn, all right.
4.
Spike down.
Get your ace.
Get your ace. Let the man, Bianke.
Okay.
Bianke.
Let him get an ace.
Let him cook. Even body blocking, that's crazy now. If you've
that-
done it, there we go.
Kai is a good teammate. Kai,
Jumping out
hopping
there,
in, knife
no worries,
out.
trade me.
I'll find him for you, trade him.
I'm great. Hey, it's confidence. I know it sounds silly, but you're clutching at straws at these points as well. You need those small boosts. They make you at least feel like you're in the game because they've been dictated to up until this point. Thankfully, we've got the beautiful replays here as we do get a bit of a Prius moment at the start there. But love you, Prius.
No comment.
Look, I've got to get at least one Prius jab in, otherwise, contractually, I'm not on point. But as it stands, this is the first test. First big danger, buy round coming in for EDG, bonus for Trace.
And we've seen this from EDG in previous series. Once they get stalled out at A, this is when they transition to that mid to B through market. That is the area that's not being defended by Trace at the moment. So it's on Trace to decide how are they going to deal with this? Are they going to pivot in time?
Bianke going to have to deal with a lot coming his way already. Going to be trying to fall back towards CT. He's got support there. Heibei by his side, shoulder to shoulder. Gungung has gone down. And now they look to fall away again. So a little bit of a push and pull here from EDG. Trace aren't falling for this completely. I'm a little bit worried if they overextended there, but no, they're holding the ground they've been given at least.
Very precarious position here in this 4-on-4, and Trace going aggressive. Will they find him though? Nobody.
Whoa. He was so low on HP though. They were clutching at anything they could. So now they felt pressure across the map a little bit, still in middle, but no, it's mostly through main. Fung still going to be on the back of the site by back pillar, supported by Kai now, peeking through on the cage. That's perfect. Follow-up paint shot could have been huge. Don't let this one slip. You have such a great chance here. Don't let it go to waste, and they don't. Fung holds the line. They convert their bonus, exactly what they needed.
It's like they're following the script from the previous game. All they need is EDG to win around here, Trace to pick up the next one, something like that.
Something like that.
But right now, Trace, they have that Rolling Thunder off the back of Hebei getting that ace on that second round here. But good adjustments. I mean, we're seeing the same pattern, the same flow of everything. EDG getting stalled out at A, calling for that audible for the mid to B. Trace, though, staying a step ahead of it. So maybe they've done their homework a little bit. It's all on them to continue this momentum.
Hebei, Rolling Thunder there, you're going to have, I think there's one from the Showstopper too for Feng, so that could be massive for them. Oh, careful now though, don't get too close. Send them running, sure, but you don't want to be losing rifles here, giving that over. That could be danger. And Kung reminds you why. Rattles off a shot to the brain of Hebei. They're still looking for, why are they so close
Why
to
are they
this?
fighting this still?
I don't know, and maybe we'll find out now. It felt too risky for it, but they are rewarded. But God, they played that dangerously.
That was so dangerous. And had they been winning those types of situations? Sure. But right now, they haven't been, and I was feeling so nervous for them. 4-on-1, Smoggy. You were highlighting him earlier. Damage is good.
Yeah, but the setup, not going to get around it. So,
it's good to show this flash of confidence, though. The fact that they're waiting in those kind of like, I'll hang on this side, you hang on that side, we go for our kills, we actually take these fights. Granted, it was against an eco. Maybe it's like a false sense of confidence there. But it's good to see that they're still in the game, because this is not the end of the world, the end of the road for them if they lose here, right? But it's important for them that they stay mentally engaged in this tournament, that if they go into the lowers, that they know that it's not just like one-sided knockout, that they're just getting pummeled, that they have a chance to fight back. We saw them come to here in the first seed, so they can take out these big teams. But if they get crushed here, it might crush them for the next match. They need to just min-max how many rounds they can get here, even if they do end up losing.
Yeah, spot on. Now, we've got a couple of ults very nearby. Simon, I think, is one off from his, obviously on the KO. 2 away for Kung. Nobody 2 up from the Hunter's Fury, and the Hatzer was there, but not really an instigator. On the other side, the Rolling Thunder still in hand for Hebei. Had that in the last round. I mean, Showstopper 1 off, 2 away for VNK. So a couple of these ults really nearby. Now, timeout here for EDG, making sure this doesn't get out of hand, because, as said, they're within touching distance. Not close enough to be a huge threat yet. You're not worrying, you're not panicking. The Trace have turned up. They've actually woken up on this second half. They're showing us a game, a little bit of confidence, and that timeout maybe just icing them a little bit, cooling them off. We go back in. Is it going to be 5 in a row now for Trace?
Fun, getting aggressive here. The Paranoia also set up for B-Main from looking from that market area. Stun up in the front as well.
I mean, no one's on A. So
it's full control over B.
Look at this pinch. If Chichu doesn't die here, it would be a miracle. And oh my God, it might just be. Fung does get one, but now they come back. They want the scrap as well, but numbers-wise, EDG come out on top.
2 versus 3. Still winnable situation for Trace if you're on the 2. It all comes down to this first fight. The pop flash setup. The teamwork has been there for EDG, hasn't been there for Trace.
But look at Kung's position. He's just away from the others. They may not consider. I think Bianche's thinking about it, and thinking is not enough. Kung takes his head off. And now Hebei, not really with a chance to get back in here, would need a big round. He's got the first, but 30 HP is so hard to try and close it out with. And EDG laugh at the aggression that Trace tried to show.
Respect it. It's off the back of a timeout from the other team. You go aggressive. You do basically an all-in play. You do have the economy to buy behind it if maybe they invested that Rolling Thunder. But honestly, that was pretty big from Chichu. Staying alive, getting those 2, getting the hat off. Almost, I don't know if he picked up that third or almost got the third. Teammate Smoggy coming into the sidelines there. So well dealt with from EDG. Trace, respect the effort.
If it was anyone other than Chichu, you feel like that was probably on, on the money, but he has been pretty stalwart in approach. Now what do you do with this?
Just these market splits through B, and they got that KO ultimate to pop on this as well.
Oh, there it is. Just about going to get the info here. That's big. Bianche going to try and lead ahead. Perfect. He knows there's 2 more. He couldn't quite get the third, but he sets up the rest. Hebei still trying to take him down. And it's aggressive. And it's working. Nobody now in a 1v3. He's got info. But what are you meant to do with it? Nobody gonna find one. He's got them down to a very doable situation. A minute on the board. Doesn't need to overdo it, but he takes the fight and he loses it. Trace still in the game.
Round by round, that's all Trace needs to do. They still have that Rolling Thunder for a rainy day if they need it. And EDG getting really low on economy at the moment. Yeah. So needing to decide what they want to do. If they want to do a full investment, they do have that Hunter's Fury. Kong could go pop those ultimates. But that's a good hold in market from Beyond K. That was great holding his ground, reminiscent of, you know, not to bring up Fnatic on this cast, of course, but Chronicle.
Okay.
It was me doing it.
It's
okay?
my job.
It was me. It was me. You're safe from this one, I think.
No, it'll still be my fault. Look, I'm well aware. Tiles being where EDG start with this time around. And they did go for the kind of broken purchase. So you've got the 2 rifles, 1 Sheriff, and then Ghost and Classic on the other side, of course. You're starting to see again way more well-rounded and a bit of an immovable object. Bianca hunted down, though. Kang picking up the pace and carries on until Kai stands his ground for 1, but the trade comes in. TP for information, but Feng trying to find a connection through Market. Couldn't do as much damage as he wanted. 1 rifle gathered by Simon, or did he come in with it? Potentially it's Smoggy, who's picked up a rifle since. Now they're gonna get a plant down.
Hits nobody on that Rolling Thunder, but it zones them out into B main. Smoke still up for both sides. Paranoia, Hunter's Fury for the attackers.
That scares me with nobody, that Hunter's Fury in play. And the further the clock ticks, the more impactful it gets. Disconnected, playing safe. The first tap, and there it is. Gonna unleash. Doesn't find anything, but he secures them time. And now you're gonna see the nade going on top and Simon making sure, spraying and praying, but Hebe, he's sticking on this one. Smoggy, he can't land the shot, the defuse is in!
2 HP, the diffuser.
How did he live through that? Hebe coming online, clutching up with just 2 HP.
Hijacked that spike right under their nose. 2 HP. The spam looked like it was directly on.
It was so close. Oh, this was the start. Bianchi's been so good at this. I mean,
that first engagement at market these last 2 rounds has been pivotal, and that's a big part of EDG's game plan, is getting those B splits through that market zone. Right now, EDG needs to probably think about how they want to approach going B a different way, maybe heavy through main, or trying to contest A and try to steal that ground away. It doesn't have to be instant off the barrier. It could be delayed, but here, it is B again. 4 Vandals up. Kong, Stinger, ultimate ready. And realize that the setup is towards market. That's the retake on B every single round right now. Bianca has his Hunter's Fury, but not in a good position to be able to pop it off.
They've really only shown Kong now a couple of times, and there, nobody's the one to fall following it up. I'm looking at the spike.
He's got a hat too.
Backing away, yeah, there it is, info. That should speed up the approach now. They know that it's going to be an A hit at the very least. Smoggy trying to lead the way with Chichu. They've got to secure a lot of safety here if they want to be able to try and get a plant, because already you've got players
gun barrel
occupying CT.
Almost catches him.
He might have had that one. Kai getting curious, getting closer. And Kai's going to find more. Chichu's fallen. Feng's there. Smoggy's gone down, and now Simon left in a 1v5. This could be the turnaround we were waiting for. A key, critical round for Trace. And Simon going to have to face the music at some point. He's got 5 players surrounding him. And when that smoke drops, he will be revealed. And they take another step forward. This is getting to crunch time.
This is getting close, and this is a side of Trace that we were hoping to see. Had this come out on Bind, this could have been a really
totally different game.
Completely. But right now, things are getting a little bit too close for comfort for EDG. Timeouts have to come in. They have to talk about what's going on right now. What have we seen? Bianca is always in market. He is getting his first kill. He's staying alive.
Yep.
We're seeing always it's Kai towards B, and he's also staying alive, doubling up towards market or spawn a lot of the times. What have we tried and what have we not tried? EDG so far hasn't tried to do a delayed A hit, and they haven't tried going straight up through A. We've also seen them do, with relative success, Kong going through middle as Neon sprinting down and getting in the backlines off the back of some pressure. I want to see that sort of strat again, where they utilize Kong's speed as Neon and slipping the net. They know that Trace is starting a 3-2 opening, 3 on A, getting that space, and then shifting over. Trace, though, respect to them. They're closing the gap, 2 rounds away from tying it up.
It takes real resistance to be able to do this.
This was a 10-2 half as well.
It was. And so far, only dropping
1-7.
Yeah, that's wild. We asked for perfection, and they're getting damn close to it.
But as I said, you need to have perfect. You can't have near perfect.
Close to, yeah, you're right.
Right now, Trace is...
They're on the right trajectory.
They're on the right trajectory, but I think they're at the near perfect zone instead of the actual perfect zone.
It could all fall apart in 1 round. That's all it takes to at least secure OT for EDG.
They might pick this one up, though. Stingers and Sheriffs on the board, but I've been in esports long enough to know that the caster's curse is definitely real.
It can be relatively strong.
Not NA or EMEA, though, so I don't know how strong this sort of buy is.
It's true. Let's see what the Stingers are like coming out from this region. Kai. Oh, dear.
I've done it.
I can't believe you've done this. It's only 1. I mean, Heibei's been really solid as well. And on.
Bokeng, do you clear the corner?
Please.
He doesn't know, but he'll catch a second by accident, potentially. Simon's,
I mean, he's so... Oh, the timing! Oh my God, he's got no idea. He's got no idea. It's an execution. Nobody just scoops up the rifle. Bianchi is close. That's big. Bianchi, can you save the day? 1 minute, he's got to keep control. Pressure through middle. Kangkang's still there. Kai and Bianchi. Where'd you go? What'd you do? Spike making a quick move towards that B site.
This A fight, Chichu, if he takes this timing right now, even if he doesn't, he can throw his hat on the body on site there, confirm that information, 40 seconds to play with as well, and Kongkong just causing distraction at the moment here.
He's only got 1 HP.
Forcing that rotation. Here comes the hat. It's going to confirm the info, and it's going to make Trace feel like they have to run all the way back to A on that.
Where do you got, Kongkong?
30 seconds left.
Surely not. Surely not. 1 HP, and he's playing him like a fiddle. Chichu trying to draw their attention and a good angle for Kongkong here.
Divide and
Tuck
conquer.
himself in the corner. 1 HP's not enough. Kai prevails, and now the 2v2. They know about Chichu. They don't know about Simon. Now they do. They can get that defuse started. Chichu's got to close the gap and fast. Market his only option, his only way, and it's not good enough. Trace Esports holding on for another.
Those are the types of rounds where I fear for Trace. They are not so well-rounded in those situations. Their whole game plan is those start-around plans, not getting interrupted when they want to execute whatever ideas they have. But right now, they're in a 2 versus 3. I'm shocked that they're able to play in the mud with EDG, this style, and come out on top in that 2 versus 3. That was a really cool round.
Yeah, that was fun. Kai, what a hero. Frustration, looking like a little. Coach.
Oh.
Damn, cameraman. Damn.
That is despair.
Yeah, it truly is. We've all been there. We felt those feelings. We've watched
there
the game.
a few times.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring it back up, man.
All good.
Damn.
Ultimate for Simon. He can pop this, disable all these traps here for the Cypher, but the Cypher already kind of playing towards top and middle, staying out of that range. Again,
I like it.
But this is what I was talking about a little bit with EDG as well. Just trying to figure out, feel it out, not try to commit to anything, try to pressure one side, play out the round instead of just committing through market. Because right now, we're seeing kind of like a mirror setup from Trace. Flipped on its head, Bianchi over towards A-Link. We've seen him market every round. This is an anti-KO ulti setup here. So how are they going to play off this? They got that kill trip deep in the site for Kongkong to push all the way through. They know him. They're reading him.
Spoke about it on the first map, how red Trace looked, but this time around it could be different. Kongkong aware. Yeah, knows better, knows way better. They've at least got themselves a plant. With Simon's ult coming in, that's the plant that they've got now secure. First time we're in a 5v5 and Kongkong just decides he wants market as well. And he gets what he wants, taking down Feng Feng. But now Bianchi, who's been solid as a rock for this team, is next up on the chopping block. Nobody playing a dangerous game. Bianchi, the walking wounded. And Kongkong doesn't lose these fights. He's such a menace. Wow. The flash he eats, but he gets to keep himself safe. Tucks his head down, goes back in again. When EDG need him most, he will make himself a problem. Look at what he's doing to him. Someone please Trace have to fall away from this as well now. They know the round's gone. And is this really how EDG make it to 12? It absolutely is.
I can dance all day, try and hit me. That's what he's saying right now as he's ducking around. Some dodgeball moments there. And EDG securing that match point right now. Trace, they switched the setup. They tried to stay ahead of that entire KO ulti situation.
And I liked it. It felt like they had the right idea.
Back of B. They had the right idea. They were on the right track. It's about converting that, though, the execution. He knows exactly what's up there. He cannot believe it himself.
Oh, my gosh.
Skin of his teeth.
Yep.
Trace going to call that timeout. They don't have any, again, not near perfect. They had the right read. It's the execution. It needs to be perfect. This is their last chance. They need to win 2 in a row to take it to overtime, to take it to a 3rd map. Otherwise, through the lowers they go. Right now, EDG, I mean, they're feeling refreshed and revitalized off the back of that last round, especially Kong, who's been a menace all game. The fact that he's able to get 2 and live there in the style, the fashion, he's literally dancing on them. A little bit of breakdancing action.
Thankfully not Australian.
Not Australian.
Hey, look, we got our pop culture.
Yeah.
we know things. But no, but the difference a round can make, right? Until this point, it felt like Trace were right there. Right there, they were pulling the game back. They had great reads. Bianca felt immovable. Kai closing out these rounds. Hebe, masses of impact. But it comes back to what you said. It can't be near to perfect. It had to be perfect. And there's always that feeling that Kong's going to get you around. And he did it that time. That time was his. That was the value of this man.
It's going to be early control over of A. We haven't seen this pace from EDG. We haven't seen them take A fast. We haven't seen them commit through. But if they don't get those early kills, they might not decide to continuously go through.
Do they have the resilience now to pick back up?
This is going to be a fast mid to B pivot here off the back of this. They've shown so many abilities. They showed the dart, the knife.
He's been good. He's been so good. This time just off the angle. You can start seeing the cracks showing, that pressure coming into effect. And a new challenger in market this time around. A little bit of a different look here. And there we go, gonna leave it over towards Kai this time. Again, looking hesitant, down to 8 HP, just on the verge here. EDG pressuring and pressuring, but pausing.
This is where the rounds get interesting. Both teams weren't able to get exactly what they wanted here. EDG has been better than Trace in these types of moments. The map cracked open. So many gaps that Trace has to deal with. It all comes down to how they brawl out in this scrappy mid-round fight.
But Kai staying alive keeps information on B. That's all they really have on it, is an 8 HP player sat there checking his cam saying they're still not out, they're still looking for a fight. Don't stop holding these angles. Expect pressure through market, expect pressure through top, middle.
My camera is destroyed.
EDG.
Finally, the camera's gone. That's an issue.
They better choose A right now, and it looks like they're posturing towards that direction.
Bianca falls away. This could be huge for him. This is his moment to shine. Can he save the day? Can he hold back the flood? Hebe tries to make a go of it, but no, he falls in the meantime. At close to perfection may not have ever been enough against these boys. Kang, the one to seal it, surely, as just one remains in a 1v4. Oh, there are 4 players waiting for you. EDG proving why they are the representative, why they are the envoy from that Chinese region, looking so damn strong.
We've seen them battle their way back up through the group stage to come back in this game against Trace and really set the tempo, show us what they're strong at. But Trace, they're doing a good job when the side split and they get into that second half. They're showing what they could do. All they have to do is find that way to start the game off a little bit stronger, to be able to get into a situation where they can afford a couple of round losses.
Yeah, this is Trace. I mean, map 2 was much better, right? They picked up a little, they started to look a little bit more confident. I wish we had that on map 1. Yes. I wish they hit the ground running, because you don't get given chances against EDG, but there were signs of life in map 2. It just wasn't enough.
I loved what I saw out of EDG. Kong, no just stopping to him, no breaks. He's just going straight up into their faces, keeping that pressure up. Nobody as well finding those gaps, especially on his defense, trying to figure out what's going on, sending his teammates to the right site while he closes the gap and takes that space.
Taking just a real glance at this team. EDG, I mean, a step ahead it feels like. A true danger to me. We saw Kong there really kick up towards the end, but Chi-Chu, outrageously good. Smoggy's been strong. I mean, every single player, you could kind of go down the roster and pick their moments throughout this, but a pleasure to watch here. And again, when you come to those kind of countryman v countryman sort of series, those sort of matches, they can get messy.
Rivalries,
they can get really messy, but they proved why they are so diligent, why they are so strong. And again, map 1 was a clear-cut affair, and I think it hinged on that map.
Individually, as I'm watching this replay here from Kangkang kind of running just anywhere he wants to go, he's just going in, he's taking those fights, confidence, killer instinct. And I lost track of how many rounds he got, either a 4K, or he got an ace as well, maybe. It's just so impressive to see him just moving around, getting that operator, doing it on different weapons, and individually knowing exactly when he's going to take his timings.
EDG, the journey beginning truly today, proving why they are towards that top end. A lot of players, a lot of fans keeping their eyes on this team. How far can they go now, showing diligence against their own countrymen, coming out on top here. And I mean, the opponents just keep getting tougher and tougher, but today a 2-0 for them is going to keep them confident, keep them in the right place. A 13-10 and a 13-7, respectable. But in the rounds, I mean, I think we saw how it was going. Kangkang just picking up a beautiful game from EDG. So let's head down to the Verizon post-match interview with Nobody.
Electric night for EDG as they advance to the next round of the playoffs. I'm standing here with EDG's Nobody. Now, congratulations, Nobody! EDG의 노바디 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 바인드에서 존재감이 정말 두드러졌거든요. 워낙 많이 이겨본 상대이기는 했지만 그래도 페이퍼렉스전 승리가 확실히 좀 폼을 되찾는 데 도움이 되지 않았을까라는 생각이 들기도 하는데 오늘 스스로의 퍼포먼스에 대해서 어떻게 느꼈는지 그리고 트레이스 e스포츠 상대로 경기는 또 어땠는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You were insane on the bind. I mean, what do you think it was? Some people say it was that win against PaperX that got you back in form, or maybe it was the confidence knowing that you're going into a matchup against someone that's never beaten you before. So what do you think it was? What do you think of your performance today overall?
今天的比赛其实就是发挥的非常非常棒嘛，尤其是图一，你真的是发挥的太出色了。那会想问说，是不是上一场跟 PRX 的作战，可能说激励到了你们，以及说今天面对到 TE， 其实之前也是一直都有击败他们嘛，会给你们更多的信心呢？想要听一听你今天对整体比赛的一个感受。
对阵 PaperX 比赛确实。获胜之后给了我们很大的信心，然后今天这场办的主要是我觉得他们的阵容打得太多了吧，然后其实我们之前训练赛就是在小组赛的时候，我们还在跟他们打训练赛，然后也打过他们这张地图，然后他们这个阵容我们也研究的比较透吧，对。
I think definitely the win we faced against with PRX give us a lot of confidence, and we have played this map bind, scrims, and even during the group stage with them too many times. We're really familiar with their comps.
일단은 확실히 페이퍼렉스전 승리가 모두에게 자신감을 불어넣어준 것 같아서 그런 부분에서 폼이 좀 회복되는데 도움이 된 것 같고 그리고 이제 그룹 스테이지에서도 그렇고 또 스크림에서도 그렇고 워낙에 트레이스 e스포츠와 바인드 경기를 많이 치렀기 때문에 그 조합도 많이 익숙하고 대처 방법도 잘 알았던 게 오늘의 승리 요인이라고 얘기를 했습니다. 다음 상대는 센티널인데요. 혹시 이 경기에 대해서는 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 그리고 하고 싶은 말이 있는지도 물어보도록 할게요. Sentinels will be the next opponents you face. How are you feeling about that upcoming matchup? And also, is there anything you'd like to say to Sentinels?
那下一场比赛将对阵到 Sentinels 嘛？你对这一场比赛有什么样的感受呢？以及有没有什么话想跟他们说呢？
我只有一句话想说，就是我们的 Z 什么 KK 好像比你们的厉害。
We only got one thing to say. My teammates DMG Kangkang is better than you.
Is this to Zekken? 딱 하나만 말하겠다. 캉캉이 제켄보다 더 잘한다라고 얘기를 했습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 노바디 선수 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 박수 부탁드릴게요. Thank you, Nobody, and good luck against Sentinels. And that's all we have for the post-match interview today. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
We've got a player named ZMJJKK, and he's better than all of you. I'm on that hype after the performance we saw on Sunset. What about you guys?
I mean, to think that we're going to get that Neon versus Zekken Neon now, it just gets me super hyped for the next matchup.
It's going to be such a good match to watch. And I mean, Kangkang was ridiculous. In the start of this map, that was so dominant. He was going crazy on the Neon, looking so comfortable in that role. And then again, right at the very end, it was his heroics to help close out this series.
But this is the thing though, does he get away with some of the things that he's doing against Sentinels? Do you feel like he'll have a similar impact?
Yes, like some of the duels you see, and you see that like the level is not quite there, and also, but they're so bold. Some of the duels you do not expect. Some of the fights, some of this is just a Neon running onto you, and there's very little counterplay for that. I know that Sentinels will find a way to deal with that, will come super prepared, because it is not the first time that they play with this Neon, and now that they're aware of their full capabilities, I think it's going to be a 10 out of 10 must watch for everybody.
I do think he might chill out just like 10%, because they were playing up against a regional rival who they've played a trillion times before, and they've beaten them every time. And I think they did get very confident, some would say overconfident, in that second half. And I think they might bring things down to earth a little against Sentinels, but you can't too much, because the core of this team is the chaos, is those star plays. And while I don't think it'll be as stellar against Sen, I think that ZMJJ, why am I saying the full name now? You got me on that. ZMJJKK. I'm even saying Zed, I'm British.
I honestly think that now you've put that out in the universe, they might just go 10% more crazy.
That's fine by me.
You
That's
never
a fun match to watch.
But let's take a look at the bracket, because I want to celebrate something. You know, 7 times EDG, they have made global events. A handful of times they've gotten out of groups to make it to playoffs. They have never, ever done the upper bracket run. They always lose the quarterfinal upper bracket match. They go into the lowers, and they got to do it the hard way. I am so happy for them, and this could be the start of a new history for them, EDG.
You mean every single time?
Yeah.
That's insane.
They just go to the lowers instantly.
Yeah, and I mean, it always ends up with like a Paper X game or something like that that they get eliminated on. But now, I mean, really proving their muscle. That Sen game is going to be a tough one, but I think it's going to be a real fun one to watch. And it's just good to see an EDG returning to confidence after how rough Shanghai was for this team.
And even though it's going to be a very cool one, there's going to be a lot of chaos. It doesn't really matter who comes on top. I think that we're going to be winning that match for sure, because it's going to be entertaining. These are the kind of guys where if you want to fight them, they will go even harder on you. They will even faster on you, and things will get more complicated, but they were so comfortable in that chaos.
Honestly, anyone can still win this tournament, because there's 4 more teams we haven't even seen in the playoffs yet. If we take a look at the schedule, they're going to be playing tomorrow. G2 will be taking on Leviathan, and then for like the 20th time this year as well, we've got Team Heretics versus Fnatic. It's happening again.
I mean, that's how you guys feel about Heretics Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think G2 Leviathan might have played more times against each other.
4 that I can remember, 2 BO5s, 2 BO3s, they've played a ton this year. It's always been close. 2 critical matches. The last time the final that G2 ended up losing, but this is kind of the tiebreaker. They're even right now. So I'm honestly more excited for that than I thought I would be.
I think I read today that there were only like 4 rounds in total separating the score, so it's completely evened out. So coming into Champions, it's going to be a very interesting one, because it's the end of the year. We need a winner.
Well, I tell you what, though, Hero versus Rians, that's the first time. We haven't seen that before. So at least there's something new about that in that matchup. But thank you very much, you two, for joining me today. It was an exciting day, but we're going to have more playoffs action, more Valorant back here tomorrow. Thank you to you guys at home for watching. Join us once again, starting with G2 versus Leviathan, and we'll see you then.
Ask us, where's the hammer?
Next, we need to win because if we're winning, I'm getting a hammer.
What?
I'm making sure we lose. Yeah.
That's what happened, and we're on the same page in second map. The new hammer is scary, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Chun chun chun. Yes. Chun chun chun. Oh, I got it.
I think so. Yeah, he got it.
Okay, yeah. Let's go.
What did you headshot?
Do you feel safer now that that hammer's broken?
No, because he's just gonna grab it here and then just the alley like I'm ready, I'm ready. Save me, please.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Load it.
Yeah.